Chapter 4, Part 1 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 4, History of my Religious Opinions from 1841 to 1845. Section 1. From the end of 1841 I was on my deathbed as regards my membership with the Anglican Church, though at the time I became aware of it only by degrees. I introduced what I have to say with this remark, by way of accounting for the character of this remaining portion of my narrative. A deathbed has scarcely a history; it is a tedious decline, with seasons of rallying and seasons of falling back; and since the end is foreseen, or what is called a matter of time, it has little interest for the reader, especially if he has a kind heart. Moreover, it is a season when doors are closed and curtains drawn, and when the sick man neither cares nor is able to record the stages of his malady. I was in these circumstances, except so far as I was not allowed to die in peace, except so far as friends, who had still a full right to come in upon me, and the public world which had not, have given a sort of history to those last 4 years. But in consequence my narrative must be in great measure documentary, as I cannot rely on my memory, except for definite particulars, positive or negative. Letters of mine to friends since dead have come into my hands; others have been kindly lent me for the occasion; and I have some drafts of others, and some notes which I made, though I have no strictly personal or continuous memoranda to consult, and have unluckily mislaid some valuable papers. And first, as to my position in the view of duty, it was this: 1. I had given up my place in the Movement in my letter to the Bishop of Oxford in the spring of 1841; but 2. I could not give up my duties towards the many and various minds who had more or less been brought into it by me; 3. I expected or intended gradually to fall back into lay communion; 4. I never contemplated leaving the Church of England; 5. I could not hold office in its service, if I were not allowed to hold the Catholic sense of the Articles; 6. I could not go to Rome, while she suffered honours to be paid to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints, which I thought in my conscience to be incompatible with the supreme, incommunicable glory of the One, Infinite, and Eternal; 7. I desired a union with Rome under conditions, Church with Church; 8. I called Littlemore my Torres Vedras, and thought that some day we might advance again with the Anglican Church as we had been forced to retire; 9. I kept back all persons who were disposed to go to Rome with all my might; and I kept them back for 3 or 4 reasons: 1. Because what I could not in conscience do myself, I could not suffer them to do; 2. Because I thought that in various cases they were acting under excitement; 3. Because I had duties to my Bishop and to the Anglican Church; and 4. In some cases, because I had received from their Anglican parents or superiors direct charge of them. This was my view of my duty from the end of 1841 to my resignation of St. Mary's in the autumn of 1843. And now I shall relate my view during that time of the state of controversy between the Churches. As soon as I saw the hitch in the Anglican argument, during my course of reading in the summer of 1839, I began to look about, as I have said, for some ground which might supply a controversial basis for my need. The difficulty in question had affected my view both of Antiquity and Catholicity; for, while the history of St. Leo showed me that the deliberate and eventual consent of the great body of the Church ratified a doctrinal decision as a part of revealed truth, it also showed that the rule of Antiquity was not infringed, though a doctrine had not been publicly recognized as so revealed, till centuries after the time of the Apostles. Thus, whereas the Creeds tell us that the Church is one, holy, Catholic, and Apostolic, I could not prove that the Anglican Communion was an integral part of the one Church, on the ground of its teaching being Apostolic or Catholic; without reasoning in favour of what are commonly called the Roman corruptions. And I could not defend our separation from Rome and her faith without using arguments prejudicial to those great doctrines concerning our Lord, which are the very foundation of the Christian religion. The Via Media was an impossible idea. It was what I had called "standing on one leg;" and it was necessary, if my old issue of the controversy was to be retained, to go further either one way or the other. Accordingly, I abandoned that old ground and took another. I deliberately quitted the old Anglican ground as untenable, though I did not do so all at once, but as I became more and more convinced of the state of the case. The Jerusalem Bishopric was the ultimate condemnation of the old theory of the Via Media. If its establishment did nothing else, at least it demolished the sacredness of diocesan rights. If England could be in Palestine, Rome might be in England. But its bearing upon the controversy, as I have shown in the foregoing chapter, was much more serious than this technical ground. For that time the Anglican Church was, in my mind, either not a normal portion of that one Church to which the promises were made, or at least in an abnormal state; and from that time I said boldly, as I did in my Protest, and as indeed I have even intimated in my Letter to the Bishop of Oxford, that the Church in which I found myself had no claim on me, except on condition of its being a portion of the one Catholic communion, and that that condition must ever be borne in mind as a practical matter, and had to be distinctly proved. All this is not inconsistent with my saying above that, at this time, I had no thought of leaving the Church of England, because I felt some of my old objections against Rome as strongly as ever. I had no right, I had no leave to act against my conscience. That was a higher rule than any argument about the Notes of the Church. Under these circumstances I turned my protection to the Note of Sanctity, with the view of showing that we had at least one of the necessary Notes as fully as the Church of Rome, or at least, without entering into comparisons, that we had it in such a sufficient sense as to reconcile us to our position, and to supply full evidence and a clear direction on the point of practical duty. We had the Note of Life, not any sort of life, not such only as can come of nature, but a supernatural Christian life, which could only come directly from above. Thus, in my article in the British Critic, to which I have so often referred in January 1840, before the time of Tract 90, I said of the Anglican Church that "she has the note of possession, the note of freedom from party titles, the note of life, a tough life and a vigorous. She has ancient descents, unbroken continuance, agreement in doctrine with the ancient Church." Presently I go on to speak of sanctity. Much as Roman Catholics may denounce us at present as schismatical, they could not resist us if the Anglican communion had but that one note of the Church upon it, sanctity. The Church of the day, 4th century, could not resist Meletius. His enemies were fairly overcome by him, by his meekness and holiness, which melted the most jealous of them. And I continue, we are almost content to say to Romanists, account us not yet as a branch of the Catholic Church, though we be a branch, till we are like a branch, provided that when we do become like a branch, then you consent to acknowledge us, etc. And so I was led on in the Articles to the sharp attack on English Catholics, for their shortcomings as regards this Note, a good portion of which I had already quoted in another place. It is therefore that I speak of the great scandal which I took at their political, social, and controversial bearing; and this was the second reason why I fell back upon the Note of Sanctity, because it took me away from the necessity of making any attack upon the doctrines of the Roman Church, nay, from the consideration of her popular beliefs, and brought me upon a ground on which I felt I could not make a mistake. For what is a higher guide for us in speculation and in practice, than that conscience of right and wrong, of truth and falsehood, those sentiments of what is decorous, consistent, and noble, which our Creator has made a part of our original nature? Therefore I felt I could not be wrong in attacking what I fancied was a fact, the unscrupulousness, the deceit, and the intriguing spirit of the agents and representatives of Rome. This reference to holiness as the true test of a Church was steadily kept in view in what I wrote in connexion with Tract 90. I say in its introduction, "The writer can never be a party to forcing the opinions or projects of one school upon another. Religious changes should be the act of the whole body. No good can come of a change, which is not a development of feeling springing up freely and calmly within the bosoms of the whole body itself. Every change in religion must be attended by a deep repentance. Changes must be nurtured in mutual love. We cannot agree without a supernatural influence. We must come together to God to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves." In my letter to the Bishop I said, "I have set myself against suggestions for considering the differences between ourselves and the foreign Churches, with a view to their adjustment." I meant in the way of a negotiation, conference, agitation, or the like. Our business is with ourselves, to make ourselves more holy, more self‐denying, more primitive, more worthy of our high calling. To be anxious for our composition of differences is to begin at the end. Political reconciliations are but outward and hollow and fallacious. Until Roman Catholics renounce political efforts, and manifest in their public measure the light of holiness and truth, perpetual war is our only prospect. According to this theory, a religious body is part of the one Catholic and Apostolic Church, if it has the succession and the creed of the Apostles, with the note of holiness of life; and there is much in such a view to approve itself to the direct common sense and practical habits of an Englishman. However, with the events consequent upon Tract 90, I sunk my theory to a lower level. For what could be said in Apology, when the Bishops and the people of my Church not only did not suffer, but actually rejected primitive Catholic doctrine, and tried to eject from their communion all who held it? After the Bishop's charges, after the Jerusalem abomination, while this could be said, still we were not nothing. We could not be as if we never had been a Church. We were Samaria. This then was the lower level on which I placed myself and all who felt with me at the end of 1841. To bring out this view was the purpose of 4 sermons preached at St. Mary's in December of that year. Hitherto I had not introduced the exciting topics of the day into the pulpit. Vide Note C, Sermon on Wisdom and Innocence. On this occasion I did. I did so for the moment was urgent. There was great unsettlement of mind among us, in consequence of those same events which had unsettled me. One special anxiety, very obvious, which was coming on me now, was, that what was one man's meat was another man's poison. I had said even of Tract 90, it was addressed to one set of persons, and has been used and commented on by another. Still more was it true now, that whatever I wrote for the service of those whom I knew to be in trouble of mind, would become on the one hand matter of suspicion and slander in the mouth of my opponents, and of distress and surprise to those on the other hand who had no difficulties of faith at all. Accordingly, when I published these 4 sermons at the end of 1843, I introduced them with a recommendation that none should read them who did not need them. But in truth the virtual condemnation of Tract 90, after that the whole difficulty seemed to have been weathered, was an enormous disappointment and trial. My protest also against the Jerusalem bishopric was an unavoidable cause of excitement in the case of many, but it calmed them too, for the very fact of a protest was a relief to their impatience. And so, in like manner, as regards the 4 sermons of which I speak, though they acknowledge freely the great scandal which was involved in the recent Episcopal doings, yet at the same time they might be said to bestow upon the multiplied disorders and shortcomings of the Anglican Church a sort of place in the revealed dispensation, and an intellectual position in the controversy, and the dignity of a great principle for unsettled minds to take and use; a principle which might teach them to recognize their own consistency, and to be reconciled to themselves, and which might absorb and dry up a multitude of their grudgings, discontents, misgivings, and questionings, and lead the way to humble, thankful, and tranquil thoughts. And this was the effect which certainly it produced on myself. The point of these sermons is, that, in spite of the rigid character of the Jewish law, the formal and literal force of its precepts, and the manifest schism, and worse than schism, of the 10 tribes, yet in fact they were still recognized as a people by the divine mercy; that the great prophets Elias and Elisus were sent to them, and not only so, but were sent to preach to them and reclaim them, without any intimation that they must be reconciled to the line of David in the Aaronic priesthood, or go up to Jerusalem to worship. They were not in the Church, yet they had the means of grace and the hope of acceptance with their Maker. The application of all this to the Anglican Church was immediate. Whether, under the circumstances, a man could assume or exercise ministerial functions or not, might not clearly appear, though it must be remembered that England had the Apostolic priesthood, whereas Israel had no priesthood at all. But so far was clear, that there was no call at all for an Anglican to leave his Church for Rome, though he did not believe his own to be part of the one Church. And for this reason, because it was a fact that the kingdom of Israel was cut off from the Temple, and yet its subjects, neither in a mass nor as individuals, neither the multitudes on Mount Carmel, nor the Shunammite and her household, had any command given them, though miracles were displayed before them, to break off from their own people and to submit themselves to Judah. As I am not writing controversially, I will only here remark upon this argument, that there is a great difference between a command, which presupposes physical, material, and political conditions, and one which is moral. To go to Jerusalem was a matter of the body, not of the soul. It is plain that a theory such as this, whether the marks of a divine presence and life in the Anglican Church were sufficient to prove that she was actually with the covenant, or only sufficient to prove that she was at least enjoying extraordinary and uncovenanted mercies, not only lowered her level in a religious point of view, but weakened her controversial basis. Its very novelty made it suspicious, and there was no guarantee that the process of subsistence might not continue, and that it might not end in a submersion. Indeed, to many minds, to say that England was wrong was even to say that Rome was right, and no ethical or casuistic reasoning whatever could overcome in their case the argument from prescription and authority. To this objection, as made to my new teaching, I could only answer that I did not make my circumstances. I fully acknowledged the force and effectiveness of the genuine Anglican theory, and that it was all but proof against the disputants of Rome; but still, like Achilles, it had a vulnerable point, and that St. Leo had found it out for me, and that I could not help it; that, were it not for a matter of fact, the theory would be great indeed. It would be irresistible, if it were only true. When I became a Catholic, the editor of the Christian Observer, Mr. Wilkes, who had in former days accused me, to my indignation, of tending towards Rome, wrote to me to ask which of the two was now right, he or I. I answered him in a letter, part of which I here insert, as it will serve as a sort of leave taking of the great theory, which is so specious to look upon, so difficult to prove, and so hopeless to work. November 8, 1845. I do not think, at all more than I did, that the Anglican principles which I advocated at the date you mention lead men to the Church of Rome. If I must specify what I mean by Anglican principles, I should say, for example, taking Antiquity, not the existing Church, as the oracle of truth, and holding that the Apostolical succession is a sufficient guarantee of sacramental grace, without union with the Christian Church throughout the world. I think these still the finest, strongest ground against Rome, that is, if they can be held, as truths or facts. They have been held by many, and are far more difficult to refute in the Roman controversy than those of any other religious body. For myself I found I could not hold them. I left them. From the time I began to suspect their unsoundness, I ceased to put them forward. When I was fairly sure of their unsoundness, I gave up my living. When I was fully confident that the Church of Rome was the only true Church, I joined her. I have felt all along that Bishop Bull's theology was the only theology on which the English Church could stand. I have felt that opposition to the Church of Rome was part of that theology, and that he who could not protest against the Church of Rome was no true divine in the English Church. I have never said, nor attempted to say, that any one in office in the English Church, whether bishop or incumbent, could be otherwise than in hostility to the Church of Rome. The Via Media then disappeared forever, and a theory made expressly for the occasion took its place. I was pleased with my new view. I wrote to an intimate friend, Samuel F. Wood, December 13, 1841, "I think you will give me the credit, Carissimi, of not undervaluing the strength of the feeling which draw one to Rome, and yet I am, I trust, quite clear about my duty to remain where I am; indeed much clearer than I was some time since. If it is not presumptuous to say, I have a much more definite view of the promised inward presence of Christ with us in the sacraments, now that the outward notes of it are being removed. And I am content to be with Moses in the desert, or with Elijah excommunicated from the temple. I say this, putting things at the strongest. However, my friends of the moderate Apostolical party, who were my friends for the very reason of my having been so moderate and Anglican myself in general tone in times past, who had stood up for Tract 90 partly from faith in me, and certainly from generous and kind feelings, and had thereby shared an obloquy which was none of theirs, were naturally surprised and offended at a line of argument, novel, and, as it appeared to them, wanton, which threw the whole controversy into confusion, stultified my former principles, and substituted, as they would consider, a sort of Methodistic self-contemplation, especially abhorrent both to my nature and to my past professions, for the plain and honest tokens, as they were commonly received, of a divine mission in the Anglican Church. They could not tell whither I was going, and were still further annoyed when I persisted in viewing the condemnation of Tract 90 by the public and the Bishops as so grave a matter, and when I threw about what they considered mysterious hints of eventualities, and would not simply say, "An Anglican I was born, and an Anglican I will die." One of my familiar friends, Mr. Church, who was in the country at Christmas, 1841 reported to me the feeling that prevailed about me, and how I felt towards it will appear in the following letter of mine, written in answer: Oriel, December 24, 1841. Carissimi, you cannot tell how your sad account of Moberly has made me. His view of the sinfulness of the Decree of Trent is as much against union of churches as against individual conversions. To tell the truth, I never have examined those decrees with this object, and have no view; but that is very different from having a deliberate view against them. Could not he say which they are? I suppose transubstantiation is one. Charles Marriott, though of course he would not like to have it repeated, as things stand now, I do not think he would have objected to his opinion being generally known, does not scruple at that. I have not my mind clear. Moberly must recollect that Palmer, of Worcester, thinks that they all bear a Catholic interpretation. For myself, this only I see, that there is indefinitely more in the Fathers against our own state of alienation from Christendom, than against the Tridentine decrees. The only thing I can say of, that I can have said of a startling character, is this, that there were persons who, if our Church committed herself to heresy, sooner than think there was no Church anywhere, would believe the Roman to be the Church, and therefore would on faith accept what they could not otherwise acquiesce in. I suppose it would be no relief to him to insist upon the circumstance that there is no immediate danger. Individuals can never be answered for, of course, but I should think lightly of that man, who, for some act of the Bishop's, should all at once leave the Church. Now, considering how the clergy really are improving, considering that this row is even making them read the Tracts, is it not possible we may all be in a better state of mind 7 years hence to consider these matters? And may we not leave them meanwhile to the will of Providence? I cannot believe this work has been of man. God has a right to His own work, to do what He will with it. May we not try to leave it in His hands, and be content? If you learn anything about Barter, which leads you to think that I can relieve him by a letter, let me know. The truth is this: our good friends do not read the Fathers; they assent to us from the common sense of the case. Then, when the Fathers and we say more than their common sense, they are dreadfully shocked. The Bishop of London has rejected a man: 1. For holding any sacrifice in the Eucharist; 2. The real presence; 3. That there is a grace in ordination. I cannot prove this at this distance of time, but I do not think it wrong to introduce here the passage containing it, as I am imputing to the Bishop nothing which the world would think disgraceful, but on the contrary, what a large religious body would approve. Are we quite sure that the Bishops will not be drawing up some stringent declaration of faith? Is this what Mobley fears? Would the Bishop of Oxford accept them? If so, I should be driven into the refuge for the destitute (Littlemore). But I promise Moberly I would do my utmost to catch all dangerous persons and clap them into confinement there. Christmas Day, 1841. I have been dreaming of Moberly all night. Should not he and the like see that it is unwise, unfair, and impatient to ask others, "What will you do under circumstances which have not, which may never come?" Why bring fear, suspicion, and disunion into the camp about things which are merely in posse? Natural and exceedingly kind as Barter's and another friend's letters were, I think they have done great harm. I speak most sincerely when I say, that there are things which I neither contemplate nor wish to contemplate, but when I am asked about them 10 times, at length I begin to contemplate them. He surely does not mean to say that nothing could separate a man from the English Church, e.g. its avowing Socinianism, its holding the Holy Eucharist in a Socinian sense; yet he would say it was not right to contemplate such things. Again, our case is diverging from that of Ken's, to say nothing of the last miserable century, which has given us to start from a much lower level, and with much less to spare than a Churchman in the 17th century. Questions of doctrine are now coming in; with him it was a question of discipline. If such a dreadful event were realized, I cannot help thinking we should all be vastly more agreed than we think now. Indeed, is it possible, humanly speaking, that those who have so much the same heart should widely differ? But let this be considered as to alternatives. What communion could we join? Could the Scotch or Americans sanction the presence of its Bishop and the congregations in England without incurring the imputation of schism, unless indeed, and is that likely, they renounce the English as heretical? Is not this a time of strange providences? Is it not our safest course, without looking to consequences, to do simply what we think right day by day? Shall we not be sure to go wrong, if we attempt to trace by anticipation the course of divine Providence? Has not all our misery as a Church arisen from people being afraid to look difficulties in the face? They have palliated acts when they should have denounced them. There is that good fellow, Worcester Palmer, can whitewash the Ecclesiastical Commission and the Jerusalem Bishopric. And what is the consequence? That our Church has, through centuries, ever been sinking lower and lower, till good part of its pretensions and professions is a mere sham, though it be a duty to make the best of what we have received. Yet, though bound to make the best of other men's shams, let us not incur any of our own. The truest friends of our Church are they, who say boldly when her rulers are going wrong, and the consequence, and, to speak catachrestically, they are most likely to die in the Church, who are, under these black circumstances, most prepared to leave it. And I will add, that considering the traces of God's grace which surround us, I am very sanguine, or rather confident, if it is right so to speak, that our prayers and our alms will come up as a memorial before God, and that all this miserable confusion tends to good. Let us not then be anxious, and anticipate differences in prospect, when we agree in the present. Postscript. I think when friends, that is, the extreme party, get over their first unsettlement of mind and consequent vague apprehensions which the new attitude of the Bishops and our feelings upon it have brought about, they will get contented and satisfied. They will see that they exaggerated things. Of course it would have been wrong to anticipate what one's feelings would be under such a painful contingency as the Bishops charging as they have done. So it seems to me nobody's fault. Nor is it wonderful that others, moderate men, are startled, that is, at my protest, etc., yet they should recollect that the more implicit the reverence one pays to a Bishop, the more keen will be one's perception of heresy in him. The cord is binding and compelling, till it snaps. Men of reflection would have seen this, if they had looked that way. Last spring a very high Churchman talked to me of resisting my Bishop, of asking him for the canons under which he acted, and so forth. But those, who have cultivated a loyal feeling towards their superiors, are the most loving servants, or the most zealous protesters. If others became so too, if the clergy of Chester denounced the heresy of their diocesan, they would be doing their duty in relieving themselves of the share which they otherwise have in any possible defection of their brethren. St. Stephen's Day, December 26. How I fidget! I now fear that the note I wrote yesterday only makes matters worse by disclosing too much. This is always my great difficulty. In the present state of excitement on both sides, I think of leaving out altogether my reassertion of No. 90 in my Preface to Volume 6 of the Parochial Sermons, and merely saying, "As many false reports are at this time in circulation about him, he hopes his well-wishers will take this volume as an indication of his real thoughts and feelings. Those who are not, he leaves in God's hand to bring them to a better mind in his own time." What do you say to the logic, sentiment, and propriety of this? An old friend, at a distance from Oxford, Archdeacon Robert I. Wilberforce, must have said something to me at this time, I do not know what, which challenged a frank reply; for I disclosed to him, I do not know in what words, my frightful suspicion, hitherto only known to two persons, namely his brother Henry and Mr. Frederick Rogers, that as regarded my Anglicanism, perhaps I might break down in the event, that perhaps we were both out of the Church. I think I recollect expressing my difficulty as deriving from the Arian and Monophysite history, in a form in which it would be most intelligible to him, as being in fact an admission of Bishop Bull's, namely, that, in the controversies of the early centuries of the Roman Church, was ever on the right side, which was of course a prima facie argument in favour of Rome and against Anglicanism now. He answered me thus, under date of January 29, 1842. I don't think that I ever was so shocked by any communication which was ever made to me as by your letter of this morning. It has quite unnerved me. I cannot but write to you, though I am at a loss where to begin. I know of no act by which we have dissevered ourselves from the communion of the Church universal. The more I study Scripture, the more I am impressed with the resemblance between the Romanish principles in the Church and the Babylon of St. John. I am ready to grieve that I ever direct my thoughts to theology, if it is indeed so uncertain as your doubts seem to indicate. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2, of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. While my old and true friends were thus in trouble about me, I suppose they felt not only anxiety but pain, to see that I was gradually surrendering myself to the influence of others, who had not their own claims upon me, younger men, and of a cast of mind in no small degree uncongenial to my own. A new school of thought was rising, as is usual in doctrinal inquiries, and was sweeping the original party of the movement aside, and was taking its place. The most prominent person in it was a man of elegant genius, of classical mind, of rare talent in literary composition, Mr. Oakeley. He was not far from my own age. I had long known him, though of late years he had not been in residence at Oxford; and quite lately he has been taking several signal occasions of renewing that kindness which he ever showed towards me when we were both in the Anglican Church. His tone of mind was not unlike that which gave a character to the early movement. He was almost a typical Oxford man, and, as far as I recollect, both in political and ecclesiastical views, would have been of one spirit with the Oriel party of 1826, 1833. But he had entered late into the movement; he did not know its first years; and, beginning with a new start, he was naturally thrown together with the body of eager, acute, resolute minds, who had begun their Catholic life about the same time as he. He knew nothing about the Via Media, but had heard much about Rome. This new party rapidly formed and increased in and out of Oxford; and, as it so happened, contemporaneously with that very summer, when I received so serious a blow to my ecclesiastical views from the study of the Monophysite controversy. These men cut into the original movement at an angle, fell across its line of thought, and then set about turning that line in its own direction. They were most of them keenly religious men, with a true concern for their souls as the first matter of all, with a great zeal for me, but giving little certainty at the time as to which way they could ultimately turn. Some in the event have remained firm to Anglicanism, some have become Catholics, and some have found a refuge in Liberalism. Nothing was clearer concerning them than that they needed to be kept in order; and on me, who had had so much to do with the making of them, that duty was as clearly incumbent; and it is equally clear, from what I have already said, that I was just the person, above all others, who could not undertake it. There are no friends like old friends; but of those old friends, few could help me, few could understand me; many were annoyed with me, some were angry, because I was breaking up a compact party, and some, as a matter of conscience, could not listen to me. When I looked around for those whom I might consult in my difficulties, I found the very hypothesis of those difficulties acting as a bar to their giving me their advice. Then I said bitterly, "You are throwing me on others, whether I will or no." Yet still I had good and true friends around me, of the old sort, in and out of Oxford too, who were a great help to me. But on the other hand, though I neither was so fond, with a few exceptions, of the persons, nor of the methods of thought, which belonged to this new school, as of the old set, though I could not trust in their firmness of purpose, for, like a swarm of flies, they might come and go, and at length be divided and dissipated, yet I had an intense sympathy in their object and in the direction in which their path lay, in spite of my old friends, in spite of my old lifelong prejudices, in spite of my ingrained fears of Rome, and the decision of my reason and conscience against her usage, in spite of my affection for Oxford and Oriel. Yet I had a secret longing love of Rome, the mother of English Christianity, and I had true devotion to the Blessed Virgin, in whose college I lived, whose altar I served, and whose immaculate purity I had in one of my earliest printed sermons made much of. And it was the consciousness of this bias in myself, if it is so to be called, which made me preach so earnestly against the danger of being swayed in religious inquiry by our sympathy rather than by our reason. And moreover, The members of this new school looked up to me, as I have said, and did me true kindness, and really loved me, and stood by me in trouble, when others went away; and for all this I was grateful. Nay, many of them were in trouble themselves, and in the same boat with me; and that was a further cause of sympathy between us. And hence it was, when the new school came on in force, and into collision with the old, I had not the heart, any more than the power, to repel them. I was in great perplexity, and hardly knew where I stood. I took their part, and, when I wanted to be in peace and silence, I had to speak out, and I incurred the charge of weakness from some men, and of my mysteriousness, shuffling, and underhand dealing from the majority. Now I will say here frankly, that this sort of charge is a matter which I cannot properly meet, because I cannot duly realize it. I have never had any suspicion of my own honesty; and, when men say I was dishonest, I cannot grasp the accusation as a distinct conception, such as it is possible to encounter. If a man said to me, "On such a day and before such persons, you said a thing was white, when it was black," I understand what is meant well enough, and I can set myself to prove an alibi or to explain the mistake. Or if a man said to me, "You tried to gain me over to your party, intending to take me with you to Rome, but you did not succeed," I can give him the lie, and lay down an assertion of my own, as firm and as exact as his, that not from the time that I was first unsettled did I ever attempt to gain any one over to myself or to my Romanizing opinions; and that it is only his own coxcombical fancy which has bred such a thought in him. But my imagination is at a loss in pretence of those vague charges which have been commonly brought up against me, charges which are made up of impressions and understandings and inferences and hearsay and surmises. Accordingly, I shall not make the attempt, for, in doing so, I should be dealing blows in the air. What I shall attempt is to state what I know of myself, and what I recollect, and leave to others its application. While I had confidence in the Via Media, and thought that nothing could overset it, I did not mind laying down large principles, which I saw would go further than was commonly perceived. I considered that to make the Via Media concrete and substantive, it must be much more than it was in outline; that the Anglican Church must have a ceremonial, a ritual, and a fulness of doctrine and devotion, which it had not at present, if it were to compete with the Roman Church with any prospect of success. Such addition would not remove it from its proper basis, but would merely strengthen and beautify it. Such, for instance, would be confraternities, particular devotions, reverences for the Blessed Virgin, prayers for the dead, beautiful churches, munificent offerings to them and in them, monastic houses, and many other observances and institutions, which I used to say belonged to us as much as to Rome, though Rome had appropriated them and boasted of them, by reason of our having let them slip from us. The principle on which all this turned, I brought out in one of the letters I published on occasion of Tract 90. "The age is moving," I said, "towards something; and most unhappily the one religious communion among us, which has of late years been practically in possession of this something, is the Church of Rome. She alone, amid all the errors and evils of her practical system, has given free scope to the feelings of awe, mystery, tenderness, reverence, devotedness, and other feelings which may be especially called Catholic. The question then is, whether we shall give them up to the Roman Church, or claim them for ourselves. But if we do give them up, we must give up the men who cherish them. We must consent either to give up the men, or to admit their principles. With these feelings I frankly admit that, while I was working simply for the sake of the Anglican Church, I did not at all mind, though I found myself laying down principles in its defence, which went beyond that particular kind of defence which high and dry men thought perfection, and even though I ended in framing a kind of defence which they might call a revolution, while I thought it a restoration. Thus, for illustration, I might discourse upon the communion of saints in such a manner, though I do not recollect doing so, as might lead the way towards devotion to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints on the one hand, and towards prayers for the dead on the other. In a memorandum in the year 1844 or 1845, I thus speak on this subject: "If the Church be not defended on establishment grounds, it must be upon principles, which go far beyond their immediate object. Sometimes I saw these further results, sometimes not, though I saw them. I sometimes did not say that I saw them, so long as I thought they were inconsistent, not with our Church, but only with the existing opinions. I was not unwilling to insinuate truth into our Church, which I thought had a right to be there. To so much I confess, but I do not confess. I simply deny that I ever said any thing which secretly bore against the Church of England, knowing it myself, in order that others might unwarily accept it. It was indeed one of my great difficulties and causes of reserve, as time went on, that I at length recognized in principles which I had honestly preached as if Anglican, conclusions favourable to the cause of Rome. Of course I did not like to confess this, and, when interrogated, was in consequence in perplexity. The prime instance of this was the appeal to Antiquity. St. Leo had overset, in my own judgment, its force as the special argument for Anglicanism. Yet I was committed to Antiquity, together with the whole Anglican school. What then was I to say, when acute minds urged this or that application of it against the Via Media? It was impossible that in such circumstances any answer could be given which was not unsatisfactory, or any behaviour adopted which was not mysterious. Again, sometimes in what I wrote I went just as far as I saw, and could as little say more, as I could see what is below the horizon; and therefore, when asked as to the consequence of what I had said, I had no answer to give. Again, sometimes when I was asked, whether certain conclusions did not follow from a certain principle, I might not be able to tell at the moment, especially if the matter were complicated; and for this reason, if for no other, because there is great difference between a conclusion in the abstract and a conclusion in the concrete, and because a conclusion may be modified in fact by a conclusion from some opposite principle. Or it might so happen that my head got simply confused by the very strength of the logic which was administered to me, and thus I gave my sanction to conclusions which really were not mine; and when the report of those conclusions came round to me through others, I had to unsay them. And then again, perhaps I did not like to see men scared or scandalized by unfeeling logical inferences, which would not have troubled them to the day of their death, had they not been forced to recognize them. And then I felt altogether the force of the maxim of St. Ambrose: Non in dialectica complicuit Deo salvum farce populum suum. I had a great dislike of paper logic. For myself, it was not logic that carried me on; as well might one say that the quicksilver in the barometer changes the weather. It is a concrete being that reasons. Pass a number of years, and I find my mind in a new place. How? The whole man moves; paper logic is but the record of it. All the logic in the world would not have made me move faster towards Rome than I did. As well might you say that I have arrived at the end of my journey because I see the village church before me, as venture to assert that the miles over which my soul had to pass before it got to Rome could be annihilated, even though I had been in possession of some far clearer view than I had, that Rome was my ultimate destination. Great acts take time; at least this is what I felt in my own case, and therefore to come to me with methods of logic had in it the nature of a provocation, and, though I do not think I ever showed it, made me somewhat indifferent how I met them, and perhaps led me, as a means of relieving my impatience, to be mysterious or irrelevant, or to give in because I could not meet them to my satisfaction. And a greater trouble still than these logical mazes, was the introduction of logic into every subject whatever, so far, that is, as this was done. Before I was at Oriel, I recollect an acquaintance saying to me that "the Oriel Common Room stank of logic." One is not at all pleased when poetry, or eloquence, or devotion is considered as if chiefly intended to feed syllogisms. Now, in saying all this, I am saying nothing against the deep piety and earnestness which were characteristic of this second phase of the Movement, in which I had taken so prominent a part. What I have been observing is, that this phase had a tendency to bewilder and to upset me, and that, instead of saying so, as I ought to have done, perhaps from a sort of laziness, I gave answers at random, which have led to my appearing close or inconsistent. I have turned up 2 letters of this period, which in a measure illustrate what I have been saying. The first was written to the Bishop of Oxford, on occasion of Tract 90. March 20th, 1841. No one can enter into my situation but myself. I see a great many minds working in various directions in a variety of principles with multiplied bearings. I act for the best. I sincerely think that matters would not have gone better for the Church had I never written. And if I write, I have a choice of difficulties. It is easy for those who do not enter into those difficulties to say, "He ought to say this, and not say that," but things are wonderfully linked together, and I cannot, or rather I would not, be dishonest. When persons too interrogate me, I am obliged in many cases to give an opinion, or I seem to be underhand. Keeping silence looks like artifacts, and I do not like people to consult or respect me, from thinking differently of my opinion from what I know them to be. And again, to use the proverb, "What is one man's food is another man's poison." All these things make my situation very difficult; but that collision must at some time ensue between members of the Church of opposite sentiments, I have long been aware. The time and mode has been in the hand of Providence. I do not mean to exclude my own great imperfections in bringing it about, yet I still feel obliged to think the Tract necessary. The second is taken from the notes of a letter which I sent to Dr. Pusey in the next year. October 16th, 1842. As to my being entirely with Ward, I do not know the limits of my own opinions. If Ward says that this or that is a development from which I have said, I cannot say yes or no. It is plausible; it may be true. Of course the fact that the Roman Church has so developed and maintained, adds great weight to the antecedent plausibility. I cannot assert that it is not true, but I cannot with that keen perception which some people have appropriated it. It is a nuisance to me to be forced beyond what I can fairly accept. There was another source of the perplexity with which at this time I was encompassed, and the reserve and mysteriousness of which that perplexity gained for me the credit. After Tract 90, the Protestant world would not let me alone. They pursued me in the public journals to Littlemore. Reports of all kinds were circulated about me. Imprimis, why did I go up to Littlemore at all? For no good purpose certainly; I dared not tell why. Why, to be sure? It was hard that I should be obliged to say to the editors of newspapers that I went up there to say my prayers. It was hard to have to tell the world in confidence that I had a certain doubt about the Anglican system, and could not at that moment resolve it, or say what could come of it. It was hard to have to confess that I had thought of giving up my living a year or 2 before, and that this was a first step to it. It was hard to have to plead that, for what I knew, my doubts would vanish, if the newspapers would be so good as to give me time and let me alone. Who would ever dream of making the world his confidant? Yet I was considered insidious, sly, dishonest, if I would not open my heart to the tender mercies of the world. But they persisted. What was I doing at Littlemore? Doing there? Have I not retreated from you? Have I not given up my position and my place? Am I alone, of Englishmen, not to have the privilege to go where I will, no questions asked? Am I alone to be followed about by jealous prying eyes, which take note whether I go in at a back door or at the front, and who the men are who happen to call on me in the afternoon? Cowards! If I advanced one step, you would run away. It is not you that I fear. Die me terrent et Jupiter hostes. It is because the Bishops still go on charging against me, though I have quite given up. It is that secret misgiving of heart which tells me that they do well, for I have neither lot nor part with them. This it is which weighs me down. I cannot walk into or out of my house, but curious eyes are upon me. Why will you not let me die in peace? Wounded brutes creep into some hole to die in, and no one grudges it them. Let me alone. I shall not trouble you long. This was a keen feeling which pierced me, and, I think, these are the very words in which I expressed it to myself. I asked in the words of a great motto, Ubi lapsus quid feci. One day when I entered my house, I found a flight of undergraduates inside. Heads of houses, as mounted patrols, walked their horses around those poor cottages. Doctors of divinity divided into the hidden recesses of that private tenement uninvited, and drew domestic conclusions from what they saw there. I had thought that an Englishman's house was his castle, but the newspapers thought otherwise, and at last the matter came before my good Bishop. I insert his letter and a portion of my reply to him. April 12, 1842. So many of the charges against yourself and your friends, which I have seen in the public journals, have been, with my own knowledge, false and calumnious, that I am not apt to pay much attention to what is asserted with respect to you in the newspapers. In a newspaper, however, on April 9th, there appears a paragraph in which it is asserted as a matter of notoriety, that a so-called Anglo-Catholic monastery is in process of erection at Littlemore, and that the cells of dormitories, the chapel, the refectory, the cloister, all may be seen advancing to perfection under the eye of a parish priest of the diocese of Oxford. Now, as I have understood that you really are possessed of some tenement at Littlemore, as it is generally believed that you are destined for the purposes of study and devotion, and as much suspicion and jealousies are felt about the matter, I am anxious to afford you an opportunity of making me an explanation on the subject. I know you too well not to be aware that you are the last man living to attempt in my diocese a revival of the monastic orders, in anything approaching to the Romanist sense of the term, without previous communications with me, or indeed that you should take upon yourself to originate any measure of importance without authority from the heads of the Church. And therefore I at once exonerate you from the accusations brought against you by the newspaper I have quoted, but I feel it nevertheless a duty to my diocese and myself, as well as to you, to ask you to put it in my power to contradict what, if uncontradicted, would appear to imply a glaring invasion of all ecclesiastical discipline on your part, or of inexcusable neglect and indifference to my duties on mine. I wrote an answer as follows: April 14, 1842. I am very much obliged by your Lordship's kindness in allowing me to write to you on the subject of my house at Littlemore. At the same time I feel it hard both on your Lordship and myself that the restlessness of the public mind should oblige you to require an explanation of me. It is now a whole year that I have been the subject of incessant misrepresentation, a year since I submitted entirely to your Lordship's authority, and, with the intention of following out the particular acts enjoined upon me, I not only stopped the series of tracts on which I was engaged, but withdrew from all public discussion of Church matters of the day, or what may be called ecclesiastical politics. I turned myself at once to the preparation for the press of the translations of St. Athanasius, to which I had long wished to devote myself, and I intended and intend to employ myself in the like theological studies, and in the concerns of my own parish, and in practical works. With the same view of personal improvement, I was led more seriously to a design which had long been on my mind. For many years, at least 13, I have wished to give myself to a life of greater religious regularity than I have hitherto led; but it is very unpleasant to confess such a wish even to my Bishop, because it seems arrogant, and because it is committing me to a profession which may come to nothing. For what have I done, that I am to be called to account by the world for my private actions, in a way in which no one else is called? Why may I not have that liberty, which all others are allowed? I am often accused of being underhand and uncandid in respect to the intentions to which I have been alluding. But no one likes his own good resolutions noised about, both from mere common delicacy, and from fear lest he should not be able to fulfil them. I feel it very cruel, though the parties in fault do not know what they are doing, that very sacred matters between me and my conscience are made a matter of public talk. May I take a case parallel, though different? Suppose a person in prospect of marriage, would he like the subject discussed in newspapers, and parties, circumstances, etc., etc., publicly demanded of him, at the penalty of being accused of craft and duplicity? The resolution I speak of has been taken with reference to myself alone, and has been contemplated quite independent of the co-operation of any other human being, and without reference to success or failure other than personal, and without regard to the blame or approbation of man. And being a resolution of years, and one to which I feel God has called me, and in which I am violating no rule of the Church any more than if I married, I should have to answer for it, if I did not pursue it, as a good Providence made opening for it. In pursuing it then, I am thinking of myself alone, not aiming at any ecclesiastical or external effects. At the same time, of course, it would be a great comfort to me to know that God had put into the hearts of others to pursue their personal edification in the same way, and unnatural not to wish to have the benefits of their presence and encouragement, or not to think it a great infringement on their rights of conscience, if such personal and private resolutions were interfered with. Your Lordship will allow me to add my firm conviction that such religious resolutions are most necessary for keeping a certain class of mind firm in the allegiance of our Church. But still I can as truly say that my own reason for anything I have done has been a personal one, without which I should not have entered upon it, and which I hope to pursue whether with or without the sympathies of others pursuing a similar course. As to my intentions, I propose to live there myself a good deal, as I have a resident curate in Oxford. In doing this, I believe I am consulting for the good of my parish, as my population at Littlemore is at least equal to that of St. Mary's in Oxford, and the whole of Littlemore is double of it. It has been very much neglected, and in providing a parsonage house at Littlemore, as this will be, and will be called, I conceive I am doing a very great benefit to my people. At the same time it has appeared to me that a partial or temporary retirement from St. Mary's Church might be expedient under the prevailing excitement. As to the quotation from the newspaper, which I have not seen, your Lordship will perceive from what I have said, that no monastery is in process of erection. There is no chapel, no refectory, hardly a dining room or parlour. The cloisters are my shed connecting the cottages. I do not understand what cells of dormitories means. Of course I can repeat your Lordship's words that I am not attempting a revival of the monastic orders, in any thing approaching to the Romanist sense of the term, or taking on myself to originate any measure of importance, without authority from the heads of the Church. I am attempting nothing ecclesiastical, but something personal and private, and which can only be made public, not private, by newspapers and letter writers, in which sense the most sacred and conscientious resolves and acts may certainly be made the objects of an unmannerly and unfeeling curiosity. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. One calumny there was, which the Bishops did not believe, and of which of course he had no idea of speaking. It was that I was actually in the service of the enemy. I had forsooth been already received into the Catholic Church, and was rearing at Littlemore a nest of Papists, who, like me, were to take the Anglican oath which they disbelieved, by virtue of a dispensation from Rome, and thus in due time were to bring over to that unprincipled Church great numbers of the Anglican clergy and laity. Bishops gave their countenance to this imputation against me. The case was simply this: as I made Littlemore a place of retirement for myself, so did I offer it to others. There were young men in Oxford whose testimonials for orders had been refused by their colleges. There were young clergymen who had found themselves unable from conscience to go on with their duties, and had thrown up their parochial engagements. Such men were already going straight to Rome, and I interposed. I interposed for the reasons I have given in the beginning of this portion of my narrative. I interposed from fidelity to my clerical engagements, and from duty to my Bishop, and from the interest which I was bound to take in them, and from belief that they were premature or excited. Their friends besought me to quiet them, if I could. Some of them came to live with me at Littlemore. They were laymen, or in the place of laymen. I kept some of them back for several years from being received into the Catholic Church. Even when I had given up my living, I was still bound by my duty to their parents or friends, and I did not forget still to do what I could for them. The immediate occasion of my resigning St. Mary's was the unexpected conversion of one of them. After that, I felt it was impossible to keep my post there, for I had been unable to keep my word with my Bishop. The following letters refer more or less to these men, whether they were actually with me at Littlemore or not. 1. March 6, 1842. Church doctrines are a powerful weapon. They were not sent into the world for nothing. God's word does not return unto him void. If I have said, as I have, that the doctrines of the Tracts for the Times would build up our Church and destroy parties, I meant, if they were used, not if they were denounced. Else they will be as powerful against us, as they might be powerful for us. If people who have a liking for another, hear him called a Roman Catholic, they will say, then after all Romanism is no such bad thing. All these persons who are making the cry are fulfilling their own prophecy. If all the world agrees in telling a man he has no business in our Church, he will at length begin to think he has none. How easy is it to persuade a man of anything, when numbers affirm it! So great is the force of imagination. Did every one who met you in the streets look hard at you, you would think you were somehow in fault. I do not know anything so irritating, so unsettling, especially in the case of young persons, as when they are going on calmly and unconsciously, obeying their Church and following its divines, I am speaking from facts, as suddenly to their surprise to be conjured not to make a leap, of which they have not a dream, and from which they are far removed. 2. 1843 or 1844. I did not explain to you sufficiently the state of mind of those who were in danger. I only spoke of those who were convinced that our Church was external to the Church Catholic, though they felt it unsafe to trust their own private convictions. But there are two other states of mind. 1. That of those who are unconsciously near Rome, and whose despair about our Church would at once develop into a state of conscious approximation, or a quasi-resolution to go over. 2. Those who feel they can with a safe conscience remain with us while they are allowed to testify in behalf of Catholicism; that is, as if by such acts they were putting our Church, or at least that portion of it in which they were included, in the position of catechumens. 3. June 20, 1843. I return the very pleasing letter you have permitted me to read. What a sad thing it is that it should be a plain duty to restrain one's sympathies, and to keep them from boiling over! but I suppose it is a matter of common prudence. Things are very serious here, but I should not like you to say so, as it might do no good. The authorities find that by the statutes they have more than military power, and the general impression seems to be that they intend to exert it, and put down Catholicism at any risk. I believe that by the statutes they can pretty nearly suspend a preacher, as seditious or causing dissension, without assigning their grounds in the particular case, nay, banishing him or imprison him. If so, all holders of preferment in the University should make as quiet an exit as they can. There is more exasperation on both sides at this moment, as I am told, than ever there was. 4. July 16, 1843. I assure you that I feel, with only too much sympathy, what you say. You need not be told that the whole subject of our position is a subject of anxiety to others besides yourself. It is no good attempting to offer advice, when perhaps I might raise difficulties instead of removing them. It seems to me quite a case, in which you should, as far as may be, make up your mind for yourself. Come to Littlemore by all means. We shall all rejoice in your company; and, if quiet and retirement are able, as they very likely will be, to reconcile you to things as they are, you shall have your fill of them. How distressed poor Henry Wilberforce must be! Knowing how he values you, I feel for him; but alas, he has his own position, and every one else has his own, and the misery is that no two of us have exactly the same. It is very kind of you to be so frank and open with me, as you are, but this is a time which throws together persons who feel alike. May I without taking a liberty sign myself, yours affectionately, etc. 5. August 30, 1843. A.B. has suddenly conformed to the Church of Rome. He was away for 3 weeks. I suppose I must say, in my defence, that he promised me distinctly to remain in our Church 3 years, before I received him here. 6. June 17, 1845. I am concerned to find you speak of me in a tone of distrust. If you knew me ever so little, instead of hearing of me from persons who do not know me at all, you would think differently of me, whatever you thought of my opinions. 2 years since, I got your son to tell you my intention of resigning St. Mary's, before I made it public, thinking you ought to know it. When you expressed some painful feelings upon it, I told him I could not consent to his remaining here, painful as it would be to me to part with him, without your written sanction, and this you did me the favour to give. I believe you will find that it has been merely a delicacy on your son's part, which has delayed his speaking to you about me for 2 months past; a delicacy, lest he should say either too much or too little about me. I have urged him several times to speak to you. Nothing can be done after your letter but to recommend him to go to A.B., his home, at once. I am very sorry to part with him. 7. The following letter is addressed to Cardinal Wiseman, then Vicar Apostolic, who accused me of coolness in my conduct towards him. April 16, 1845. I was at that time in charge of a ministerial office in the English Church, with persons entrusted to me, and a Bishop to obey. How could I possibly write otherwise than I did without violating sacred obligations and betraying momentous interests which were upon me? I felt that my immediate, undeniable duty, clear if any was clear, was to fulfil that trust. It might be right indeed to give it up; that was another thing. But it never could be right to hold it, and to act as if I did not hold it. If you knew me, you would acquit me, I think, of having ever felt towards your Lordship in an unfriendly spirit, or ever having had a shadow on my mind, as far as I dare witness about myself, of what might be called controversial rivalry, or desire of getting the better, or fear lest the world should think I had got the worst, or irritation of any kind. You are too kind indeed to imply this, and yet your words lead me to say it. And now in like manner, pray believe, though I cannot explain it to you, that I am encompassed with responsibilities so great and so various, as utterly to overcome me, unless I have mercy from Him who all through my life has sustained and guided me, and to whom I can now submit myself, though men of all parties are thinking evil of me. Such fidelity, however, was taken in malum partem by the high Anglican authorities. They thought it insidious. I happen still to have a correspondence which took place in 1843, in which the chief place is filled by one of the most eminent Bishops of the day, a theologian and reader of the Fathers, a moderate man, who at one time was talked of as likely on a vacancy to succeed to the primacy. A young clergyman in his diocese became a Catholic. The papers at once reported on authority from a very high quarter, that after his reception, the Oxford men had been recommending him to retain his living. I had reasons for thinking that the allusion was made to me, and I authorized the editor of a paper, who had inquired of me on the point, to give it, as far as I was concerned, an unqualified contradiction. When from a motive of delicacy he hesitated, I added, "My direct and indignant contradiction." "Whoever is the author of it," I continued to the editor, "no correspondence or intercourse of any kind, direct or indirect, has passed between Mr. S. and myself, since his conforming to the Church of Rome, except my formally and merely acknowledging the receipt of his letter, in which he informed me of the fact, without, as far as I recollect, my expressing any opinion upon it. You may state this as broadly as I have set it down. My denial was told to the Bishop. What took place upon it is given in a letter from which I copy. My father showed the letter to the Bishop, who, as he laid it down, said, 'Ah, those Oxford men are not ingenuous.' 'How do you mean?' asked my father. 'Why,' said the Bishop, 'they advised Mr. B.S. to retain his living after he turned Catholic. I know that to be a fact, because A.B. told me so. The Bishop,' continues the letter, 'who was perhaps the most influential man in reality on the bench, evidently believes it to be the truth.' Upon this Dr. Pusey wrote in my behalf to the Bishop, and the Bishop instantly beat a retreat. 'I have the honour,' he said, 'in the autograph which I transcribe, to acknowledge the receipt of your note, and to say in reply, that it has not been stated by me, though such a statement has, I believe, appeared in some of the public prints, that Mr. Newman had advised Mr. B.S. to retain his living after he had forsaken our Church. But it has been stated to me that Mr. Newman was in close correspondence with Mr. B.S., and, being fully aware of his state of opinions and feelings, yet advised him to continue in our communion. Allow me to add,' he says to Dr. Pusey, 'that neither your name, nor that of Mr. Keble, was mentioned to me in connexion with that of Mr. B.S.' I was not going to let the Bishop off on this evasion, so I wrote to him myself. After quoting his letter to Dr. Pusey, I continued, 'I beg to trouble your Lordship with my own account of the two allegations, close correspondence and fully aware, etc., which are contained in your statement, and which have led to your speaking to me in terms which I hope never to deserve. 1. Since Mr. B.S. has been in your Lordship's diocese, I have seen him in common rooms or private parties in Oxford 2 or 3 times, when I never, as far as I can recollect, had any conversation with him. During the same time I have, to the best of my memory, written to him 3 letters. One was lately, in acknowledgment of his informing me of his change of religion. Another was last summer, when I asked him to no purpose to come and stay with me in this place. The earliest of the 3 letters was written just a year since, as far as I can recollect, and it certainly was on the subject of his joining the Church of Rome. I wrote this letter at the earnest wish of a friend of his. I cannot be sure that, on his replying, I did not send him a brief note in explanation of points in my letter which he had misapprehended. I cannot recollect any other correspondence between us. 2. As to my knowledge of his opinions and feelings, as far as I remember, the only point of perplexity which I knew, the only point which to this hour I know as pressing upon him, was that of the Pope's supremacy. He professed to be searching antiquity whether the See of Rome had formerly that relation to the whole Church which Roman Catholics now assign to it. My letter was directed to the point that it was his duty not to perplex himself with arguments on such a question, and to put it altogether aside. It is hard that I am put upon my memory, without knowing the details of the statement made against me. Considering the various correspondence in which I am from time to time unavoidably engaged, be assured, my Lord, that there are very definite limits beyond which persons like me would never urge another to retain preferment in the English Church, nor would retain it themselves, and that the censure which has been directed against them by so many of its rulers has a very grave bearing upon those limits. The Bishop replied in a civil letter, and sent my own letter to his original informant, who wrote to me the letter of a gentleman. It seems that an anxious lady had said something or other which had been misinterpreted, against her real meaning, into the calumny which was circulated, and so the report vanished into thin air. I closed the correspondence with the following letter to the Bishop: "I hope your Lordship will believe me when I say, that statements about me, equally incorrect with that which has come to your Lordship's ears, are from time to time reported to me as credited and repeated by the highest authorities in our Church, though it is very seldom that I have the opportunity of denying them. I am obliged by your Lordship's letter to Dr. Pusey, as giving me such an opportunity." Then I added, with a purpose, "Your Lordship will observe that in my letter I had no occasion to proceed to the question, whether a person holding Roman Catholic opinions can in honesty remain in our Church. Lest then any misconception should arise from my silence, I here take the liberty of adding, that I see nothing wrong in such persons continuing in communion with us, provided he holds no preferment or office, abstains from the management of ecclesiastical matters, and is bound by no subscription or oath to our doctrines." This was written on March 8, 1843, and was in anticipation of my own retirement into lay communion. This again leads me to a remark. For 2 years I was in lay communion, not indeed being a Catholic in my convictions, but in a state of serious doubt, and with the probable prospect of becoming some day what as yet I was not. Under these circumstances I thought the best thing I could do was to give up duty, and to throw myself into lay communion, remaining an Anglican. I could not go to Rome, while I thought what I did of the devotion she sanctioned to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints. I did not give up my fellowship, for I could not be sure that my doubts would not be reduced or overcome, however unlikely I might consider such an event. But I gave up my living, and, for 2 years before my conversion, I took no clerical duty. My last sermon was in September, 1843. Then I remained at Littlemore in quiet for 2 years. But it was made a subject of reproach to me at the time, and is at this day, that I did not leave the Anglican Church sooner. To me this seems a wonderful charge. Why, even had I been quite sure that Rome was the true Church, the Anglican Bishops would have had no just subject of complaint against me, provided I took no Anglican oath, no clerical duty, no ecclesiastical administration. Do they force all men who go to their churches to believe in the 39 Articles, or to join in the Athanasian Creed? However, I was to have other measures dealt to me. Great authorities ruled it so, and a great controversialist, Mr. Stanley Faber, thought it a shame that I did not leave the Church of England as much as 10 years sooner than I did. He said this in print between the years 1847 and 1849. His nephew, an Anglican clergyman, kindly wished to undeceive him on this point. So in the later years, after some correspondence, I wrote the following letter, which will be of service to this narrative, from its chronological notes. December 6, 1849. Your uncle says, if he, Mr. N., will declare sans phrase, as the French say, that I have laboured under an entire mistake, and that he was not a concealed Romanist during the 10 years in question, I suppose the last 10 years of my membership with the Anglican Church, or during any part of the time, my controversial antipathy will be at an end, and I will readily express to him that I am truly sorry that I have made such a mistake. So candid an avowal is what I should have expected from a mind like your uncle's. I am extremely glad he has brought it to this issue. By a concealed Romanist, I understand him to mean one who, professing to belong to the Church of England, in his heart and will intends to benefit the Church of Rome, at the expense of the Church of England. He cannot mean by the expression merely a person who in fact is benefiting the Church of Rome, while he is intending to benefit the Church of England, for that is no discredit to him morally, and he, your uncle, evidently means to impute blame. In the sense in which I have explained the words, I can simply and honestly say that I was not a concealed Romanist during the whole or any part of the years in question. For the first 4 years of the 10, up to Michaelmas 1839, I honestly wished to benefit the Church of England at the expense of the Church of Rome. For the second 4 years I wished to benefit the Church of England without prejudice to the Church of Rome. At the beginning of the 9th year, Michaelmas 1843, I began to despair of the Church of England, and gave up all clerical duty; and then what I wrote and did was influenced by a mere wish not to injure it, and not by the wish to benefit it. After the beginning of the 10th year I distinctly contemplated leaving it, but I also distinctly told my friends that it was in my contemplation. Lastly, during the last half of the 10th year, I was engaged in writing a book, Essay on Development, in favour of the Roman Church, and indirectly against the English. But even then, till it was finished, I had not absolutely intended to publish it, wishing to reserve to myself the chance of changing my mind, when the argumentative views which were actuating me had been distinctly brought out before me in writing. I wish this statement, which I make from memory, and without consulting any documents, severely tested by my writing and doings, as I am confident it will on the whole be borne out, whatever real or apparent exceptions (I suspect none) have to be allowed by me in detail. Your uncle is at liberty to make what use he pleases of this explanation. I have now reached an important date in my narrative, the year 1843; but before proceeding to the matters which it contains, I will insert portions of my letters from 1841 to 1843, addressed to Catholic acquaintances. 1. April 8, 1841. The unity of the Church Catholic is very near my heart, only I do not see any prospect of it in our time, and I despair of its being effected without great sacrifice on all hands. As to resisting the Bishop's will, I observe that no point of doctrine or principle was in dispute, but a course of action, the publication of certain works. I do not think you sufficiently understood our position. I suppose you would obey the Holy See in such a case, now, when we are separated from the Pope, his authority reverted to our diocesans. Our Bishop is our Pope. It is our theory, that each diocese is an integral Church, intercommunion being a duty, and the breach of it a sin, but not essential to Catholicity. To have resisted my Bishop would have been to place myself in an utterly false position, which I never could have recovered. Depend on it, the strength of any party lies in its being true to its theory. Consistency is the life of a movement. I have no misgivings whatever that the line I have taken can be other than a prosperous one, that is, in itself, for of course Providence may refuse to us its legitimate issue for our sins. I am afraid that in one respect you may be disappointed. It is my trust, though I must not be too sanguine, that we shall not have individual members of our communion going over to yours. What one's duty would be under other circumstances, what our duty would have been 10 or 20 years ago, I cannot say; but I do think that there is less of a private judgment in going with one's Church than in leaving it. I can earnestly desire a union between my Church and yours. I cannot listen to the thought of your being joined by individuals among us. 2. April 26, 1841. My only anxiety is, lest your branch of the Church should not meet us by those reforms which surely are necessary. It never could be, that so large a portion of Christendom should have split off from the communion of Rome, and kept up a protest for 300 years for nothing. I think I never shall believe that so much piety and earnestness would be found among Protestants, if there were not some very grave errors on the side of Rome. To suppose the contrary is most unreal, and violates all one's notion of moral probabilities. All aberrations are founded on, and have their life in some truth or other, and Protestantism, so widely spread and so long enduring, must have in it, and must be witness for, a great truth or much truth. That I am an advocate for Protestantism you cannot suppose, but I am forced into the Via Media, short of Rome, as it is at present. 3. May 5, 1841. While I most sincerely hold that there is in the Roman Church a traditionary system, which is not necessarily connected with her essential formularies, yet were I ever so much to change my mind on this point, this would not tend to bring me from my present position, providentially appointed in the English Church. That your communion was unassailable would not prove that mine was indefensible, nor would it at all affect the sense in which I received our Articles. They would still speak against certain definite errors, though you had reformed them. I say this, lest any lurking suspicion should be left in the mind of your friends that persons who think with me are likely, by the growth of their present views, to find it imperative on them to pass over to your communion. Allow me to state strongly that if you have any such thoughts, and proceed to act upon them, your friends will be committing a fatal mistake. We have, I trust, the principle and temperance of obedience too intimately wrought into us to allow of our separating ourselves from our ecclesiastical superiors, because in many points we have sympathized with others. We have too great a horror of the principle of private judgment to trust it in so immense a matter as that of changing from one communion to another. We may be cast out of our communion, or it may decree heresy to be truth. You shall say whether such contingencies are likely, but I do not see other conceivable causes of our leaving the Church in which we were baptized. For myself, persons must be well acquainted with what I have written, before they venture to say whether I have much changed my main opinions and cardinal views in the course of the last 8 years. That my sympathies have grown towards the religion of Rome, I do not deny. That my reasons for shunning her communion have lessened or altered, it would be difficult perhaps to prove, and I wish to go by reason, not by feeling. 4. June 18, 1841. You urge persons whose views agree with mine to commence a movement in behalf of a union between the Churches. Now in the letters I have written, I have uniformly said I do not expect that union in our time, and have discouraged the notion of all sudden proceedings with a view to it. I must ask your leave to repeat on this occasion most distinctly that I cannot be party to any agitation, but mean to remain quiet in my own place, and to do all I can to make others take the same course. This I conceive to be my simple duty, but over and above this, I will not set my teeth on edge with sour grapes. I know it is quite within the range of possibilities that one or another of our people should go over to your communion. However, it would be a greater misfortune to you than grief to us. If your friends wish to put a gulf between themselves and us, let them make converts, but not else. Some months ago I ventured to say that I felt it a painful duty to keep aloof from all Roman Catholics who came with the intention of opening negotiations for the union of the Churches. When you now urge us to petition our bishops for a union, this, I conceive, is very like an act of negotiation. 5. I have the first sketch or draft of a letter which I wrote to a zealous Catholic layman. It runs as follows, as far as I have preserved it, but I think there were various changes and additions. September 12, 1841. It would rejoice all Catholic minds among us, more than words can say, if you could persuade members of the Church of Rome to take the line in politics which you so earnestly advocate. Suspicion and distrust are the main causes at present of the separation between us, and the nearest approaches in doctrine will but increase the hostility which, alas, our people feel towards yours while these causes continue. Depend on it, you must not rely upon our Catholic tendencies till they are removed. I am not speaking of myself, or of any friends of mine, but of our Church generally. Whatever our personal feelings may be, we shall but tend to raise and spread a rival Church to yours in the four quarters of the world, unless you do what none but you can do. Sympathies which would flow over the Church of Rome, as a matter of course, did she admit them, will but be developed in the consolidation of our own system, if she continues to be the object of our suspicions and fears. I wish, of course I do, that our own Church may be built up and extended, but still not to the cost of the Church of Rome, not in opposition to it. I am sure that while you suffer, we suffer too from the separation, but we cannot remove the obstacles. It is with you to do so. You do not fear us, we fear you. Till we cease to fear you, we cannot love you. While you are in the present position, the friends of Catholic unity in our Church are but fulfilling the prediction of those of your body who are adverse to them, namely, that they will be merely strengthening a rival communion to yours. Many of you say that we are your greatest enemies. We have said so ourselves. So we are, so we shall be, as things stand at present. We are keeping people from you by supplying their wants in our own Church. We are keeping persons from you. Do you wish to keep them from you for a time or forever? It rests with you to determine. I do not fear that you will succeed among us. You will not supplant our Church in the affections of the English nation. Only through the English Church can you act upon the English nation. I wish, of course, our Church should be consolidated, with and through and in your communion, for its sake, and your sake, and for the sake of unity. Are you aware that the more serious thinkers among us are used, as far as they dare form an opinion, to regard the spirit of Liberalism as the characteristic of the destined Antichrist? In vain does any one clear the Church of Rome from the badges of Antichrist in which Protestants would invest her, if she deliberately takes up her position in the very quarter whither we have cast them when we took them off from her. Antichrist is described as the Animagsta, as exalting himself above the yoke of religion and law. The spirit of lawlessness came in with the Reformation, and Liberalism is its offspring. And now I fear I am going to pain you by telling you that you consider the approaches in doctrine on our part towards you closer than they really are. I cannot help repeating what I have many times said in print, that your services and devotion to St. Mary in matter of fact do most deeply pain me. I am only stating it as a fact. Again, I have nowhere said that I can accept the decree of Trent throughout, nor implied it. The doctrine of transubstantiation is a great difficulty with me, as being, as I think, not primitive. Nor have I said that our Articles in all respects admit to a Roman interpretation. The very word transubstantiation is disowned in them. Thus you see it is not merely on grounds of expedience that we do not join you. There are positive difficulties in the way of it. And, even if there were not, we shall have no divine warrant for doing so, while we think that the Church of England is a branch of the true Church, and that intercommunion with the rest of Christendom is necessary, not for the life of a particular Church, but for its health only. I have never disguised that there are actual circumstances in the Church of Rome which pain me much. Of the removal of these I see no chance, while we join you one by one. But if our Church were prepared for a union, she might make her terms. She might gain the cup. She might protest against the extreme honours paid to St. Mary. She might make some explanation of the doctrine of transubstantiation. I am not prepared to say that a reform in other branches of the Roman Church would be necessary for our uniting with them, however desirable in itself, so that we were allowed to make a reform in our own country. We do not look towards Rome as believing that its communion is infallible, but that union is a duty. 6. The following letter was occasioned by the present made to me of a book by the friend to whom it is written. More will be said on the subject of it presently. November 22, 1842. I only wish that your Church were more known among us by such writings. You will not interest us in her, till we see her, not in politics, but in her true functions of exhorting, teaching, and guiding. I wish there were a chance of making the leading men among you understand, what I believe is no novel thought to yourself. It is not by learned discussions, or acute arguments, or reports of miracles, that the heart of England can be gained. It is by men approving themselves, like the Apostle, ministers of Christ. As to your question, whether the volume you have sent is not calculated to remove my apprehensions that another gospel is substituted for the true one in your practical instructions, before I can answer it in any way, I ought to know how far the sermons which it comprises are selected from a number, or whether they are the whole, or such as the whole, which have been published of the authors. I assure you, or at least I trust, that, if it ever clearly brought home to me that I have been wrong in what I have said on this subject, my public avowal of that conviction will only be a question of time with me. If, however, you saw our Church as we see it, you would easily understand that such a change of feeling, did it take place, would have no necessary tendency, which you seem to expect, to draw a person from the Church of England to that of Rome. There is a divine life among us, clearly manifested, in spite of all our disorders, which is as great note of the Church as any can be. Why should we seek our Lord's presence elsewhere, when He vouchsafes it to us where we are? What call have we to change our communion? Roman Catholics will find this to be the state of things in time to come. Whatever promises they may fancy there is of a large secession to their Church, this man or that may leave us, but there will be no general movement. There is, indeed, an incipient movement of our Church towards yours, and this your leading men are doing all they can to frustrate, by their unwearied efforts at all risks to carry off individuals. When will they know their position, and embrace a larger and wiser policy? End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 4, Part 4 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 4, Section 2. The letter which I have last inserted is addressed to my dear friend Dr. Russell, the present President of Maynooth. He had perhaps more to do with my conversion than any one else. He called upon me in passing through Oxford in the summer of 1841, and I think I took him over some of the buildings of the University. He called again another summer, on his way from Dublin to London. I do not recollect that he said a word on the subject of religion on either occasion. He sent me at different times several letters. He was always gentle, mild, unobtrusive, uncontroversial. He let me alone. He also gave me one or two books. Veron's Rule of Faith, and some treatise of the Wallenboroughs, was one. A volume of St. Alfonso Liguori sermons was another, and it is those sermons that my letter to Dr. Russell relates. Now it must be observed that the writings of St. Alfonso, as I knew them by the extracts commonly made from them, prejudiced me as much against the Roman Church as anything else, on account of what was called their Mariolatry, but there was nothing of the kind in this book. I wrote to Dr. Russell whether anything had been left out of the translation. He answered that there certainly were omissions in one sermon about the Blessed Virgin. This omission, in the case of a book intended for Catholics, at least showed that such passages as are found in the works of Italian authors were not acceptable to every part of the Catholic world. Such devotional manifestations in honour of Our Lady had been my great crux as regards Catholicism. I say frankly, I do not fully enter into them now. I trust I do not love her the less, because I cannot enter into them. They may be fully explained and defended; but sentiments and taste do not run with logic. They are suitable for Italy, but they are not suitable for England. But over and above England, my own case was special. From a boy I had been led to consider that my Maker and I, His creature, were the two beings, luminescently such, in rerum natura. I will not here speculate, however, about my own feelings. Only this I know full well now, and did not know then, that the Catholic Church allowed no image of any sort, material or immaterial, no dogmatic symbols, no rite, no sacrament, no saint, not even the Blessed Virgin herself, to come between the soul and its Creator. It is face to face, solus cum solo, in all matters between man and his God. He alone creates, He alone has redeemed; before His awful eyes we go in death. In the vision of Him is our eternal beatitude. 1. Solus cum solo. I recollect but indistinctly what I gained from the volume of which I have been speaking, but it must have been something considerable. At least I had got a key to a difficulty. In these sermons (or rather heads of sermons, as they seem to be taken down by a hearer), there is much of what would be called legendary illustration; but the substance of them is plain, practical, awful preaching upon the great truths of salvation. What I can speak of with greater confidence is the effect produced on me a little later by studying the Exercises of St. Ignatius. For here again, in a matter consistent with the purest and most direct acts of religion, in the intercourse between God and the soul, during a season of recollection, of repentance, of good resolution, of inquiry into vocation, the soul was sola cum solo. There was no cloud interposed between the creature and the object of his faith and love. The command practically enforced was, "My son, give me thy heart." The devotion then to angels and saints as little interfered with my incommunicable glory of the Eternal, as the love which we bear our friends and relations, our tender human sympathies, are inconsistent with that supreme homage of the heart to the unseen, which really does but sanctify and exalt, not jealously destroy, what is of earth. At a later date Dr. Russell sent me a large bundle of penny or halfpenny books of devotion, of all sorts, as they are found in the booksellers' shops at Rome; and on looking them over, I was quite astonished to find how different they were from what I had fancied, how little there was in them to which I could really object. I have given an account of them in my Essay on the Development of Doctrine. Dr. Russell sent me St. Alfonso's book at the end of 1842. However, it was still a long time before I got over my difficulty on the score of devotions paid to the Saints. Perhaps, as I judged from a letter I have turned up, it was some way into 1844 before I could be said fully to have got over it. 2. I am not sure that I did not also at this time feel the force of another consideration. The idea of the Blessed Virgin was, as it was magnified in the Church of Rome as time went on, but so were all the Christian ideas, as that of the Blessed Eucharist. The whole scene of pale, faint, distant Apostolic Christianity is seen in Rome, as through a telescope or magnifier. The harmony of the whole, however, is of course what it was. It is unfair then to take one Roman idea, that of the Blessed Virgin, out of what may be called its context. 3. Thus I am brought to the principle of development of doctrine in the Christian Church, to which I gave my mind at the end of 1842. I had made mention of it in the passage, which I quoted many pages back, in Home Thoughts Abroad, published in 1836, and even at an earlier date. I had introduced it into my History of the Arians in 1832. nor have I ever lost sight of it in my speculations. And it is certainly recognized in the treatise of Vincent of Lerins, which has so often been taken as a basis of Anglicanism. In 1843 I began to consider it attentively. I made it the subject of my last University Sermon on February 2nd, and the general view to which I came is stated thus in a letter to a friend of the date of July 14th, 1844. It will be observed that, now as before, my issue is still Creed versus Church. The kind of considerations which weigh with me are such as the following: 1. I am far more certain, according to the Fathers, that we are in a state of culpable separation, than that developments do not exist under the Gospel, and that the Roman developments are not the true ones. 2. I am far more certain that our modern doctrines are wrong, than that the Roman modern doctrines are wrong. 3. Granting that the Roman special doctrines are not found drawn out in the early Church, yet I think there is sufficient trace of them in it to recommend and prove them, on the hypothesis of the Church having a divine guidance, though not sufficient to prove them by itself; so that the question simply turns on the nature of the promise of the Spirit made to the Church. 4. The proof of the Roman modern doctrine is as strong or stronger in antiquity as that of certain doctrines which both we and Romans hold. For example, there is more of evidence in antiquity for the necessity of unity, than for the Apostolical succession; for the supremacy of the See of Rome, than for the presence in the Eucharist; for the practice of invocation, than for certain books in the present canon of Scripture, etc., etc. 5. The analogy of the Old Testament, and also of the New, leads to the acknowledgment of doctrinal developments. 4. And thus I was led on to a further consideration. I saw that the principle of development not only accounted for certain facts, but was in itself a remarkable philosophical phenomenon, giving a character to the whole course of Christian thought. It was discernible from the first year of the Catholic teachings up to the present day, and gave to that teaching a unity and individuality. It serves as a sort of test, which the Anglicans could not exhibit, that modern Rome was in truth ancient Antioch, Alexandria, and Constantinople, just as a mathematical curve has its own law and expression. 5. And thus again I was led on to examine more attentively what I doubt not was in my thoughts long before, namely, the concatenation of argument by which the mind ascends from its first to its final religious idea. And I came to this conclusion, that there was no medium in true philosophy between atheism and Catholicity, and that a perfectly consistent mind, under those circumstances in which it finds itself here below, must embrace either the one or the other. And I hold this still. I am a Catholic by virtue of my believing in a God, and if I am asked why I believe in a God, I answer that it is because I believe in myself, for I feel it impossible to believe in my own existence, and of that fact I am quite sure, without believing also in the existence of Him, who believes as a personal, all-seeing, all-judging Being in my conscience. Now I dare say I have not expressed myself with philosophical correctness, because I am not given myself to the study of what metaphysicians have said on the subject, but I think I have a strong true meaning in what I say which will stand examination. 6. Moreover, I found a corroboration of the fact of the logical connexion of Theism with Catholicism, in a consideration parallel to that which I had adopted on the subject of development of doctrine. The fact of the operation from first to last of the principle of development of the truth of revelation is an argument in favour of the identity of Roman and primitive Christianity. But as there is a law which acts upon the subject matter of dogmatic theology, so is there a law in the matter of religious faith. In the first chapter of this narrative I spoke of certitude as the consequence, divinely intended and enjoined upon us, of the accumulative force of certain given reasons, which taken one by one were only probabilities. Let it be recollected that I am historically relating my state of mind at the period of my life which I am surveying. I am not speaking theologically, nor have I any intention of going into the controversy or of defending myself, but speaking historically of what I held in 1843 I say, that I believe in a God on the ground of probability, that I believe in Christianity on a probability, and that I believe in Catholicism on a probability, and that these three grounds of probability, distinct from each other, of course, in subject matter, were still all of them one and the same in nature of proof, as being probabilities, probabilities of a special kind, a cumulative, a transcendent probability, but still probability, inasmuch as He who made us has so willed, that in mathematics indeed we should arrive at certitude by rigid demonstration, but in religious inquiry we should arrive at certitude by accumulated probabilities. He has willed, I say, that we should so act, and, as willing it, He cooperates with us in our acting, and thereby enables us to do that which He wills us to do, and carries us on, if our will does not cooperate with His, to a certitude which rises higher than the logical forces of our conclusions. And thus I came to see clearly, and to have a satisfaction in seeing, that in being led on into the Church of Rome, I was not proceeding on any secondary or isolated grounds of reason, or by controversial points in detail, but was protected and justified, even in the use of those secondary or particular arguments, by a great and broad principle. But let it be observed that I am stating a matter of fact, not defending it; and if any Catholic says in consequence that I have been converted in a wrong way, I cannot help that now. I have nothing more to say on the subject of the change of my religious opinions. On the one hand, I came gradually to see that the Anglican Church was formally in the wrong; on the other hand, that the Church of Rome was formally in the right; then, that no valid reason could be assigned for continuing in the Anglican; and again, that no valid objection could be taken to joining the Roman. Then I had nothing more to learn. What still remained for my conversion was, not further change of opinion, but to change opinion itself into the clearness and firmness of intellectual conviction. Now I proceed to detail the acts to which I committed myself during the last stage of my inquiry. In 1843 I took two very significant steps. 1. In February I made a formal retractation of all the hard things which I had said against the Church of Rome. 2. In September I resigned the living of St. Mary's, Littlemore, included. I will speak of these two acts separately. 1. The words in which I made my retractation had given rise to much criticism. After quoting a number of passages from my writings against the Church of Rome, which I withdrew, I ended thus: "If you ask me how an individual could venture, not simply to hold, but to publish such views of a communion so ancient, so wide spreading, so fruitful in saints, I answer that I said to myself, I am not speaking my own words. I am but following almost a consensus of the divines of my own Church. They have ever used the strongest language against Rome, even the most able and learned of them. I wish to throw myself into their system. While I say what they say, I am safe. Such views too are necessary for our position. Yet I have reason to fear still, that such language is to be ascribed in no small measure to an impetuous temper, a hope of approving myself to persons I respect, and a wish to repel the charge of Romanism. These words have been, and are, again and again, cited against me, as if a confession that, when in the Anglican Church, I said things against Rome which I did not really believe. For myself, I cannot understand how any impartial man can so take them, and I have explained them in print several times. I trust that by this time their plain meaning has been satisfactorily brought out by what I have said in former portions of this narrative. Still I have a word or two to say in addition to my former remarks upon them. In the passage in question I apologize for saying out in controversy charges against the Church of Rome, which withal I affirm that I fully believed at the time when I made them. What is wonderful in such an apology? There are surely many things a man may hold, which at the same time he may feel that he has no right to say publicly, and which may annoy him that he has said publicly. The law recognizes this principle. In our own time men have been imprisoned and fined for saying true things of a bad king. The maxim has been held that the greater the truth, the greater is the libel. And so as to the judgment of society, a just indignation would be felt against a writer who brought forward wantonly the weaknesses of a great man, though the whole world knew that they existed. No one is at liberty to speak ill of another without a justifiable reason, even though he knows he is speaking truth, and the public knows it too. Therefore, though I believe what I have said against the Roman Church, nevertheless I could not religiously speak it out, unless I was really justified, not only in believing ill, but in speaking ill. I did believe what I said on what I thought to be good reason. But had I also a just cause for saying out what I believed? I thought I had, and it was this, namely, that to say out what I believed was simply necessary in the controversy for self-defence. It was impossible to let it alone. The Anglican position could not be satisfactorily maintained without assailing the Roman. In this, as in most cases of conflict, one party was right or the other, not both, and the best defence was to attack. Is not this almost a truism in the Roman controversy? Is it not what every one says who speaks on the subject at all? Does any serious man abuse the Church of Rome for the sake of abusing her, or because that abuse justifies his own religious position? What is the meaning of the very word Protestantism, but that there is a call to speak out? This then is what I said. I know I spoke strongly against the Church of Rome, but it was no mere abuse, for I had a serious reason for doing so. But not only did I think such language necessary for my Church's religious position, but I recollected that all the great Anglican divines had thought so before me. They had thought so, and they had acted accordingly, and therefore I observed in the passage in question with much propriety, that I had not used strong language simply out of my own head, but that in doing so I was following the track, or rather reproducing the teaching of those who had preceded me. I was pleading guilty to using violent language, but was pleading also that there were extenuating circumstances in the case. We all know the story of the convict, who on the scaffold bit off his mother's ear. By doing so he did not deny the fact of his own crime, for which he was to hang, but he said that his mother's indulgence, when he was a boy, had a good deal to do with it. In like manner, I had made a charge, and I had made it ex animo, but I accused others of having by their own example led me into believing it and publishing it. I was in a humour, certainly, to bite off their ears. I will freely confess, indeed I said it some pages back, that I was angry with the Anglican divines. I thought they had taken me in. I had read the Fathers with their eyes. I had sometimes trusted their quotations or their reasoning, and from reliance on them, I had used words or made statements which by right I ought rigidly to have examined myself. I had thought myself safe, while I had their warrant for what I said. I had exercised more faith than criticism in the matter. This did not imply any broad misstatements on my part, arising from reliance on their authority, but it implied carelessness in matters of detail, and this of course was a fault. But there was a far deeper reason for my saying what I said in this matter, on which I have not hitherto touched, and it was this. The most oppressive thought in the whole process of my change of opinion was the clear anticipation, verified by the event, that it would issue in the triumph of Liberalism. Against the anti-dogmatic principles I had thrown my whole mind, yet now I was doing more than any one else could do, to promote it. I was one of those who had kept it at bay in Oxford for so many years, and thus my very retirement was its triumph. The men who had driven me from Oxford were distinctly the Liberals. It was they who had opened the attack upon Tract 90, and it was they who would gain a second benefit if I went on to abandon the Anglican Church. But this was not all. As I have already said, there are but two alternatives, the way to Rome and the way to atheism. Anglicanism is the halfway house on the one side, and Liberalism is the halfway house on the other. How many men were there, as I knew full well, who would not follow me now in my advance from Anglicanism to Rome, but would at once leave Anglicanism and me for the Liberal camp? It is not at all easy, humanly speaking, to wind up an Englishman to a dogmatic level. I had done so in good measure, in the case both of young men and of laymen, the Anglican Via Media being the representative of dogma. The dogmatic and the Anglican principles were one, as I had taught them, but I was breaking the Via Media to pieces, and would not dogmatic faith altogether be broken up, in the minds of a great number, by the demolition of the Via Media? Oh, how unhappy this made me! I heard once from an eye-witness the account of a poor sailor whose legs were shattered by a ball, in the action off Algiers in 1816, and who was taken below for an operation. The surgeon and the chaplain persuaded him to have a leg off. It was done, and the tourniquet applied to the wound. Then they broke it to him that he must have the other off too. The poor fellow said, "You should have told me that, gentlemen," and deliberately unscrewed the instrument and bled to death. Would not that be the case with many friends of my own? How could I ever hope to make them believe in a second theology, when I had cheated them in the first? With what face could I publish a new edition of a dogmatic creed, and ask them to receive it as gospel? Would it not be plain to them that no certainty was to be found anywhere? Well, in my defence, I could not but make a lame apology. However, it was the true one, namely, that I had not read the Fathers cautiously enough; that in such nice points, as those which determined the angle of divergence between the two Churches, I had made considerable miscalculations. But how came this about? Why, the fact was, unpleasant as it was to avow, that I had leaned too much upon assertions of Ussher, Jeremy, Taylor, or Barrow, and had been deceived by them. Valet quantum, it was all that could be said. This then was the chief reason of the wording of the Retractation, which has given so much offence, because the bitterness with which it was written was not understood, and the following letter will illustrate it. April 3, 1844. I wish to remark on William's chief distress, that my changing my opinion seemed to unsettle one's confidence in truth and falsehood as external things, and led one to be suspicious of the new opinion as one became distrustful of the old. Now in what I shall say, I am going to speak in favour of my second thoughts in comparison to my first, but against such scepticism and unsettlement about truth and falsehood generally, the idea of which is very painful. The case with me then was this, and not surely an unnatural one. As a matter of feeling and of duty, I threw myself into the system which I found myself in. I saw that the English Church had a theological idea or theory as such, and I took it up. I read Laud on Tradition, and thought it, as I still think it, very masterly. The Anglican theory was very distinctive. I admired it and took it on faith. It did not, I think, occur to me to doubt it. I saw that it was able, and supported my learning, and I felt it was a duty to maintain it. Further, on looking into antiquity, and reading the Fathers, I saw such portions of it as I examined, fully confirmed, e.g. the supremacy of Scripture. There was only one question about which I had a doubt, namely, whether it would work, for it has never been more than a paper system. So far from my change of opinion having any fair tendency to unsettle persons as to truth and falsehood, viewed as objective realities, it should be considered whether such change is not necessary, if truth be a real objective thing, and be made to confront a person who has been brought up in a system short of truth. Surely the continuance of a person who wishes to go right in a wrong system, and not his giving it up, would be that which militated against the objectiveness of truth, leading, as it would, to the suspicion that one thing and another were equally pleasing to our Maker, where men were sincere. Nor surely is it a thing I need be sorry for, that I defended the system in which I found myself, and thus have had to unsay my words. For is it not one's duty, instead of beginning with criticism, to throw oneself generously into the form of religion which is providentially put before one? Is it right or is it wrong to begin with private judgment? May we not, on the other hand, look for a blessing through obedience even to an erroneous system, and a guidance even by means of it out of it? Were those who were strict and conscientious in their Judaism, or those who were lukewarm and sceptical, more likely to be led into Christianity when Christ came? Yet in proportion to their previous zeal would be their appearance of inconsistency. Certainly I have always contended that obedience even to an erring conscience was the way to gain light, and that it mattered not where a man began, so that he began on what came to hand and in faith, and that any thing might become a divine method of truth, that to the pure all things are pure, and have a self-correcting virtue and a power of germinating. And though I have no right at all to assume that this mercy is granted to me, yet the fact that a person in my situation may have it granted to him, seems to me to remove the perplexity which my change of opinion may occasion. It may be said, I have said it to myself, "Why, however, did you publish? Had you waited quietly, you would have changed your opinion without any of the misery which now is involved in the change, of disappointing and distressing people." I answer that things are so bound up together as to form a whole, and one cannot tell what is or is not a condition of what. I do not see how possibly I could have published the Tracts or other works professing to defend our Church, without accompanying them with a strong protest or argument against Rome. The one obvious objection against the whole Anglican line is, that it is Roman; so that I really think there was no alternative between silence altogether and forming a theory and attacking the Roman system. 2. And now, in the next place, as to my resignation of St. Mary's, which was the second of the steps which I took in 1843. The ostensible direct and sufficient reason for my doing so was the persevering attack of the Bishops on Tract 90. I alluded to it in the letter which I have inserted above, addressed to one of the most influential among them. A series of their ex cathedra judgments, lasting through 3 years, and including a notice of no little severity in a charge of my own Bishop, came as near to the condemnation of my Tract, and, so far, to a repudiation of the ancient Catholic doctrine, which was the scope of the Tract, as was possible in the Church of England. It was in order to shield the Tract from such a condemnation, that I had at the time of its publication, in 1841, so simply put myself at the disposal of the higher powers in London. At that time, all that was distinctly contemplated in the way of censure was contained in the message which my Bishop sent me, that the Tract was objectionable. That I thought was the end of the matter. I had refused to suppress it, and they had yielded that point. Since I published the former portion of this narrative, I have found what I wrote to Dr. Pusey on March 24th, while the matter was in progress. "The more I think of it," I said, "the more reluctant I am to suppress Tract 90, though of course I will do it if the Bishops wish it. I cannot, however, deny that I shall feel it a severe act." According to the notes which I took of the letters or messages which I sent to him on that and the following days, I wrote successively: "My first feeling was to obey without a word. I will obey still, but my judgment has steadily risen against it ever since." Then in the postscript: "If I have done any good to the Church, I do ask the Bishops this favour, as my reward for it, that he would not insist on a measure from which I think good will not come. However, I will submit to him." Afterwards I got stronger still, and wrote: "I have almost come to the resolution, if the Bishop publicly intimates that I must suppress the Tract, or speak strongly in his charge against it, to suppress it indeed, but to resign my living also. I could not in conscience act otherwise. You may show this in any quarter you please. All my then hopes, all my satisfaction at the apparent fulfilment of those hopes, was at an end in 1843. It is not wonderful then, that in May of that year, when 2 out of 3 years were gone, I wrote on the subject of my retiring from St. Mary's to the same friend, whom I had consulted upon it in 1840. But I did more now. I told him my great unsettlement of mind on the question of the Churches. I will insert portions of 2 of my letters. May 4, 1843. At present, I fear, as far as I can analyze my own convictions, I consider the Roman Catholic Communion to be the Church of the Apostles, and that what grace is among us, which through God's mercy is not little, is extraordinary, and from the overflowings of His dispensation. I am very far more sure that England is in schism, than that the Roman additions to the Primitive Creed may not be developments arising out of a keen and vivid realizing of the divine depositum of faith. You will now understand what gives edge to the Bishop's charges, without any undue sensitiveness on my part. They distress me in 2 ways. First, as being in some sense protests and witnesses to my conscience against my own unfaithfulness to the English Church; and next, as being samples of her teaching, and tokens how very far she is from ever aspiring to Catholicity. Of course my being unfaithful to a trust is my great subject of dread, as it has long been, as you know. When he wrote to make natural objections to my purpose, such as the apprehension that the removal of clerical obligations might have the indirect effect of propelling me towards Rome, I answered, May 18, 1843, "My office or charge at St. Mary's is not a mere state, but a continual energy. People assume and assert certain things of me in consequence. With what sort of sincerity can I obey the Bishop? How am I to act in the frequent cases, in which one way or another of the Church of Rome comes into consideration? I have to the utmost of my power tried to keep persons from Rome, and with some success. But even a year and a half since, my arguments, though more efficacious with the persons I aimed at than any others could be, were of a nature to infuse great suspicion of me into the minds of lookers on. By retaining St. Mary's, I am an offence and a stumbling block. Persons are keen sighted enough to make out what I think on certain points, and then they infer that such opinions are compatible with holding situations of trust in our Church. A number of younger men take the validity of their interpretations of the Articles, etc., from me on faith. Is not my present position a cruelty, as well as a treachery towards the Church? I do not see how I can either preach or publish again while I hold St. Mary's. But consider again the following difficulty in such a resolution, which I must state at some length. Last Long Vacation the idea suggested itself to me of publishing the Lives of the English Saints, and I had a conversation with a publisher upon it. I thought it would be useful, as employing the minds of men who were in danger of running wild, bringing them from doctrine to history, and from speculation to fact; again, as giving them an interest in the English soil and the English Church, and keeping them from seeking sympathy in Rome, as she is; and further, as tending to promote the spread of right views. But within the last month it has come upon me, that, if the scheme goes on, it will be a practical carrying out of No. 90, from the character of the usages and opinions of ante Reformation times. It is easy to say, "Why will you do anything? Why won't you keep quiet? What business had you to think of any such plan at all?" But I cannot leave a number of poor fellows in the lurch. I am bound to do my best for a great number of people, both in Oxford and elsewhere. If I did not act, others would find means to do so. Well, the plan has been taken up with great eagerness and interest. Many men are setting to work. I set down the names of men, most of them engaged, the rest half engaged, and probably some actually writing. About 30 names follow, some of them at the time of the school of Dr. Arnold, others of Dr. Pusey's, some my personal friends and of my own standing, others whom I hardly knew, while of course the majority were of the party of the new movement. I continue: "The plan has gone so far, that it will create surprise and talk, were it now suddenly given over. Yet how is it compatible with my holding St. Mary's, being what I am?" End of Chapter 4, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 5 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Such was the object and the origin of the projected series of the English Saints; and, since the publication was connected, as has been seen, with my resignation of St. Mary's, I may be allowed to conclude what I have to say on the subject here, though it may read like a digression. As soon then as the first of the series got into print, the whole project broke down. I have already anticipated that some portions of the series would be written in a style inconsistent with the profession of a beneficed clergyman, and therefore I had given up my living; but men of great weight went further in their misgivings than I, when they saw the Life of St. Stephen Harding, and decided that it was of a character inconsistent even with its proceeding from an Anglican publisher, and so the scheme was given up at once. After the 2 first numbers, I retired from the editorship, and those Lives only were published in addition, which were then already finished, or in advanced preparation. The following passages from what I or others wrote at the time will illustrate what I have been saying. In November 1844, I wrote thus to the author of one of them: "I am not editor; I have no direct control over the series. It is T.'s work. He may admit what he pleases, and exclude what he pleases. I was to have been editor. I did edit the 2 first numbers. I was responsible for them, in a way in which an editor is responsible. Had I continued editor, I should have exercised a control over all. I laid down in the preface that doctrinal subjects were, if possible, to be excluded; but even then, I also set down that no writer was to be held answerable for any of the Lives but his own. When I gave up the editorship, I had various engagements with friends for separate Lives remaining on my hands. I should have liked to have broken up from them all, but there were some from which I could not break, and I let them take their course. Some have come to nothing; others like yours have gone on. I have seen such, either in MS. or proof. As time goes on, I shall have less and less to do with the series. I think the engagement between you and me should come to an end. I have anyhow abundant responsibility on me, and too much. I shall write to T. that if he wants the advantage of your assistance, he must write to you direct." In accordance with this letter, I had already advertised, in January 1844, 10 months before it, that other Lives, after St. Stephen Harding, would be published by their respective authors on their own responsibility. This notice was repeated in February, in the advertisement to the second number entitled "The Family of St. Richard," though to this number, for some reasons which I cannot now recollect, I also put my initials. In the Life of St. Augustine, the author, a man nearly my own age, says in like manner: "No one but himself is responsible for the way in which these materials have been used." I have in MS. another advertisement to the same effect, but I cannot tell whether it ever appeared in print. I will add, since the authors have been considered hot‐headed fanatic young men, whom I was in charge of, and whom I suffered to do intemperate things, that, while the writer of St. Augustine was in 1844 past 40, the author of the proposed Life of St. Boniface, Mr. Bowden, was 46, Mr. Johnson, who was to write St. Aldhelm, 43, and most of the others were on one side or the other of 30. 3, I think, were under 25. Moreover, of these writers, some became Catholics, some remained Anglicans, and others have professed what are called free or liberal opinions. Vide Note D, Lives of the English Saints. The immediate cause of my resignation of my living is stated in the following letter, which I wrote to my Bishop: August 29, 1843. It is with much concern that I inform your Lordship that Mr. A. B., who has been for the last year an inmate of my house here, has just conformed to the Church of Rome. As I have ever been desirous, not only of faithfully discharging the trust which is involved in holding a living in your Lordship's diocese, but of approving myself to your Lordship, I will for your information state one or two circumstances connected with this unfortunate event. I received him on condition of his promising me, which he distinctly did, that he would remain quietly in our Church for 3 years. A year has passed since that time, and, though I saw nothing in him which promised that he would eventually be contented with his present position, yet for the time his mind became as settled as one could wish, and he frequently expressed his satisfaction at being under the promise which I had exacted of him. I felt it impossible to remain any longer in the service of the Anglican Church, when such a breach of trust, however little I had to do with it, would be laid at my door. I wrote in a few days to a friend: September 7, 1843. I this day asked the Bishop leave to resign St. Mary's. Men whom you little think, or at least whom I little thought, are in almost a hopeless way. Really we may expect anything. I am going to publish a volume of Sermons, including those 4 against moving. I resigned my living on September the 18th. I had not the means of doing it legally at Oxford. The late Mr. Goldsmid was kind enough to aid me in resigning it in London. I found no fault with the Liberals; they had beaten me in a fair field. As to the act of the Bishops, I thought, to borrow a scriptural image from Walter Scott, that they had seized the kid in his mother's milk. I said to a friend: Victrix causa dies placut, sed victa Catoni. And now I may be almost said to have brought to an end, as far as is necessary, for a sketch such as this is, the history both of my changes of religious opinion and of the public acts which they involved. I had one final advance of mind to accomplish, and one final step to take. That further advance of mine was to be able honestly to say that I was certain of the conclusions at which I had already arrived. That further steps, imperative when such certitude was attained, was my submission to the Catholic Church. This submission did not take place till 2 full years after the resignation of my living in September 1843, nor could I have made it at an earlier day, without doubt and apprehension, that is, with any true conviction of mind or certitude. In the interval of which it remains to speak, namely, between the autumns of 1843 and 1845, I was in lay communion with the Church of England, attending its services as usual, and abstaining altogether from intercourse with Catholics, from their places of worship, and from those religious rites and usages, such as the invocation of saints, which are characteristic of their creed. I did all this on principle, for I never could understand how a man could be of 2 religions at once. What I have to say about myself between these 2 autumns, I shall almost confine to this one point: the difficulty I was in, as to the best mode of revealing the state of my mind to my friends and others, and how I managed to reveal it. Up to January 1842, I had not disclosed my state of unsettlement to more than 3 persons. As has been mentioned above, and as is repeated in the course of the letters which I am now about to give to the reader, to 2 of them, intimate and familiar companions, in the autumn of 1839, to the 3rd, an old friend too, whom I have also named above, I suppose, when I was in great distress of mind upon the affair of the Jerusalem Bishopric. In May 1843 I made it known, as has been seen, to the friend, by whose advice I wished as far as possible to be guided. To mention it on set purpose to any one, unless indeed I was asking advice, I should have felt to be a crime. If there is any thing that was abhorrent to me, it was the scattering doubts and unsettling conscience without necessity. A strong presentiment that my existing opinions would ultimately give way, and that the grounds of them were unsound, was not a sufficient warrant for disclosing the state of my mind. I had no guarantee yet that that presentiment would be realized. Supposing I were crossing ice, which came right in my way, which I had good reasons for considering sound, and which I saw numbers before me crossing in safety; and supposing a stranger from the bank, in a voice of authority, in an earnest tone, warned me that it was dangerous, and then was silent. I think I should be startled, and should look about me anxiously. But I think too that I should go on, till I had better grounds for doubt; and such was my state, I believe, till the end of 1842. Then again, when my dissatisfaction became greater, it was hard at first to determine the point of time when it was too strong to suppress with propriety. Certitude of course is a point, but doubt is a progress. I was not near certitude yet. Certitude is a reflex action; it is to know that one knows. Of that I believe I was not possessed, till close on my reception to the Catholic Church. Again, a practical, effective doubt is a point too; but who can easily ascertain it for himself? Who can determine when it is that the scales of the balance of opinion began to turn, and what with a greater probability in behalf of a belief becomes a positive doubt against it? In considering this question in the bearing upon my conduct in 1843, my own simple answer to my great difficulty had been, "Do what your present state of opinion requires in the light of duty, and let that doing tell; speak by acts." This I had done. My first act of the year had been in February. After 3 months' deliberation, I had published my retractation of the violent charges which I had made against Rome. I could not be wrong in doing so much as this, but I did no more at the time. I did not retract my Anglican teaching. My second act had been in September in the same year, after much sorrowful lingering and hesitation. I had resigned my living. I tried indeed before I did so to keep Littlemore for myself, even though it was still to remain an integral part of St. Mary's. I had given to it a church and a sort of parsonage. I had made it a parish, and I loved it. I thought in 1843 that perhaps I need not forfeit my existing relations towards it. I could indeed submit to become the curate at will of another, but I hoped an arrangement was possible, by which, while I had the curacy, I might have been my own master in serving it. I had hoped an exception might have been made in my favour under the circumstances, but I did not gain my request. Perhaps I was asking what was impracticable, and it is well for me that it was so. These had been my 2 acts of the year, and I said, "I cannot be wrong in making them. Let that follow which must follow in the thoughts of the world about me, when they see what I do." And as time went on, they fully answered my purpose. What I felt it a simple duty to do, did create a general suspicion about me, without such responsibility as would be involved in my initiating any direct act for the sake of creating it. Then, when friends wrote to me on the subject, I either did not deny, or I confessed my state of mind, according to the character and need of their letters. Sometimes, in the case of intimate friends, whom I should otherwise have been leaving in ignorance of what others knew on every side of them, I invited the question. And here comes in another point for explanation. While I was fighting in Oxford for the Anglican Church, then indeed I was very glad to make converts; and, though I never broke away from that rule of my mind, as I may call it, of which I have already spoken, of finding disciples rather than seeking them, yet I made advances to others in a special way, I have no doubt. This came to an end, however, as soon as I fell into misgivings as to the true ground to be taken in the controversy. For then, when I gave up my place in the Movement, I ceased from any such proceedings, and my utmost endeavour was to tranquillize such persons, especially those who belonged to the new school, as were unsettled in their religious views, and, as I judged, hasty in their conclusions. This went on until 1843; but, at that date, as soon as I turned my face Romeward, I gave up, as far as ever was possible, the thought of in any respect and in any shape acting upon others. Then I myself was simply my own concern. How could I in any sense direct others, who had to be guided in so momentous a matter myself? How could I be considered in a position even to say a word to them, one way or the other? How could I presume to unsettle them, as I was unsettled, when I had no means of bringing them out of such unsettlement? And if they were unsettled already, how could I point to them a place of refuge, when I was not sure that I should choose it for myself? My only line, my only duty, was to keep simple to my own case. I recollected Pascal's words, Je mourrai seul. I deliberately put out of my thoughts all other works and claims, and said nothing to any one, unless I was obliged. But this brought upon me a great trouble. In the newspapers there were continued reports about my intentions. I did not answer them. Presently strangers or friends wrote, begging to be allowed to answer them; and, if I still kept to my resolution and said nothing, then I was thought to be mysterious, and a prejudice was excited against me. But, what was far worse, there were a number of tender, eager hearts, of whom I knew nothing at all, who were watching me, wishing to think as I thought, and to do as I did, if they could but find it out; who in consequence were distressed, that in so solemn a matter they could not see what was coming, and who heard reports about me this way or that, on a first day and on a second, and felt the weariness of waiting and the sickness of delayed hope, and did not understand that I was as perplexed as they were, and, being of more sensitive complexion of mind than myself, were made ill by the suspense. And they too of course for the time thought me mysterious and inexplicable. I asked their pardon, as far as I was really unkind to them. There was a gifted and deeply earnest lady, who, in a parabolical account of that time, has described both my conduct as she felt it, and her own feelings upon it, in a singularly graphic, amusing vision of pilgrims, who were making their way across a bleak common in great discomfort, and who were ever warned against, yet continually nearing, the King's highway on the right. She says, "All my fears and disquiets were speedily renewed by seeing the most daring of our leaders, the same who had first forced his way through the palisade, and in whose courage and sagacity we all put implicit trust, suddenly stop short, and declare that he would go on no further. He did not, however, take the leap at once, but quietly sat down on the top of the fence, with his feet hanging towards the road, as if he meant to take his time about it, and let himself down easily. I do not wonder at all that I seemed so unkind to a lady, who at that time had never seen me. We were both in trial in our different ways. I am far from denying that I was acting selfishly, both in her case and in that of others, but it was a religious selfishness. Certainly to myself my own duty seemed clear. They that are whole can heal others, but in my case it was, "Physician, heal thyself." My own soul was my first concern, and it seemed an absurdity to my reason to be converted in partnership. I wished to go to my Lord by myself, and in my own way, or rather His way. I had neither wish nor, I may say, thought of taking a number with me. Moreover, it is but the truth to say, that it had never been an annoyance to me to seem to be the head of a party, and that even from fastidiousness of mind I could not bear to find a thing done elsewhere, simply or mainly because I did it myself, and that, from distrust of myself, I shrunk from the thought, whenever it was brought home to me, that I was influencing others. But nothing of this could be known to the world. The following 3 letters are written to a friend, who had every claim upon me to be frank with him, Archdeacon Manning, It will be seen that I disclose the real state of my mind in proportion as he presses me. 1. October 14, 1843. I would tell you in a few words why I have resigned St. Mary's, as you seem to wish, were it possible to do so. But it is most difficult to bring out in brief, or even in extenso, any just view of my feelings and reasons. The nearest approach I can give to a general account of them is to say, that it has been caused by the general repudiation of the view contained in No. 90, on the part of the Church. I could not stand against such a unanimous expression of opinion from the Bishops, supported as it has been by the concurrence, or at least silence, of all classes of the Church, lay and clerical. If there ever was a case in which an individual teacher has been put aside and virtually put away by the community, mine is one. No decency has been observed in the attacks upon me from authority. No protests have been offered against them. It is felt, I am far from denying, justly felt, that I am a foreign material, and cannot assimilate with the Church of England. Even my own Bishop has said that my mode of interpreting the Articles makes them mean anything or nothing. When I heard this delivered, I did not believe my ears. I denied to others that it was said. Out came the charge, and the words could not be mistaken. This astonished me the more because I published that letter to him, how unwilling you know, on the understanding that I was to deliver his judgment on No. 90 instead of him. A year elapses, and a second and heavier judgment came forth. I did not bargain for this, nor did he, but the tide was too strong for him. I fear that I must confess that in proportion as I think the English Church is showing herself intrinsically and radically alien from Catholic principles, so do I feel the difficulties of defending her claims to be a branch of the Catholic Church. It seems a dream to call a communion Catholic, when one can neither appeal to any clear statement of Catholic doctrine in its formularities, nor interpret ambiguous formularities by the received and living Catholic sense, whether past or present. Men of Catholic views are too truly but a part of our Church. I cannot deny that many other independent circumstances, which it is not worth while entering into, have led me to the same conclusion. I do not say all this to everybody, as you may suppose, but I do not like to make a secret of it to you. 2. October 25, 1843. You have engaged in a dangerous correspondence. I am deeply sorry for the pain I shall give you. I must tell you then frankly, but I combat arguments which to me, alas, are shadows, that it is not from disappointment, irritation, or impatience that I have, whether rightly or wrongly, resigned St. Mary's, but because I think the Church of Rome the Catholic Church, and ours not part of the Catholic Church, because not in communion with Rome, and because I feel that I could not honestly be a teacher in it any longer. This thought came to me last summer 4 years. I mentioned it to friends in the autumn. It arose in the first instance from the Monophysite and Donatist controversies, the former of which I was engaged with in the course of theological studies, to which I had given myself. This was at a time when no Bishop, I believe, had declared against us. I think Summer, Bishop of Chester, must have done so already. And when all was progress and hope. I do not think I have ever felt disappointment or impatience, certainly not then, for I never looked forward to the future, nor do I realize it now. My first effort was to write that Article on the Catholicity of the English Church. For 2 years it quieted me. Since the summer of 1839, I have written little or nothing on modern controversy. You know how unwillingly I wrote my letter to the Bishop, in which I committed myself again, as the safest course under circumstances. The Article I speak of quieted me till the end of 1841, over the affair of No. 90, when that wretched Jerusalem Bishopric, no personal matter, revived all my alarms. They have increased up to this moment, At that time I told my secret to another person in addition. You see then that the various ecclesiastical and quasi-ecclesiastical acts which have taken place in the course of the last 2 years and a half are not the cause of my state of opinion, but are keen stimulants and weighty confirmations of a conviction forced upon me, while engaged in the course of duty, namely, that theological reading to which I had given myself. And this last mentioned circumstance is a fact, which has never, I think, come before me till now that I write to you. It is 3 years since, on account of my state of opinion, I urged the Provost in vain to let St. Mary's be separated from Littlemore, thinking I might with a safe conscience serve the latter, though I could not comfortably continue in so public a place as a University. This was before No. 90. Finally, I have acted under advice, and that not of my own choosing, but what came to me in the way of duty, not the advice of those only who agree with me, but of near friends who differ with me. I have nothing to reproach myself with, as far as I see, in the matter of impatience, that is, practically or in conduct; and I trust that He who has kept me in the slow course of change hitherto, will keep me still from hasty acts, or resolves with a doubtful conscience. This I am sure of, that such interposition as yours, kind as it is, only does what you would consider harm. It makes me realize my own views to myself; it makes me see their consistency; it assures me of my own deliberateness; it suggests to me the traces of a providential hand; it takes away the pain of disclosures; it relieves me of a heavy secret. You may make what use of my letter you think right. 3. My correspondent wrote to me once more, and I replied this: October 31, 1843. Your letter has made my heart ache more, and caused me more and deeper sighs than any I have had a long while; though I assure you there is much on all sides of me to cause sighing and heartaches. On all sides. I am quite haunted by the one dreadful whisper repeated from so many quarters, and causing the keenest distress to friends. You know but a part of my present trial, in knowing that I am unsettled myself. Since the beginning of this year, I have been obligated to tell the state of my mind to some others, but never, I think, without being in a way obliged, as from friends writing to me as you did, or guessing how matters stood. No one in Oxford knows it or here (Littlemore), but one near friend, whom I felt I could not help telling the other day; but I suppose many more suspect it. On receiving those letters, my correspondent, if I recollect rightly, at once communicated the matter of them to Dr. Pusey; and this will enable me to describe, as nearly as I can, the way in which he first became aware of my changed state of opinion. I had from the first a great difficulty in making Dr. Pusey understand such differences of opinion as existed between myself and him. When there was a proposal about the end of 1838 for a subscription for a Cranmer Memorial, he wished us both to subscribe together to it. I could not, of course, and wished him to subscribe by himself. That he would not do. He could not bear the thought of our appearing to the world in separate positions in a matter of importance; and, as time went on, he would not take any hints, which I gave him, on the subject of my growing inclination to Rome. When I found him so determined, I often had not the heart to go on. And then I knew, that from affection to me, he so often took up and threw himself into what I said, that I felt the great responsibility I should incur, if I put things before him just as I might view them myself. And not knowing him so well as I did afterwards, I feared lest I should unsettle him; and moreover I recollected well how prostrated he had been with illness in 1832, and I used always to think that the start of the Movement had given him a fresh life. I fancied that his physical energies even depended on the presence of a vigorous hope and bright prospects for his imagination to feed upon; so much so, that when he was so unworthily treated by the authorities of the place in 1843, I recollect writing to the late Mr. Dodsworthy to state my anxiety, lest if his mind became dejected in consequence, his health should suffer seriously also. These were difficulties in my way. And then again another difficulty was, that, as we were not together under the same roof, we only saw each other at set times. Others indeed, who were coming in or out of my rooms freely, and according to the need of the moment, knew all my thoughts easily; but for him to know them well, formal efforts were necessary. A common friend of ours broke it all to him in 1841, as far as matters had gone at the time, and showed him clearly the logical conclusions which must lie in propositions to which I had committed myself. But somehow or other, in a little while, his mind fell back into its former happy state, and he could not bring himself to believe that he and I should not go on pleasantly together in the end. But that affectionate dream needs must have been broken at last; and 2 years afterwards, that friend to whom I wrote the letters which I have just now inserted, set himself, as I have said, to break it. Upon that, I too begged Dr. Pusey to tell in private, to any one he would, that I thought in the event I should leave the Church of England. However, he would not do so, and at the end of 1844 had almost relapsed into the former thoughts about me, if I may judge from a letter of his which I have found. Nay, at the Commemoration in 1845, a few months before I left the Anglican Church, I think he said about me to a friend, "I trust, after all, we shall keep him." End of Chapter 4, Part 5. Chapter 4, Part 6 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. In the autumn of 1843, at the time that I spoke to Dr. Pusey, I asked another friend also to communicate in confidence, to whom he would, the prospect which lay before me. To another friend, Mr. James Hope, now Mr. Hope Scott, I gave the opportunity of knowing it, if he would, in the following postscript to a letter. While I write, I will add a word about myself. You may come near a person or two who, owing to circumstances, know more exactly my state of feeling than you do, though they would not tell you. Now I do not like that you should not be aware of this, though I see no reason why you should know what they happen to know. Your wishing it would be a reason. I had a dear and old friend near his death. I never told him my state of mind. Why should I unsettle that sweet, calm tranquillity, when I had nothing to offer him instead? I could not say, "Go to Rome," else I should have shown him the way. Yet I offered myself for his examination. One day he led the way to my speaking out, but rightly or wrongly I could not respond. My reason was, I have no certainty on the matter myself. To say "I think" is to tease and to distress, not to persuade. I wrote to him on Michaelmas Day, 1843, "As you may suppose, I have nothing to write to you about pleasant. I could tell you some very painful things, but it is best not to anticipate trouble, which after all can but happen, and, for what one knows, may be averted. You are always so kind, that sometimes when I part with you, I am nearly moved to tears, and it would be a relief to be so, at your kindness and at my hardness. I think no one ever had such kind friends as I have." The next year, January 22, I wrote to him: "Pusey has quite enough on him, and generously takes on himself more than enough. For me to add burdens when I am not obliged, particularly too when I am very conscious that there are burdens, which I am or shall be obliged to lay upon him some time or other, whether I will or no." And on February 21, 10:30, I am just up, having a bad cold, The like has not happened to me, except twice in January, in my memory. You may think you have been in my thoughts long before my rising. Of course you are so continually, as you well know. I could not come to see you; I am not worthy of friends. With my opinions, to the full of which I dare not confess, I feel like a guilty person with others, though I trust I am not so. People kindly think that I have much to bear externally, disappointment, slander, etc. No, I have nothing to bear, but the anxiety which I feel for my friends' anxiety for me in their perplexity. This is a better Ash Wednesday than birthday present. His birthday was the same day as mine; it was Ash Wednesday that year. But I cannot help writing about what is uppermost. And now, my dear B., all kindness and best wishes to you, my oldest friend, whom I must not speak more about, and with reference to myself, lest you should be angry. It was not in his nature to have doubts; he used to look at me with anxiety, and wonder what had come over me. On Easter Monday, all that's good and gracious descends upon you and yours from the influence of this blessed season. And it will be so, so be it, for what is the life of you all, as day passes after day, but a simple endeavour to serve Him from whom all blessing comes? Though we are separated in place, yet this we have in common, that you are living a calm and cheerful time, and I am enjoying the thoughts of you. It is your blessing to have a clear heaven, and peace around, according to the blessing pronounced on Benjamin. Deuteronomy 33:12. So it is, my dear B., and so may it ever be. He was in simple good faith. He died in September of the same year. I had expected that his last illness would have brought light to my mind, as to what I ought to do. It brought none. I made a note which runs thus: I sobbed bitterly over his coffin, to think that he left me still dark as to what the way of truth was, and what I ought to do in order to please God and fulfil His will. I think I wrote to Charles Marriott to say, that at that moment, with the thought of my friend before me, my strong view in favour of Rome remained just what it was. On the other hand, my firm belief that grace was to be found within the Anglican Church remained too. On this subject vide my third lecture on Anglican difficulties; also Note E, Anglican Church. I wrote to another friend thus: September 16, 1844. I am full of wrong and miserable feelings, which it is useless to detail, so grudging and sullen, when I should be thankful. Of course, when one sees so blessed an end, and that the termination of so blameless a life, of one who really fed on our ordinance and got strength from them, and sees the same continued in a whole family, the little children finding quite a solace of their pain in the daily prayer, it is impossible not to feel more at ease in our Church, as at least a sort of Zoar, a place of refuge and temporary rest, because of the steepness of the way. Only may we be kept from unlawful security, lest we have Moab and Ammon for our progeny, the enemies of Israel. I could not continue in this state, either in the light of duty or of reason. My difficulty was this: I had been deceived greatly once; how could I be sure that I was not deceived a second time? I thought myself right then; how was I to be certain that I was right now? How many years had I thought myself sure of what I now rejected? How could I ever again have confidence in myself? As in 1840 I listened to the rising doubt in favour of Rome, now I listen to the waning doubt in favour of the Anglican Church. To be certain is to know that one knows. What inward test had I, that I should not change again? After that I had become a Catholic. I had still apprehension of this, though I thought a time would come when it would depart. However, some limit ought to be put on these vague misgivings. I must do my best, and then leave it to a higher power to prosper it. So at the end of 1844 I came to the resolution of writing an essay on doctrinal development, and then, if at the end of it my conviction in favour of the Roman Church were not weaker, of taking the necessary steps for admission into her fold. By this time the state of my mind was generally known, and I made no great secret of it. I will illustrate it by letters of mine which have been put into my hands. November 16, 1844. I am going through what must be gone through, and my trust only is that every day of pain is so much taken from the necessary draught which must be exhausted. There is no fear, humanly speaking, of my moving for a long time yet. This has got out without my intending it, but it is all well. As far as I know myself, my one great distress is the perplexity, unsettlement, alarm, skepticism, which I am causing to so many, and the loss of kind feelings and good opinion on the part of so many, known and unknown, who have wished well to me. And of these two sources of pain, it is the former that is the constant, urgent, unmitigated one. I had for days a literal ache all about my heart, and from time to time all the complaints of the Psalmist seemed to belong to me. And as far as I know myself, my one paramount reason for contemplating a change is my deep, unvarying conviction that our Church is in schism, and that my salvation depends on my joining the Church of Rome. I may use argumenta ad hominem to this person or that, Vita supra, page 219, etc., letter of October 14, 1843, compared with that of October 25. But I am not conscious of resentment or disgust at anything that has happened to me. I have no vision whatever of hope, no scheme of action, in any other sphere more suited to me. I have no existing sympathies with Roman Catholics. I hardly ever, even abroad, was at one of their services. I know none of them. I do not like what I hear of them. And then, how much am I giving up in so many ways, and to me sacrifices irreparable, not only from my age, when people hate changing, but from my especial love of old associations and the pleasure of memory. Nor am I conscious of any feeling, enthusiastic or heroic, of pleasure in the sacrifice. I have nothing to support me here. What keeps me yet is what has kept me long, a fear that I am under a delusion; but the conviction remains firm under all circumstances, in all frames of mind. And this most serious feeling is growing on me, namely, that the reasons for which I believe as much as our system teaches, must lead me to believe more, and that not to believe more is to fall back into skepticism. 1,000 thanks for your most kind and consoling letter. Though I have not yet spoken of it, it was a great gift. Shortly after I wrote to the same friend thus: "My intention is, if nothing comes upon me, which I cannot foresee, to remain quietly in status quo for a considerable time, trusting that my friends will kindly remember me and my trial in their prayers, and I should give up my fellowship some time before anything further took place." There was a lady, now a nun of the Visitation, to whom at this time I wrote the following letters: 1. November 7, 1844. I am still where I was. I am not moving. Two things, however, seem plain: that every one is prepared for such an event; next, that every one expects it of me. Few, indeed, who do not think it suitable; fewer still who do not think it likely. However, I do not think it either suitable or likely. I have very little reason to doubt about the issue of things; but the when and the how are known to Him, from whom I trust, both the course of things and the issue come. The expression of opinion, and the latent and habitual feeling about me, which is on every side and among all parties, has great force. I insist upon it, because I have a great dread of going by my own feelings, lest they should mislead me. By one's sense of duty one must go, but external facts support one in doing so. 2. January 8, 1845. What am I to say in answer to your letter? I know perfectly well I ought to let you know more of my feelings and state of mind than you do know. But how is it possible in a few words? Anything I say must be abrupt, Nothing can I say which will not leave a bewildering feeling, as needing so much to explain it, and being isolated, and as it were unlocated, and not having anything with it to show its bearing upon other parts of the subject. At present, my full belief is, in accordance with your letter, that, if there is a move in our Church, very few persons indeed will be partners to it. I doubt whether one or two at the most among the residents at Oxford, and I don't know whether I can wish it. The state of the Roman Catholic is at present so unsatisfactory. This I am sure of, that nothing but a simple direct call of duty is a warrant for any one leaving our Church, no preference of another Church, no delight in its service, no hope of greater religious advancement in it, no indignation, no disgust at the persons and things among which we may find ourselves in the Church of England. The simple question is, can I (it is personal, not whether another, but can I) be saved in the English Church? Am I in safety were I to die to night? Is it a mortal sin in me, not joining another communion? P.S. I hardly see my way to concur in attendance, though occasional, in a Roman Catholic chapel, unless a man has made up his mind pretty well to joining it eventually. Invocations are not required in the Church of Rome. Somehow I do not like using them except under the sanction of the Church, and this makes me unwilling to admit them in members of our Church. 3. March 30. Now I will tell you more than any one knows except two friends. My own convictions are as strong as I suppose they can become, only it is so difficult to know whether it is a call of reason or of conscience. I cannot make out if I am impelled by what seems clear, or by a sense of duty. You can understand how painful this doubt is, so I have waited hoping for light, and using the words of the Psalmist, "Show some token upon me." But I suppose I have no right to wait for ever for this. Then I am waiting, because friends are most considerately bearing me in mind, and asking guidance for me; and I trust I should attend any new feelings which came upon me, should that be the effect of their kindness. And then this waiting subserves the purpose of preparing men's minds. I dread shocking, unsettling people. Anyhow, I can't avoid giving incalculable pain. So, if I had my will, I should like to wait till the summer of 1846, which would be a full 7 years from the time that my convictions first began to fall on me. But I don't think I shall last so long. My present intention is to give up my fellowship in October, and to publish some work or treatise between that and Christmas. I wish people to know why I am acting, as well as what I am doing. It takes off that vague and distressing surprise, "What can have made him?" 4. June 1. What you tell me of yourself makes it plain that it is your duty to remain quietly and patiently, till you see more clearly where you are, else you are leaping in the dark. In the early part of this year, if not before, there was an idea afloat that my retirement from the Anglican Church was owing to my distress that I had been so thrust aside, without any one taking my part. Various measures were, I believe, talked of in consequence of this surmise. Coincidentally with it appeared an exceedingly kind article about me in a Quarterly, in its April number. The writer praised me in kind and beautiful language, far above my deserts. In the course of his remarks, he said, speaking of me as Vicar of St. Mary's, he had the future race of clergy hearing him. Did he value and feel tender about and clinging to his position? Not at all. No sacrifice to him, perhaps; he did not care about such things. There was a censure implied, however covertly, in these words, and it is alluded to in the following letter addressed to a very intimate friend. April 3, 1845. Accept this apology, my dear Church, and forgive me, as I say so tears come into my eyes, that arise from the accident of this time, when I am giving up so much I love. Just now I have been overset by James Mozley's article in the Remembrancer. Yet really, my dear Church, I have never for an instant had even the temptation of repenting my leaving Oxford. The feeling of repentance has not even come into my mind. How could it? How could I remain at St. Mary's a hypocrite? How could I be answerable for souls, and life so uncertain, with the conviction, or at least persuasions, which I had upon me? It is indeed a responsibility to act as I am doing, and I feel His hand heavy on me without intermission, who is all wisdom and love, so that my heart and mind are tired out, just as the limbs might be of a load on one's back. That sort of dull aching pain is mine; but my responsibility really is nothing to what it would be, to be answerable for souls, for confiding, loving souls in the English Church with my convictions. My love to Marriott, and save me the pain of sending him a line. I am now close upon the date of my reception into the Catholic Church. At the beginning of the year a letter had been addressed to me by a very dear friend, now no more, Charles Marriott. I quote some sentences from it, for the love which I bear him, and the value that I set on his good word. January 15, 1845. You know me well enough to be aware that I never see through any things at first. Your letter to Baddely cast a gloom over the future, which you can understand, if you understood me, as I believe you have. But I may speak out at once, of what I see and feel at once, and doubt not that I shall ever feel, that your whole conduct towards the Church of England, and towards us, who have striven and are still striving to seek after God for ourselves, and to revive true religion among others, under her authority and guidance, has been generous and considerate, and, were the word appropriate, dutiful to a degree that I could scarcely have conceived possible, more unsparing of self than I should have thought nature could sustain. I have felt with pain every link that you have severed, and I have asked no questions, because I felt that you ought to measure the disclosure of your thoughts according to the occasion, and the capacity of those to whom you spoke. I write in haste, in the midst of engagements engrossing in themselves, but partly made tasteless, partially embittered by what I have heard. But I am willing to trust even you, whom I love best on earth, in God's hand, in the earnest prayer that you may be so employed as is best for the Holy Catholic Church. In July, a Bishop thought it worth while to give out to the world that the adherents of Mr. Newman are few in number. A short time will now probably suffice to prove this fact. It is well known that he is preparing for secession, and, when that event takes place, it will be seen how few will go with him. I had begun my Essay on the Development of Doctrines in the beginning of 1845, and I was hard at it all through the year till October. As I advanced, my difficulties so cleared away that I ceased to speak of the Roman Catholics, and boldly called them Catholics. Before I got to the end I resolved to be received, and the book remains in the state in which it was then, unfinished. One of my friends at Littlemore had been received into the Church on Michaelmas Day, at the Passionate House at Aston, near Stone, by Father Dominic, the Superior. At the beginning of October, the latter was passing through London to Belgium; and, as I was in the same perplexity what steps to take for being received myself, I assented to the proposition made to me that the good priest should take Littlemore on his way, with a view to his doing for me the same charitable services as he had done to my friend. On October the 8th, I wrote to a number of friends the following letter: Littlemore, October 8, 1845. I am this night expecting Father Dominic, the Passionist, who, from his youth, has been led to have distinct and direct thoughts, first of the countries of the North, then of England. After 30 years, almost, waiting, he was without his own act sent here; but he has little to do with conversions. I saw him here for a few minutes on St. John Baptist's Day last year. He is a simple, holy man, and withal gifted with remarkable powers. He does not know of my intentions, but I mean to ask of him admission into the one fold of Christ. I have so many letters to write, that this must do for all who choose to ask about me. With my best love to dear Charles Marriott, who is over your head, etc., etc. P.S. This will not go till all is over. Of course it requires no answer. For a while after my reception I proposed to betake myself to some secular calling. I wrote thus in answer to a very gracious letter of congratulations sent me by Cardinal Acton. November 25, 1845. I hope you will have anticipated, before I express it, the great gratification which I received from your Eminence's letter. That gratification, however, was tempered by the apprehension that kind and anxious well-wishers at a distance attach more importance to my step than really belonged to it. To me indeed personally, it is of course an inestimable gain, but persons and things look great at a distance, which are not so when seen close. And did your Eminence know me, you would see that I was one about whom there has been far more talk for good and bad than he deserves, and about whose movement far more expectations has been raised than the event will justify. As I never, I do trust, aimed at anything else than obedience to my own sense of right, and have been magnified into the leader of a party, without my wishing it or acting as such, so now, much as I may wish to the contrary, and earnestly as I may labour, as is my duty, to minister in a humble way to the Catholic Church, yet my powers will, I fear, disappoint the expectations of both my own friends and those who pray for the peace of Jerusalem. If I might ask of your Eminence a favour, it is that you would kindly moderate those anticipations. Would it were in my power to do, what I do not aspire to do, at present certainly I cannot look forward to the future; and, though it would be a good work, if I could persuade others to do as I have done, yet it seems as if I had quite enough to do in thinking of myself. Soon Dr. Wiseman, in whose vicariate Oxford lay, called me to Oscott, and I went there with others. Afterwards he sent me to Rome, and finally placed me in Birmingham. I wrote to a friend: January 20th, 1846. You may think how lonely I am. Obliviscere populum tuum et Dominum Patris tui has been in my ears for the last 12 hours. I realize more that we are leaving Littlemore, and it is like going on the open sea. I left Oxford for good on Monday, February 23rd, 1846. On the Saturday and Sunday before, I was in my house at Littlemore simply by myself, as I had been for the first day or two when I had originally taken possession of it. I slept on Sunday night at my dear friend's, Mr. Johnson's, at the Observatory. Various friends came to see the last of me: Mr. Copeland, Mr. Church, Mr. Buckley, Mr. Patterson, and Mr. Lewis. Dr. Pusey too came to take leave of me, and I called on Dr. Ogley, one of my very oldest friends, for he was my private tutor when I was an undergraduate. In him I took leave of my first college, Trinity, which was so dear to me, and which held on its foundation so many who had been kind to me both when I was a boy and all through my Oxford life. Trinity had never been unkind to me. There used to be much snapdragon growing on the walls opposite my freshman rooms there, and I had for years taken it as the emblem of my own perpetual residence even unto the death in my University. On the morning of the 23rd I left the Observatory. I have never seen Oxford since, excepting its spires as they are seen from the railways. At length I revisited Oxford on February 26, 1878, after an absence of just 32 years. Vide additional note at the end of the volume. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 5. Position of my mind since 1845. Part 1. From the time that I became a Catholic, of course I have no further history of my religious opinions to narrate. In saying this, I do not mean to say that my mind has been idle, or that I have given up thinking on theological subjects, but that I have no variations to record, and have had no anxiety of heart whatever. I have been in perfect peace and contentment. I never have had one doubt. I was not conscious to myself, on my conversion, of any change, intellectual or moral, wrought in my mind. I was not conscious of firmer faith in the fundamental truth of revelation, or of more self-command. I had not more fervour, but it was like coming into a port after a rough sea, and my happiness on that score remains to this day without interruption. Nor had I any trouble about receiving those additional articles, which are not found in the Anglican Creed. Some of them I believe already, but not any one of them was a trial to me. I made a profession of them upon my reception with the greatest ease, and I have the same ease in believing them now. I am far of course from denying that every article of the Christian Creed, whether as held by Catholics or Protestants, is beset with intellectual difficulties; and it is simple fact, that for myself I cannot answer those difficulties. Many persons are very sensitive of the difficulties of religion. I am as sensitive of them as any one; but I have never been able to see a connexion between apprehending those difficulties, however keenly, and multiplying them to any extent, and on the other hand doubting the doctrines to which they are attached. 10,000 difficulties do not make one doubt, as I understand the subject. Difficulty and doubt are incommensurate. There of course may be difficulties in evidence, but I am speaking of difficulties intrinsic to the doctrines themselves, or to their relations with each other. A man may be annoyed that he cannot work out a mathematical problem, of which the answer is or is not given to him, without doubting that it admits of an answer, or that a certain particular answer is the true one. Of all points of faith, the being of a God is, to my own apprehension, encompassed with most difficulty, and yet borne in upon our minds with most power. People say that the doctrine of transubstantiation is difficult to believe. I did not believe the doctrine till I was a Catholic. I had no difficulty in believing it, as soon as I believed that the Catholic Roman Church was the oracle of God, and that she had declared this doctrine to be part of the original revelation. It is difficult, impossible, to imagine, I grant, but how is it difficult to believe? Yet Macaulay thought it was so difficult to believe that he had need of a believer in it of talents as eminent as Sir Thomas More, before he could bring himself to conceive that the Catholics of an enlightened age could resist the overwhelming force of the arguments against it. Sir Thomas More, he says, is one of the choice specimens of wisdom and virtue, and the doctrine of transubstantiation is a kind of proof charge. A faith which stands that test will stand any test. But for myself I cannot indeed prove it. I cannot tell how it is, but I say, why should it not be? What's to hinder it? What do I know of substance or matter? Just as much as the greatest philosophers, and that is nothing at all. So much is this the case, that there is a rising school of philosophy now, which considers phenomena to constitute the whole of our knowledge in physics. The Catholic doctrine leaves phenomena alone. It does not say that the phenomena go; on the contrary, it says that they remain. Nor does it say that the same phenomena are in several places at once. It deals with what no one on earth knows anything about, the material substances themselves. And, in like manner, of that majestic article of the Anglican, as well as of the Catholic Creed, the doctrine of the Trinity in Unity. What do we know of the essence of the Divine Being? I know that my abstract idea of three is simply incompatible with my idea of one; but when I come to the question of concrete fact, I have no means of proving that there is not a sense in which one and three can equally be predicated of the incommunicable God. But I am going to take upon myself the responsibility of more than the mere creed of the Church, as the parties accusing me are determined I shall do. They say, that now, in that I am a Catholic, though I may not have offences of my own against honesty to answer for, yet, at least, I am answerable for the offences of others, of my co-religionists, of my brother priests, of the Church herself. I am quite willing to accept the responsibility, and, as I have been able, as I trust, by means of a few words, to dissipate in the minds of all those who do not begin with disbelieving me, the suspicion with which so many Protestants start in forming their judgment of Catholics, namely, that our creed is actually set up in inevitable superstition and hypocrisy, as the original sin of Catholicism. So now I will proceed as before, identifying myself with the Church and vindicating it, not of course denying the enormous mass of sin and error which exists of necessity in that world‐wide multiform communion, but going to the proof of this one point, that its system is in no sense dishonest, and that therefore the upholders and teachers of that system, as such, have a claim to be acquitted in their own persons of that odious imputation. Starting then with the being of a God, which, as I have said, is as certain to me as the certainty of my own existence, though when I try to put the grounds of that certainty into logical shape, I find a difficulty in doing so in mood and figure to my satisfaction. I look out of myself into the world of men, and there I see a sight which fills me with unspeakable distress. The world seems simply to give the lie to that great truth of which my whole being is so full, and the effect upon me is, in consequence, as a matter of necessity, as confusing as if it denied that I am in existence myself. If I looked into a mirror and did not see my face, I should have the sort of feeling which actually comes upon me, when I look into this living, busy world, and see no reflection of its Creator. This is, to me, one of those great difficulties of this absolute primary truth to which I referred just now. Were it not for this voice, speaking so clearly in my conscience and my heart, I should be an atheist, or a pantheist, or a polytheist, when I looked into the world. I am speaking for myself only, and I am far from denying the real force of the argument in proof of a God, drawn from the general facts of human society and the course of history. But these do not warm me or enlighten me; they do not take away the winter of my desolation, or make the buds unfold and the leaves grow within me, and my moral being rejoice. The sight of the world is nothing else than the prophet's scroll, full of lamentations and mournings and woe. To consider the world in its length and breadth, its various history, the many races of man, their starts, their fortunes, their mutual alienations, their conflicts, and then their ways, habits, governments, forms of worship, their enterprises, their aimless courses, their random achievements and acquirements, the impotent conclusions of long-standing facts, the tokens so faint and broken of superintending design, the blind evolution of what turns out to be great powers or truth, the progress of things as if from unreasoning elements, not towards final causes, the greatness and littleness of man, his far-reaching aims, his short duration, the curtain hung over his futurity, the disappointments of life, the defeat of good, the success of evil, physical pain, mental anguish, the prevalence and intensity of sin, the pervading idolatries, the corruptions, the dreary hopeless irreligion, that condition of the whole race so fearfully yet exactly described in the Apostle's words, having no hope and without God in the world. All this is a vision to dizzy and appall, and inflict upon the mind the sense of a profound mystery which is absolutely beyond human solution. What shall be said to this heart-piercing, reason-bewildering fact? I can only answer that either there is no Creator, or this living society of men is in a true sense discarded from His presence. Did I see a boy of good make and mind, with the tokens on him of a refined nature, cast upon the world without provision, unable to say whence he came, his birthplace or his family connections, I should conclude that there was some mystery connected with his history, and that he was one of whom, from one cause or another, his parents were ashamed. Thus only should I be able to account for the contrast between the promise and the condition of his being. And so I argue about the world. If there be a God, since there is a God, the human race is implicated in some terrible aboriginal calamity. It is out of joint with the purpose of its Creator. This is a fact as true as the fact of its existence. And thus the doctrine of what is theologically called original sin becomes to me almost as certain as that the world exists, and as the existence of God. And now, supposing it were a blessed and loving will of the Creator to infer in this anarchical condition of things, what are we to suppose would be the methods which might be necessarily are naturally involved in His purpose of mercy. Since the world is in so abnormal a state, surely it would be no surprise to me, if the interposition were of necessity equally extraordinary, or what is called miraculous. But this subject does not directly come into the scope of my present remarks. Miracles, as evidence, involve a process of reason, or an argument, and of course I am thinking of some mode of inference which does not immediately run into argument. I am rather asking, what must be the face-to-face antagonist, by which to withstand and baffle the fierce energy of passion and the all-corroding, all-dissolving scepticism of the intellect in religious inquiries. I have no intention at all of denying that truth is the real object of our reason, and that, if it does not attain to truth, either the premise or the process is in fault. But I am not speaking here of right reason, but of reason as it acts in fact and concretely in fallen man. I know that even the unaided reason, when correctly exercised, leads to a belief in God, in the immortality of the soul, and in a future retribution, but I am considering the faculty of reason actually and historically, and in this point of view I do not think I am wrong in saying that its tendency is towards a simple unbelief in matters of religion. No truth, however sacred, can stand against it in the long run, and hence it is that in the pagan world, when our Lord came, the last traces of the religious knowledge of the former times were all but disappearing from those portions of the world in which the intellect had been active and had had a career. And in these latter days, in like manner, outside the Catholic Church, things are tending, with far greater rapidity than in the old time from the circumstances of the age, to atheism in one shape or other. What a scene, what a prospect, does the whole of Europe present at this day! And not only Europe, but every government and every civilization through the world, which is under the influence of the European mind. Especially, for it most concerns us, how sorrowful, in the view of religion, even taken in its most elementary, most attenuated form, is the spectacle presented to us by the educated intellect of England, France, and Germany. Lovers of their country and of their race, religious men, external to the Catholic Church, have attempted various expedients to arrest fierce, wilful human nature in its onward course, and to bring it into subjection. The necessity of some form of religion for the interest of humanity has been generally acknowledged, but where was the concrete representation of things invisible, which would have the force and the toughness necessary to be a breakwater against the deluge? 3 centuries ago the establishment of religion, material, legal, and social, was generally adopted as the best expedient for the purpose, in those countries which separated from the Catholic Church, and for a long time it was successful. But now the crevices of those establishments are admitting the enemy. 30 years ago, education was relied upon. 10 years ago there was a hope that wars would cease forever, under the influence of commercial enterprise and the reign of the useful and fine arts. But will any one venture to say that there is anything anywhere on this earth which will afford a fulcrum for us, whereby to keep the earth from moving onwards? The judgment which experience passes, whether on establishments or on education, as a means of maintaining religious truth in this anarchical world, must be extended even to Scripture, though Scripture be divine. Experience proves surely that the Bible does not answer a purpose for which it was never intended. It may be accidentally the means of the conversion of individuals, but a book, after all, cannot make a stand against the wild living intellect of man. And in this day it begins to testify, as regards its own structure and contents, to the power of that universal solvent which is so successfully acting upon religious establishments. Supposing then it to be the will of the Creator to interfere in human affairs, and to make provisions for retaining in the world a knowledge of Himself, so definite and distinct as to be proof against the energy of human skepticism, in such a case I am far from saying that there was no other way. But there is nothing to surprise the mind. if he should think fit to introduce a power into the world invested with the prerogative of infallibility in religious matters. Such a provision would be a direct, immediate, active, and prompt means of withstanding the difficulty. It would be an instrument suited to the need; and when I find that this is the very claim of the Catholic Church, not only do I feel no difficulty in admitting the idea, but there is a fitness in it which recommends it to my mind. And thus I am brought to speak of the Church's infallibility, as a provision adapted by the mercy of the Creator, to preserve religion in the world, and to restrain that freedom of thought, which of course in itself is one of the greatest of our natural gifts, and to rescue it from its own suicidal excesses. And let it be observed that neither here nor in what follows shall I have occasion to speak directly of revelation in its subject matter, but in reference to the sanction which it gives to truth which may be known independently of it, as it bears upon the defence of natural religion. I say, that the power possessed of infallibility in religious teachings is happily adapted to be a working instrument, in the course of human affairs, for smiting hard and throwing back the immense energy of the aggressive, capricious, untrustworthy intellect. And in saying this, as in the other things that I have to say, it must still be recollected that I am all along bearing in mind my main purpose, which is a defence of myself. I am defending myself here from a plausible charge brought against Catholics, as will be seen better as I proceed. The charge is this, that I, as a Catholic, not only make profession to hold doctrines which I cannot possibly believe in my heart, but that I also believe in the existence of a power on earth which at its own will impose upon men any new set of credenda when it pleases, by a claim to infallibility; in consequence that my own thoughts are not my own property, that I cannot tell that to morrow I may not have to give up what I hold to day, and that the necessary effect of such a condition of mind must be a degrading bondage, or a bitter inward rebellion relieving itself in secret infidelity, or the necessity of ignoring the whole subject of religion in a sort of disgust, and of mechanically saying everything that the Church says, and leaving to others the defence of it. As then I have spoken of the relation of my mind towards the Catholic Creed, so now I shall speak of the attitude which it takes up in view of the Church's infallibility. And first, the initial doctrine of the infallible Teacher must be emphatic protest against the existing state of mankind. Man had rebelled against his Maker. It was this that caused the divine interposition, and to proclaim it must be the first act of the divinely accredited messenger. The Church must denounce rebellion as of all possible evils the greatest. She must have no terms with it. If she would be true to her Master, she must ban and anathemize it. This is the means of the statement of mine, which has furnished matter for one of those special accusations to which I am at present replying. I have, however, no fault at all to confess in regard to it. I have nothing to withdraw, and in consequence I here deliberately repeat it. I said the Catholic Church holds it better for the sun and moon to drop from heaven, for the earth to fail, and for all the many millions on it to die of starvation in extremest agony, as far as temporal affliction goes, than that one soul, I will not say should be lost, but should commit one single venial sin, should tell one wilful untruth, or should steal one poor farthing without excuse. I think the principle here enunciated to be the mere preamble in the formal credentials of the Catholic Church, and as an Act of Parliament might begin with a "whereas," it is because of the intensity of the evil which has possession of mankind that a suitable antagonist has been provided against it, and the initial act of that divinely commissioned power is of course to deliver her challenge and to defy the enemy. Such a preamble then gives a meaning to her position in the world, and an interpretation to her whole course of teaching and action. In like manner she has ever put forth, with most energetic distinctness, those other great elementary truths, which either are an explanation of her mission or give a character to her work. She does not teach that human nature is irreclaimable, else wherefore should she be sent? Not that it is to be shattered and reversed, but to be extracted, purified, and restored. Not that it is a mere mass of hopeless evil, but that it has the promise upon it of great things, and even now, in its present state of disorder and excess, has a virtue and a praise proper to itself. But in the next place she knows, and she preaches, that such a restoration, as she aims at effecting in it, must be brought about, not simply through certain outward provisions of preaching and teaching, even though they be her own, but from an inward spiritual power or grace imparted directly from above, and of which she is the channel. She has it in charge to rescue human nature from its misery, but not simply by restoring it on its own level, but by lifting it up to a higher level than its own. She recognizes in it real moral excellence, though degraded, but she cannot set it free from earth except by exalting it towards heaven. It was for this end that a renovating grace was put into her hands; and therefore, from the nature of the gift, as well as from the reasonableness of the case, she goes on, as a further point, to insist that all true conversions must begin with the first springs of thought, and to teach that each individual man must be in his own person one whole and perfect temple of God, while he is also one of the living stones which build up a visible religious community. And thus the distinctions between nature and grace, and between outward and inward religion, become two further articles in what I have called the preamble of her divine commission. Such truths as these she vigorously reiterates and pertinaciously inflicts upon mankind; as to such she observes no half measure, no economical reserve, no delicacy or prudence. "Ye must be born again," is the simple direct form of words which she uses after her divine Master. Your whole nature must be reborn, your passions and your affections, and your aims and your conscience, and your will must all be bathed in a new element and reconsecrated to your Maker, and, the last not the least, your intellect. It was for repeating these points of her teaching in my own way, that certain passages of one of my volumes have been brought into the general accusation which has been made against my religious opinions. The writer has said that I was demented if I believed, and unprincipled if I did not believe, in my own statement, that a lazy, ragged, filthy, story‐telling beggar woman, if chaste, sober, cheerful, and religious, had a prospect of heaven, such as was absolutely closed to an accomplished statesman, or lawyer, or noble, be he ever so just, upright, generous, honourable, and conscientious, unless he had also some portion of the divine Christian graces. Yet I should have thought myself defended from criticism by the words which our Lord used to the chief priests: "The publicans and harlots go into the kingdom of God before you." And I was subjected again to the same alternative of imputations, for having ventured to say that consent to an unchaste wish was infinitely more heinous than any lie viewed apart from its causes, its motives, and its consequences; though a lie viewed under the limitation of these conditions is a random utterance and almost outward act, not directly from the heart, however disgraceful and despicable it may be, however prejudicial to the social contract, however deserving of public reprobation; whereas we have the express words of our Lord to the doctrine that "whoso looketh on a woman to lust after her, has committed adultery with her already in his heart." On the strength of these texts, I have surely as much right to believe in these doctrines which have caused so much surprise, as to believe in original sin, or that there is a supernatural revelation, or that a divine person suffered, or that punishment is eternal. Passing now from what I have called the preamble of that grant of power which is made to the Church, to that power itself, infallibility, I premise two brief remarks. 1. On the one hand, I am not here determining any thing about the essential seat of that power, because that is a question doctrinal, not historical and practical. 2. Nor, on the other hand, am I extending the direct subject matter over which that power of infallibility has jurisdiction beyond religious opinion. And now as to the power itself. This power, viewed in its fulness, is as tremendous as the giant evil which has called for it. It claims, when brought into exercise, but in the legitimate manner, for otherwise of course it is but quiescent, to know for certain the very meaning of every portion of that divine message in detail, which was committed by our Lord to His Apostles. It claims to know its own limit, and to decide what it can determine absolutely, and what it cannot. It claims, moreover, to have a hold upon statements not directly religious, so far as this, to determine whether they indirectly relate to religion, and according to its own definitive judgment, to pronounce whether or not, in a particular case, they are simply consistent with revealed truth. It claims to decide magisterially, whether as within its own province or not, that such and such statements are or are not prejudicial to the depositum of faith, in their spirit or in their consequence, and to allow them or to condemn and forbid them accordingly. It claims to impose silence at will on any matters or controversies of doctrine, which on its own ipse dixit it pronounces to be dangerous or inexpedient or inopportune. It claims that whatever may be the judgments of Catholics upon such acts, these acts should be received by them with those outward marks of reverence, submission, and loyalty, which Englishmen, for instance, pay to the presence of their sovereign, without expressing any criticism on them, on the ground that in their matter they are inexpedient, or in their manner violent or harsh. And lastly, it claims to have the right of inflicting spiritual punishment, of cutting off from the ordinary channels of the divine life, and of simply excommunicating those who refuse to submit themselves to its formal declarations. Such is the infallibility lodged in the Catholic Church, viewed in the concrete as clothed and surrounded by the appendages of its high sovereignty. It is, to repeat what I have said above, a supereminent prodigious power sent upon earth to encounter and master a giant evil. And now, having thus described it, I profess my own absolute submission to its claim. I believe the whole revealed dogma as taught by the Apostles, as committed by the Apostles to the Church, and as declared by the Church to me. I receive it as it is infallibly interpreted by the authority to whom it is thus committed, and implicitly, as it shall be, in like manner, further interpreted by that same authority till the end of time. I submit moreover to the universally received tradition of the Church, in which lies the matter of those new dogmatic definitions, which are from time to time made, and which in all times are the clothing and the illustration of the Catholic dogma as already defined. And I submit myself to those other decisions of the Holy See, theologically or not, through the organs which it has itself appointed, which, waiving the question of their infallibility on the lowest ground, come to me with a claim to be accepted and obeyed. Also I consider that gradually, and in the course of ages, Catholic inquiry has taken certain definite shapes, and has thrown itself into the form of a science, with a method and a phraseology of its own, under the intellectual handling of great minds, such as St. Athanasius, St. Augustine, and St. Thomas. And I feel no temptation at all to break in pieces the great legacy of thought thus committed to us for these later days. All this being considered as a profession which I made ex animo, as for myself, so also on the part of the Catholic body, as far as I know, it will at first sight be said that the restless intellect of our common humanity is utterly weighed down to the repression of all independent effort and action whatever, so that, if this is to be the mode of bringing it into order, it is brought into order only to be destroyed. But this is far from the result, far from what I conceive to be the intention of that high Providence, who has provided a great remedy for a great evil, far from borne out of the history of the conflict between infallibility and reason in the past, and the prospect of it in the future. The energy of the human intellect does from opposition grow. It strives and is joyous, with a tough elastic strength, under the terrible blows of the divinely fashioned weapon, and is never so much itself as when it has lately been overthrown. It is the custom with the Protestant writers to consider that, whereas there are two great principles in action in the history of religion, authority and private judgment, they have all the private judgment to themselves. and we have the full inheritance and the superincumbent oppression of authority. But this is not so. It is the vast Catholic body itself, and it only, which affords an arena for both combatants in that awful, never dying duel. It is necessary for the very life of religion, viewed in its large operations and its history, that the warfare should be incessantly carried on. Every exercise of infallibility is brought out into act by an intense and varied operation of the reason, both as its ally and as its opponent, and provokes again, when it has done its work, a reaction of reason against it. And, as in a civil polity, the state exists and endures by means of the rivalry and collision, the encroachments and defeats of its constituent parts, so in like manner Catholic Christendom is no simple exhibition of religious absolutism, but presents a continuous picture of authority and private judgment alternately advancing and retracting as the ebb and flow of the tide. It is a vast assemblage of human beings with wilful intellects and wild passions, brought together into one by the beauty and the majesty of a superhuman power, into what may be called a large reformatory or training school, not as if into a hospital or into a prison, not in order to be sent to bed, not to be buried alive, but, if I may change my metaphor, brought together as if into some moral factory, for the melting, refining, and moulding, by the incessant noisy process, of the new material of human nature, so excellent, so dangerous, so capable of divine purposes. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. St. Paul says in one place that his apostolical power is given him to edification and not to destruction. There can be no better account of the infallibility of the Church. It is its supply for a need, and it does not go beyond that need. Its object is, and its effect also, not to enfeeble the freedom or vigour of human thought in religious speculation, but to resist and control its extravagance. What have been its great works? All of them in the distinct province of theology: to put down Arianism, Eutychianism, Pelagianism, Manichaeism, Lutheranism, Jansenism. Such is the broad result of its actions in the past. And now as to the securities which are given to us that so it ever will act in time to come. First, infallibility cannot act outside of a definite circle of thought, and it must in all its decisions, or definitions, as they are called, profess to be keeping within it. The great truths of the moral law, of natural religion, and of apostolical faith are both its boundary and its foundation. It must not go beyond them, and it must ever appeal to them. Both its subject matter and its articles in that subject matter are fixed, and it must ever profess to be guided by Scripture and by tradition. It must refer to the particular apostolic truth which it is enforcing, or what is called defining. Nothing, then, can be presented to me in time to come as part of the faith but what I ought already to have received, and hitherto have been kept from receiving, if so, merely because it has not been brought home to me. Nothing can be imposed upon me different in kind from what I hold already, much less contrary to it. The new truth which is promulgated, if it is to be called new, must be at least homogeneous, cognate, implicit, viewed relatively to the old truth. It must be, what I may even have guessed, or wished, to be included in the apostolic revelation, and at least it will be of such a character that my thoughts readily concur in it or coalesce with it as soon as I hear it. Perhaps I and others actually have always believed it, and the only question which is now decided in my behalf is that I have henceforth the satisfaction of having to believe that I have only been holding all along what the Apostles held before me. Let me take the doctrine which Protestants consider our greatest difficulty, that of Immaculate Conception. Here I entreat the reader to recollect my main drift, which is this: I have no difficulty in receiving the doctrine, and that because it so intimately harmonizes with that circle of recognized dogmatic truths, in which it has been recently received. But if I have no difficulty, why may not another have no difficulty also? Why may not 100, 1,000? Now, I am sure that Catholics in general have not any intellectual difficulties at all on the subject of the Immaculate Conception, and that there is no reason why they should. Priests have no difficulty. You tell me that they ought to have a difficulty, but they have not. Be large-minded enough to believe that men may reason and feel very differently from yourselves. How is it that men, when left to themselves, fall into such various forms of religion, except that there are various types of minds among them, very distinct from each other? For my testimony, then, about myself, if you believe it, judge of others also who are Catholic. We do not find the difficulties which you do in the doctrines which we hold. We have no intellectual difficulty in that doctrine in particular, which you call a novelty of this day. We priests need not be hypocrites, though we be called upon to believe in the Immaculate Conception. To that large class of minds who believe in Christianity after our manner, in the particular temper, spirit, and light, whatever word is used, in which Catholics believe it, there is no burden at all in holding that the Blessed Virgin was conceived without original sin. Indeed, it is a simple fact to say, that Catholics have not come to believe it because it is defined, but that it was defined because they believe it. So far from the definition in 1854 being a tyrannical infliction on the Catholic world, it was received everywhere on the promulgation with the greatest enthusiasm. It was in consequence of the unanimous petition presented from all parts of the Church to the Holy See, in behalf of an ex cathedra declaration that the doctrine was apostolic, that it was declared so to be. I never heard one Catholic having difficulties in receiving the doctrine, whose faith on other grounds was not already suspicious. Of course there were grave and good men, who were made anxious by the doubt whether it could be formally approved to be apostolical, either by Scripture or tradition, and who accordingly, though believing it themselves, did not see how it could be defined by authority and imposed upon all Catholics as a matter of faith. But this is another matter. The point in question is whether the doctrine is a burden. I believe it to be none. So far from it being so, I sincerely think that St. Bernard and St. Thomas, who scrupled at it in their day, had they lived into this, would have rejoiced to accept it for its own sake. Their difficulty, as I view it, consists in matters of words, ideas, and arguments. They thought the doctrine inconsistent with other doctrines, and those who defended it in that age had not that precision in their view of it, which has been attained by means of the long disputes of the centuries which followed. And in this want of precision lay the differences of opinion and the controversy. Now the instance which I have been taking suggests another remark. The number of those so-called new doctrines will not oppress us, if it takes 8 centuries to promulgate even one of them. Such is about the length of time through which the preparation has been carried on for the definition of the Immaculate Conception. This of course is an extraordinary case, but it is difficult to say what is ordinary, considering how few are the formal occasions on which the voice of infallibility has been solemnly lifted up. It is to the Pope in Ecumenical Council that we look, as to the normal seat of infallibility. Now there have been only 18 such councils since Christianity was, an average of 1 to a century, and of those councils some passed no doctrinal decree at all, others were employed on only one, and many of them were concerned with only elementary points of the Creed. The Council of Trent embraced a large field of doctrine certainly, but I should apply to its canons a remark contained in the University sermon of mine, which has been so ignorantly criticized in the pamphlet, which has been the occasion of this volume. I there have said that the various verses of the Athanasian Creed are only repetitions in various shapes of one and the same idea, and in like manner that Tridentine decrees are not isolated from each other, but are occupied in bringing out in detail by a number of separate declarations, as if into bodily form, a few necessary truths. I should make the same remark on the various theological censures, promulgated by Popes, which the Church has received, and on their dogmatic decisions generally. I own that at first sight those decisions seem from their number to be a greater burden on the faith of individuals than are the canons of the Councils. Still I do not believe that in matter of fact they are so at all, and I give this reason for it. It is not that a Catholic layman or priest is indifferent to the subject, or, from a sort of recklessness, will accept anything that is placed before him, or is willing, like a lawyer, to speak according to his brief, but that in such condemnations the Holy See is engaged for the most part in repudiating one or two great lines of error, such as Lutheranism or Jansenism, principally ethical, not doctrinal, which are divergent from the Catholic mind, and that it is but expressing what any good Catholic of fair abilities, though unlearned, would say himself from common and sound sense, if the matter could be put before him. Now I will go on in fairness to say what I think is the great trial to the reason. When confronted with that august prerogative of the Catholic Church, of which I have been speaking, I enlarged just now upon the concrete shape and circumstances under which pure infallible authority presents itself to the Catholic. That authority has the prerogative of an indirect jurisdiction on subject matters which lie beyond its own proper limits, and it most reasonably has such a jurisdiction. It could not act in its own province unless it had a right to act out of it. It could not properly defend religious truth without claiming for that truth what may be called its pomeria, or, to take another illustration, without acting as we act as a nation, and claiming as our own not only the land in which we live, but what we call British waters. The Catholic Church claims not only to judge infallibly on religious questions, but to animadvert on opinions in secular matters, which bear upon religion on matters of philosophy, of science, of literature, of history, and it demands our submission to her claim. It claims to censure books, to silence authors, and to forbid discussions. In this province, taken as a whole, it does not so much speak doctrinally as enforce measures of discipline. It must of course be obeyed without a word, and perhaps in process of time it will tacitly recede from its own injunctions. In such cases the question of faith does not come in at all, for what is a matter of faith is true for all times, and never can be unsaid. Nor does it at all follow, because there is a gift of infallibility in the Catholic Church, that therefore the parties who are in possession of it are in all their proceedings infallible. "Oh, it is excellent," says the poet, "to have a giant's strength, but tyrannous to use it like a giant." I think history supplies us with instances in the Church where legitimate power has been harshly used. To make such admission is no more than saying that the divine treasure, in the words of the Apostle, is "in earthen vessels." Nor does it follow that the substance of the acts of the ruling power is not right and expedient, because its manner may have been faulty. Such high authorities act by means of instruments. We know how such instruments claim for themselves the name of their principals, who thus get the credit of faults which really are not theirs. But granting all this to an extent greater than can, with any show of reason, be imputed to the ruling power in the Church, what difficulty is there in the fact of this want of prudence or moderation more than can be urged, with far greater justice, against Protestant communities and institutions? What is there to make us hypocrites, if it has not that effect upon Protestants? We are all called upon, not to profess anything, but to submit and be silent, as Protestant Churchmen have before now obeyed the royal command to abstain from certain theological questions. Such injunctions as I have been contemplating are laid merely upon our actions, not upon our thoughts. How, for instance, does it tend to make a man a hypocrite to be forbidden to publish a libel? His thoughts are as free as before. Authoritative prohibitions may tease and irritate, but they have no bearing whatever upon the exercise of reason. So much at first sight, but I will go on to say further, that in spite of all that the most hostile critic may urge about the encroachments or severities of high ecclesiastics in times past in the use of their power, I think that the event has shown, after all, that they were mainly in the right, and that those whom they were hard upon were mainly in the wrong. I love, for instance, the name of Origen. I will not listen to the notion that so great a soul was lost, but I am quite sure that in the contest between his doctrine and followers, and the ecclesiastical power, his opponents were right and he was wrong. Yet who can speak with patience of his enemy, and the enemy of St. John Chrysostom, that Theophilus, Bishop of Alexandria? Who can admire or revere Pope Vigilius? And here another consideration presents itself to my thought. In reading ecclesiastical history, when I was an Anglican, it used to be forcibly brought home to me, how the initial error of what afterwards became heresy was the urging forward some truth against the prohibition of authority at an unseasonable time. There is a time for everything, and many a man desires a reformation of an abuse, or the fuller development of a doctrine, or the adoption of a particular policy, but forgets to ask himself whether the right time for it is come. And, knowing that there is no one who will be doing anything towards its accomplishment in his own lifetime, unless he does it himself, he will not listen to the voice of authority, and he spoils a good work in his own century, in order that another man, as yet unborn, may not have the opportunity of bringing it happily to perfection in the next. He may seem to the world to be nothing else than a bold champion for the truth, and a martyr to free opinion, when he is just one of those persons whom the competent authority ought to silence. And, though the case may not fall within the subject matter in which that authority is infallible, or the formal conditions of the exercise of the gift may be wanting, it is clearly the duty of authority to act vigorously in the case. Yet its act will go down to posterity as an instance of a tyrannical interference with private judgment, and of the silencing of a reformer, and of a base love of corruption or error; and it will show still less to advantage, if the ruling power happens in its proceeding to evince any defect of prudence or consideration. And all those who take the part of that ruling authority will be considered as time-servers, or indifferent to the cause of uprightness and truth; while on the other hand, the said authority may be accidentally supported by a violent ultra-party, which exalts opinions into dogmas, and has it principally at heart to destroy every school of thought but its own. Such a state of things may be provoking and discouraging at the time, in the case of two classes of persons, of moderate men who wish to make differences in religious opinion as little as they fairly can be made, and of such as keenly perceive and are honestly eager to remedy existing evils, evils of which divines in this or that foreign country know nothing at all, and which even at home, where they exist, it is not every one who has the means of estimating. This is the state of things both of past time and of the present. We live in a wonderful age. The enlargement of the circle of secular knowledge just now is simply a bewilderment, and the more so, because it has the promise of continuing, and that with greater rapidity and more signal results. Now these discoveries, certain or probable, have in matter of fact an indirect bearing upon religious opinions, and the question arises, how are the respective claims of revelation and of natural science to be adjusted? Few minds in earnest can remain at ease without some sort of rational grounds for their religious belief. To reconcile theory and fact is almost an instinct of the mind. When then a flood of facts, ascertained or suspected, comes pouring in upon us, with a multitude of others in prospect, all believers in revelation, be they Catholic or not, are roused to consider their bearings upon themselves, both for the honour of God, and from tenderness for those many souls who, in consequence of the confident tone of the school of secular knowledge, are in danger of being led away into a bottomless liberalism of thought. I am not going to criticize here that vast body of men in the mass, who at this time would profess to be liberals in religion, and who look towards the discoveries of the age, certain or in progress, as their informants, direct or indirect, as to what they shall think about the unseen and the future. The Liberalism which gives a colour to society now is very different from that character of thought which bore the name 30 or 40 years ago. Now it is scarcely a party; it is the educated lay world. When I was young, I knew the word first as giving name to a periodical, set up by Lord Byron and others. Now, as then, I have no sympathy with the philosophy of Byron. Afterwards, Liberalism was the badge of theological school, of a dry and repulsive character, not very dangerous in itself, though dangerous as opening the door to evils which it did not itself either anticipate or comprehend. At present it is nothing else than the deep, plausible scepticism of which I spoke above, as being the development of human reason, as practically exercised by the natural man. The liberal religionists of this day are a very mixed body, and therefore I am not intending to speak against them. There may be, and doubtless is, in the hearts of some or many of them, a real antipathy or anger against revealed truth, which it is distressing to think of. Again, in many men of science or literature, there may be an animosity rising from almost a personal feeling, it being a matter of party, a point of honour, the excitement of a game, or a satisfaction to the soreness or annoyance occasioned by the acrimony or narrowness of apologists for religion, to prove that Christianity or that Scripture is untrustworthy. Many scientific and literary men, on the other hand, go on, I am confident, in a straightforward, impartial way, in their own province and on their own line of thought, without any disturbance from religious difficulties in themselves, or any wish at all to give pain to others by the result of their investigations. It would ill become me, as if I were afraid of truth of any kind, to blame those who pursue secular facts by means of the reason which God has given them to their logical conclusions, or to be angry with science, because religion is bound in duty to take cognizance of its teaching. But putting these particular classes of men aside, as having no special call on the sympathy of the Catholic, of course he does most deeply enter into the feeling of a fourth and larger class of men, in the educated portions of society, of religious and sincere minds, who are simply perplexed, frightened or rendered desperate, as the case may be, by the utter confusion into which late discoveries or speculations have thrown their most elementary ideas of religion. Who does not feel for such men? Who can have one unkind thought of them? I take up in their behalf St. Augustine's beautiful words, "Ille in vos saeviant," etc. Let them be fierce with you who have no experience of the difficulty with which error is discriminated from truth, and the way of life is found amid the illusions of the world. How many a Catholic has in his thought followed such men, many of them so good, so true, so noble! How often has the wish risen in his heart that some one from among his own people should come forward as the champion of revealed truth against its opponents! Various persons, Catholic and Protestant, have asked me to do so myself, but I had several strong difficulties in the way. One of the greatest is this, that at the moment it is so difficult to say precisely what it is that is to be encountered and overthrown. I am far from denying that scientific knowledge is really growing, but it is by fits and starts. Hypotheses rise and fall. It is difficult to anticipate which of them will keep their ground, and what the state of knowledge in relation to them will be from year to year. In this condition of things, it has seemed to me to be very undignified for a Catholic to commit himself to the work of chasing what might turn out to be phantoms, and, in behalf of some special objections, to be ingenious in devising a theory, which before it was completed might have to give place to some theory newer still, from the fact that those former objections had already come to naught under the uprising of others. It seemed to be specially a time in which Christians had a call to be patient, in which they had no other way of helping those who were alarmed than that of exhorting them to have a little faith and fortitude, and to "beware," as the poet says, "of dangerous steps." This seemed so clear to me, the more I thought of the matter, as to make me surmise that, if I attempted what had so little promise in it, I should find that the highest Catholic authority was against the attempt, and that I should have spent my time and my thought in doing what either it would be imprudent to bring before the public at all, or what, did I do so, would only complicate matters further which were already complicated without my interference more than enough. And I interpret recent acts of the authority as fulfilling my expectation. I interpret them as tying the hands of a controversialist, such as I should be, and teaching us that true wisdom, which Moses inculcated on his people, when the Egyptians were pursuing them. Fear ye not, stand still, the Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And so far from finding a difficulty in obeying in this case, I have cause to be thankful and to rejoice, to have so clear a direction in a matter of difficulty. But if we would ascertain with correctness the real course of a principle, we must look at it at a certain distance, and as history represents it to us. Nothing carried on by human instruments but has its irregularities, and affords ground for criticism, when minutely scrutinized in matters of detail. I have been speaking of that aspect of the action of an infallible authority, which is most open to invidious criticism from those who view it from without. I have tried to be fair in estimating what can be said to its disadvantage, as witnessed at a particular time in the Catholic Church. And now I wish its adversaries to be equally fair in their judgment upon its historical character. Can then the infallible authority, with any show of reason, be said in fact to have destroyed the energy of the Catholic intellect? Let it be observed, I have not here to speak of any conflict which ecclesiastical authority has had with science, for this simple reason, that conflict there has been none, and that, because the secular sciences, as they now exist, are a novelty in the world, and there has been no time yet for a history of relations between theology and these new methods of knowledge, and indeed the Church may be said to have kept clear of them, as is proved by the constantly cited case of Galileo. Here exceptio probat regulam, for it is the one stock argument. Again, I have not to speak of any relations of the Church to the new sciences, because my simple question all along has been whether the assumption of infallibility by the proper authority is adapted to make me a hypocrite, until that authority passes decree on pure physical subjects, and calls on me to subscribe them, which it never will do, because it has not the power. It has no tendency to interfere by any of its acts with my private judgment on those points. The simple question is, whether authority has so acted upon the reason of individuals that they can have no opinion of their own, and have but an alternative of slavish superstition or secret rebellion of heart. And I think the whole history of theology puts an absolute negative upon such a supposition. It is hardly necessary to argue out so plain a point. It is individuals and not the Holy See that have taken the initiative, and given the lead to the Catholic mind, in theological inquiry. Indeed, it is one of the reproaches urged against the Roman Church, that it has originated nothing, and has only served as a sort of remora or break in the development of doctrine. And it is an objection which I really embrace as truth, for such I conceive to be the main purpose of its extraordinary gift. It is said, and truly, that the Church of Rome possessed no great mind in the whole period of persecution. Afterwards, for a long while, it has not a single doctor to show. St. Leo its first is the teacher of one point of doctrine. St. Gregory, who stands at the very extremity of the first age of the Church, has no place in dogma or philosophy. The great luminary of the Western world is, as we know, St. Augustine. He, no infallible teacher, has formed the intellect of Christian Europe. Indeed, to the African Church generally we must look for the best early exposition of Latin ideas. Moreover, of the African divines, the first in order of time, and not the least influential, is the strong-minded and heterodox Tertullian. Nor is the Eastern intellect as such without its share in the formulation of the Latin teaching. The free thought of Origen is visible in the writing of the Western doctors, Hilary and Ambrose, and the independent mind of Jerome has enriched his own vigorous commentaries on Scripture from the stores of the sacredly orthodox Eusebius. Heretical questionings have been transmuted by the living power of the Church into salutary truths. The case is the same as regards the Ecumenical Councils. Authority in its most imposing exposition, grave bishops, laden with the traditions and rivalries of particular nations or places, have been guided in their decisions by commanding genius of individuals, sometimes young and of inferior rank. Not that inspired intellect overruled the superhuman gift which was committed to the Council, which would be a self-contradictory assertion, but that in that process of inquiry and deliberation which ended in an infallible enunciation, individual reason was paramount. Thus Malchion, a mere presbyter, was the instrument of the great Council of Antioch in the 3rd century, in meeting and refuting for the assembled Fathers the heretical patriarch of that see. Parallel to this instance is the influence so well known of a young deacon, St. Athanasius, with the 318 Fathers at Nicaea. In medieval times we read of St. Anselm at Bari as the champion of the Council there held against the Greeks. At Trent the writings of St. Bonaventure, and, what is more to the point, the address of a priest and theologian, Salmeron, had a critical effect on some of the definitions of dogma. In some of those cases the influence might be partly moral, but in others it was that of a discursive knowledge of ecclesiastical writers, a scientific acquaintance with theology, and a force of thought in the treatment of doctrine. There are, of course, intellectual habits which theology does not tend to form, as for instance the experimental, and again the philosophical, but that is because it is theology, not because of the gift of infallibility. But as far as this goes, I think it could be shown that physical science, on the other hand, or again mathematical, affords but an imperfect training for the intellect. I do not see then how any objection about the narrowness of theology comes into our question, which simply is, whether the belief in an infallible authority destroys the independence of the mind. And I consider that the whole history of the Church, and especially the history of theological schools, gives a negative to the accusation. There never was a time when the intellect of the educated class was more active, or rather more restless, than in the Middle Ages. And then again all through Church history, from the first, how slow is authority in interfering. Perhaps a local teacher or a doctor in some local school hazards a proposition and a controversy ensues. It smoulders or burns in one place, no one interposing. Rome simply lets it alone. Then it comes before a bishop, or some priest, or some professor in some other seat of learning takes it up, and then there is the second stage of it. Then it comes before a university, and it may be condemned by the theological faculty. So the controversy proceeds year after year, and Rome is still silent. An appeal perhaps is next made to a set of authority inferior to Rome, and then at last, after a long while, it comes before the supreme power. Meanwhile the question has been ventilated and turned over and over again, and viewed on every side of it, and authority is called upon to pronounce the decision, which has already been arrived at by reason. But even then, perhaps the supreme authority hesitates to do so, and nothing is determined on the point for years, or so generally and vaguely, that the whole controversy has to be gone through again, before it is ultimately determined. It is manifest how a mode of proceeding, such as this, tends not only to the liberty, but to the courage, of the individual theologian or controversialist. Many a man has ideas, which he hopes are true and useful for his day, but he is not confident about them, and wishes to have them discussed. He is willing, or rather would be thankful, to give them up, if they can be proved to be erroneous or dangerous, and by means of controversy he obtains his end. He is answered and he yields, or on the contrary he finds that he is considered safe. He would not dare to do this, if he knew an authority, which was supreme and final, was watching every word he said, and made signs of assent or dissent to each sentence as he uttered it. then indeed he would be fighting, as the Persian soldiers, under the lash, and the freedom of his intellect might truly be said to be beaten out of him. But this has not been so. I do not mean to say that, when controversies run high, in schools or even in small portions of the Church, an interposition may not advisably take place, and again questions may be of that urgent nature, that an appeal must, as a matter of duty, be made at once to the highest authority in the Church. But if we look into the history of controversy, we shall find, I think, the general run of things to be such as I have represented it. Zosimus treated Pelagius and Cholestius with extreme forbearance. St. Gregory VII. Was equally indulgent with Berengaris. By reason of the very power of the Popes, they have commonly been slow and moderate in their use of it. And here again is a further shelter for the legitimate exercise of the reason. The multitude of nations which are within the fold of the Church will be found to have acted for its protection against any narrowness, on the supposition of narrowness, in various authorities at Rome, with whom lies the practical decision of controverted questions. How have the Greek traditions been respected and provided for in the latter ecumenical councils, in spite of the countries that held them being in a state of schism? There are important points of doctrine which have been, humanly speaking, exempted from the infallible sentence, by the tenderness with which its instruments, in framing it, have treated the opinion of particular places. Then again, such national influences have a providential effect in moderating the bias which the local influence of Italy may exert upon the See of St. Peter. It stands to reason that, as the Gallican Church has in it a French element, so Rome must have in it an element of Italy. And it is no prejudice to the zeal and devotion with which we submit ourselves to the Holy See to admit this plainly. It seems to me, as I have been saying, that Catholicity is not only one of the notes of the Church, but, according to the divine purposes, one of its securities. I think it would be a very serious evil, which divine mercy avert, that the Church should be contracted in Europe within the range of particular nationalities. It is a great idea to introduce Latin civilization into America, and to improve the Catholics there by the energy of French devotedness. But I trust that all European races will ever have a place in the Church, and assuredly I think that the loss of the English, not to say the German element, in its composition, has been a most serious misfortune. And certainly, if there is one consideration more than another which should make us English grateful to Pius IX, it is that, by giving us a Church of our own, he has prepared the way for our own habits of mind, our own manner of reasoning, our own tastes, and our own virtues, finding a place and thereby a sanctification in the Catholic Church. End of chapter 5, part 2. Chapter 5, Part 3 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. There is only one other subject which I think it necessary to introduce here, as bearing on the vague suspicions which are attached in this country to the Catholic priesthood. It is one of which my accusers have before now said much, the charge of reserve and economy. They found it in no slight degree on what I have said on the subject in my History of the Arians, and a note upon one of my sermons in which I referred to it. The principle of reserve is also advocated by an admirable writer in 2 numbers of the Tracts of the Times, and of these I was editor. Now as to the economy itself, vide note F, the economy. It is founded upon the words of our Lord, "Cast not your pearls before swine," and it was observed by the early Christians more or less, in their intercourse with the heathen populations among whom they lived. In the midst of the abominable idolatries and impurities of that fearful time, the rule of the economy was an imperative duty. But that rule, at least as I have explained and recommended it, in anything that I have written, did not go beyond 1. the concealing the truth when we could do so without deceit; 2. Stating it only partially; and 3. Representing it under the nearest form possible to a learner or inquirer, when he could not possibly understand it exactly. I conceive that to draw angels with wings is an instance of the third of these economical modes; and to avoid the question, "Do Christians believe in a Trinity?" by answering, "They believe in only one God," would be an instance of the second. As to the first, it is hardly an economy, but comes under what is called the Disciplina Arcanae. The second and third economical modes Clement calls lying, means that a partial truth is in some sense a lie, as is also a representative truth. And this, I think, is about the long and the short of the ground of the accusation which has been so violently urged against me, as being a patron of the economy. Of late years I have come to think, as I believe most writers do, that Clement meant more than I have said. I used to think he used the word lie as a hyperbole; but I now believe that he, as other early Fathers, thought that under certain circumstances it was lawful to tell a lie. This doctrine I never maintained, though I used to think, as I do now, that the theory of the subject is surrounded with considerable difficulty; and it is not strange that I should say so, considering that great English writers declare without hesitation that in certain extreme cases, as to save life, honour, or even property, a lie is allowable. And thus I am brought to the direct question of truth, and of the truthfulness of Catholic priests generally, in their dealing with the world, as bearing on the general question of their honesty, and of their internal belief in their religious professions. It would answer no purpose, and it would be departing from the line of writing which I have been observing all along, if I entered into any formal discussion on this question. What I shall do here, as I have done in the foregoing pages, is to give my own testimony on the matter in question, and there to leave it. Now first I will say, that when I became a Catholic, nothing struck me more at once than the English outspoken manner of the priests. It was the same at Oscott, at Old Hall Green, at Usher. There was nothing of that smoothness or mannerism which is commonly imputed to them, and they were more natural and unaffected than many an Anglican clergyman. The many years which have passed since have only confirmed my first impression. I have ever found it in the priests of this diocese. Did I wish to point out a straightforward Englishman, I should instance the Bishop, who has, to our great benefit, for so many years presided over it. And next I was struck, when I had more opportunity of judging of the priests, by the simple faith in the Catholic creed and system, of which they always gave evidence, and which they never seemed to feel, in any sense at all, to be burdened. And now that I have been in the Church 19 years, I cannot recollect hearing a single instance in England of an infidel priest. Of course there are men from time to time who leave the Catholic Church for another religion; but I am speaking of cases when a man keeps a fair outside to the world, and is a hollow hypocrite in his heart. I wonder that the self‐devotion of our priests does not strike a Protestant in this point of view. What do they gain by professing a creed, in which, if their enemies are to be credited, they really do not believe? What is their reward for committing themselves to a life of self‐restraint and toil, and perhaps to a premature and miserable death? The Irish fever cut off between Liverpool and Leeds 30 priests and more, young men in the flower of their days, old men who seem entitled to some quiet time after their long toil. There was a bishop cut off in the north; but what had a man of his ecclesiastical rank to do with the drudgery and the danger of sick calls, except that Christian faith and charity constrained him? Priests volunteered for the dangerous service. It was the same with them on the first coming of the cholera, that mysterious awe-inspiring infliction. If they did not heartily believe in the creed of the Church, then I will say that the remarks of the Apostle had its fullest illustration. If in this life only we have hope in Christ, we are of all men most miserable. What could support a set of hypocrites in the presence of a deadly disorder, one of them following another in long order up the forlorn hope, and one after another perishing? and such I may say in its substance is every mission priest's life. He is ever ready to sacrifice himself for his people. Night and day, sick or well himself, in all weathers, off he is on the news of a sick call. The fact of a parishioner dying without the sacraments through his fault is terrible to him. Why terrible? If he has not a deep absolute faith, which he acts upon with a free service. Protestants admire this when they see it, but they do not seem to see as clearly that it excludes the very notion of hypocrisy. Sometimes when they reflect upon it, it leads them to remark on the wonderful discipline of Catholic priesthood. They say that no Church has so well ordered a clergy, and that in that respect it surpasses their own. They wish they could have such exact discipline among themselves. But is it an excellence which can be purchased? Is it a phenomenon which depends on nothing else than itself? Or is it an effect which has a cause? You cannot buy devotion at a price. It has never been heard of in the land of Canaan, neither has it been seen in Theman. The child of Agar, the merchants of Meran, none of these have known its way. What then is that wonderful charm, which makes 1,000 men act all in one way, and infuses a prompt obedience to rule, as if they were under some stern military compulsion? How difficult to find an answer, unless you will allow the obvious one, that they believe intensely what they profess. I cannot think what it can be, in a day like this, which keeps up the prejudice of this Protestant country against us, unless it be the vague charges which are drawn from our books of moral theology, and with short notice of the work in particular, which by our accusers is especially thrown into our teeth. I shall bring these observations to a close. St. Alfonso Liguori, then, it cannot be denied, lays down that an equivocation, that is, a play upon words, in which one sense is taken by the speaker, and another sense intended by him for the hearer, is allowable, if there is a just cause, that is, in an extraordinary case, and may even be confirmed by an oath. I shall give my opinion on this point as plainly as any Protestant can wish, and therefore I avow at once that in the department of morality, much as I admire the high points of the Italian character, I like the English rule of conduct better; but, in saying so, I am not, as will shortly be seen, saying anything disrespectful to St. Alfonso, who was a lover of truth, and whose intercession, I trust, I shall not lose, though, on the matter under consideration, I follow other guidance in preference to his. Now I make this remark first. Great English authors, Jeremy Taylor, Milton, Paley, Johnson, men of very different schools of thought, distinctly say that under certain extraordinary circumstances it is allowable to tell a lie. Taylor says, to tell a lie for charity, to save a man's life, the life of a friend, of a husband, of a prince, of a useful and public person, has not only been done at all times, but commended by great and wise and good men. Who would not save his father's life, at the charge of a harmless lie, from persecutors or tyrants? Again, Milton says, what man in his sense would deny that there are those whom we have the best grounds for considering that we ought to deceive, as boys, madmen, the sick, the intoxicated, enemies, men in error, thieves? I would ask, by which of these commandments is a lie forbidden? You will say, by the 9th. If then my lie does not injure my neighbour, certainly it is not forbidden by this commandment. Paley says, there are falsehoods which are not lies, that is, which are not criminal. Johnson, the general rule is that truth should never be violated. There must, however, be some exceptions. If, for instance, a murderer should ask you which way a man is gone. Now I am not using these instances as argumentum ad hominem, but the purpose of which I put them is this. 1. First, I have set down the distinct statements of Taylor, Milton, Paley, and Johnson. Now, would any one give ever so little weight to these statements in forming a real estimate of the veracity of the writers, if they now were alive? Were a man who is so fierce as St. Alfonso to meet Paley or Johnson to-morrow in society, would he look upon him as a liar, a knave, as dishonest and untrustworthy? I am sure he would not. Why then does he not deal out of the same measure to Catholic priests? If a copy of Scavini, which speaks of equivocation as being in a just cause allowable, be found in a student's room at Oscott, not Scavini himself, but even the unhappy student, who has what a Protestant calls a bad book in his possession, is judged to be for life unworthy of credit. Are all Protestant text books which are used at the University immaculate? Is it necessary to take for gospel every word of Aristotle's Ethics, or every assertion of Hay or Burnet on the Articles? Are text books the ultimate authority, or rather are they not manuals in the hands of a lecturer, and the groundwork of his remarks? But again, let us suppose, not the case of a student, or of a professor, but of Scavini himself, or of St. Alfonso. Now here again I ask, since you would not scruple in holding Paley for an honest man, in spite of his defence of lying, why do you scruple at holding St. Alfonso honest? I am perfectly sure that you would not scruple at Paley personally. You might not agree with him, but you would not go further than to call him a bold thinker. Then why should St. Alfonso's person be odious to you, as well as his doctrine? Now I wish to tell you why you are not afraid of Paley, because you would say, when he advocated lying, he was taking extreme or special cases. You would have no fear of a man who you knew had shot a burglar dead in his own house, because you know you are not a burglar. So you would not think that Paley had a habit of telling lies in society, because in the case of a cruel alternative he thought it the lesser evil to tell a lie. Then why do you show such suspicion of a Catholic theologian, who speaks of certain extraordinary cases, in which an equivocation in a penitent cannot be visited by his confessor, as if it were a sin? For this is the exact point of the question. But again, why does Paley, why does Jeremy Taylor, when no practical matter is actually before him, lay down a maxim about the lawfulness of lying, which will startle most readers? The reason is plain. He is forming a theory of morals, and he must treat every question in turn as it comes. And this is just what St. Alfonso or Scavini is doing. You only try your hand yourself at a treatise on the rules of morality, and you will see how difficult the work is. What is the definition of a lie? Can you give a better than that it is a sin against justice, as Taylor and Paley considered it? But, if so, how could it be a sin at all, if your neighbour is not injured? If you do not like this definition, take another, and then, by means of that, perhaps you will be defending St. Alfonso's equivocation. However, this is what I insist upon, that St. Alfonso, as Paley, is considering the different portions of a large subject, and he must, on the subject of lying, give his judgment, though on that subject it is difficult to form any judgment which is satisfactory. But further still, you must not suppose that a philosopher or moralist uses in his own case the license which his theory itself would allow him. A man in his own person is guided by his own conscience, but in drawing out a system of rules he is obliged to go by logic, and follow the exact deduction of conclusion from conclusion, and must be sure that the whole system is coherent and one. You hear of even immoral or irreligious books being written by men of decent character. There is a late writer who says that David Hume's sceptical works are not at all the picture of the man. A priest might write a treatise which was really lax on the subject of lying, which might come under the condemnation of the Holy See, as some treatises on that score have already been condemned, and yet in his own person he is a rigorist. And, in fact, it is notorious for St. Alfonso's life that he, who has the repute of being so lax a moralist, had one of the most scrupulous and anxious of consciences himself. Nay, further than this, he was originally in the law, and on one occasion he was betrayed into the commission of what seems like a deceit, though it was an accident, and that was the very occasion of his leaving the profession and embracing the religious life. The account of this remarkable occurrence is told us in his life. Notwithstanding he had carefully examined over and over the details of the process, he was completely mistaken regarding the sense of one document, which constituted the right of the adverse party. The advocate of the Grand Duke perceived the mistake, but he allowed Alfonso to continue his eloquent address to the end, without interruption, As soon, however, as he finished, he rose and said with cutting coolness, "Sir, the case is not exactly what you suppose it to be. If you will review the process, and examine this paper attentively, you will find there precisely the contrary of all you have advanced." "Willingly," replied Alfonso, without hesitating. "The decision depends on this question, whether the fief were granted under the law of Lombardy, or under the French law." The paper being examined, it was found that the Grand Duke's advocate was in the right. "Yes," said Alfonso, holding the paper in his hand, "I am wrong, I have been mistaken." A discovery so unexpected, and a fear of being accused of unfair dealing filled him with consternation and covered him with confusion; so much so that every one saw his emotion. It was in vain that the President Caravita, who loved him, and knew his integrity, tried to console him, by telling him that such mistakes were not uncommon, even among the first men at the bar. Alfonso would listen to nothing, but, overwhelmed with confusion, his head sunk on his breast, he said to himself, "World, I know you now; courts of law, never shall you see me again." And turning his back on the assembly, he withdrew to his own house, incessantly repeating to himself, "World, I know you now." What annoyed him most was, that having studied and restudied the process during a whole month, without having discovered this important flaw, he could not understand how it had escaped his observation. And this is the man so easily scared at the very shadow of trickery, who is so flippantly pronounced to be a patron of lying. But in truth the Catholic theologian has objects in view which men in general little compass. He is not thinking of himself, but of a multitude of souls, sick souls, sinful souls, carried away by sin, full of evil, and he is trying with all his might to rescue them from their miserable state; and in order to save them from more heinous sins, he tries to the full extent that his conscience will allow him to go, to shut his eyes to such sins as are those sins yet lighter in character or degree. He knows perfectly well that, if he is as strict as he would wish to be, he shall be able to do nothing at all with the run of men; so he is as indulgent with them as ever he can be. Let it not be for an instant supposed that I allow of the maxim of doing evil that good may come; but, keeping clear of this, there is a way of winning men from greater sins by winking for the time at the less, or at mere improprieties or faults. And this is the key to the difficulty which Catholic books of moral theology so often cause to the Protestant. They are intended for the confessor, and Protestants view them as intended for the preacher. 2. And I observe upon Taylor, Milton, and Paley thus: what would a Protestant clergyman say to me, if I accused him of teaching that a lie was allowable, and if, when he asked for my proof, I said in reply that such was the doctrine of Taylor and Milton? Why, he would sharply retort, "I am not bound by Taylor or Milton." And if I went on urging that Taylor was one of the authorities, he would answer, that Taylor was a great writer, but great writers were not therefore infallible. This is pretty much the answer which I make when I am considered in this matter a disciple of St. Alfonso. I plainly and positively state, and without any reserve, that I do not at all follow this holy and charitable man in this portion of his teaching. There are various schools of opinion allowed in the Church, and on this point I follow others. I follow Cardinal Gerdil and Natalis Alexander, nay, St. Augustine. I will quote one passage from Natalis Alexander: "They certainly lie, who utter the words of an oath, without the will to swear or bind themselves; or who make use of mental reservations and equivocations in swearing, since they signify by words what they have not in mind, contrary to the end for which language was instituted, namely, as signs of ideas; or they mean something else than the words signify in themselves and the common custom of speech. And to take an instance, I do not believe any priest in England would dream of saying, 'My friend is not here,' meaning, 'He is not in my pocket or under my shoe;' nor should any consideration make me say so myself. I do not think St. Alfonso would in his own case have said so; and he would have been as much shocked at Taylor and Paley as Protestants are at him. Vita, Note G, lying and equivocation. And now if Protestants wish to know what our real teaching is, as on other subjects, so on that of lying, let them look not at our books of casuistry, but at our Catechism. Works on pathology do not give the best insight into the form and the harmony of the human frame. And, as it is with the body, so it is with the mind. The Catechism of the Council of Trent was drawn up for the express purpose of providing preachers with subjects for their sermons. And, as my whole work has been a defence of myself, I may here say that I rarely preach a sermon, but I go to this beautiful and complete Catechism to get both my matter and my doctrine. There we find the following notices about the duty of veracity: "Thou shalt not bear false witness," etc. Let attention be drawn to two laws contained in this commandment: the one forbidding false witness, the other bidding that, removing all pretence and deceit, we should measure our words and deeds by simple truth, as the Apostle admonished the Ephesians of that duty in these words: "Doing truth in charity, let us grow in Him through all things." To deceive by a lie in joke, or for the sake of compliment, though to no one there accrues loss or gain in consequence, nevertheless is altogether unworthy. For thus the Apostle admonishes: "Putting aside lying, speak ye truth." For therein is great danger of lapsing into frequent and more serious lying; and from lies in joke men gain the habit of lying, whence they gain the character of not being truthful; and thence again, in order to gain credence to their words, they find it necessary to make a practice of swearing. Nothing is more necessary for us than truth of testimony, in those things which we neither know ourselves, nor can allowably be ignorant of; on which points there is extant that maxim of St. Augustine's: "Whoso conceals the truth, and whoso puts forth a lie, each is guilty; the one because he is not willing to do a service, the other because he has a wish to do a mischief." It is lawful at times to be silent about the truth, but out of a court of law. For in court, when a witness is interrogated by the judge according to law, the truth is wholly to be brought out. Witnesses, however, must beware lest, from over confidence in their memory, they affirm for certain what they have not verified. In order that the faithful may with good will avoid the sin of lying, the parish priest shall set before them the extreme misery and turpitude of this wickedness. For in Holy Writ the devil is called the father of a lie; for, in that he did not remain in truth, he is a liar, and the father of a lie. He will add, with the view of ridding men of so great a crime, the evils which follow upon lying; and, whereas they are innumerable, he will point out at least the source and the general head of these mischiefs and calamities, viz. 1. How great is God's displeasure, and how great His hatred of a man who is insincere and a liar. 2. What little security there is that a man who is specially hated by God may not be visited by the heaviest punishments. 3. What more unclean and foul, as St. James says, than that a fountain by the same jet should send out sweet water and bitter? 4. For that tongue, which just now praised God, next, as far as it lies, dishonours Him by lying. 5. In consequence, liars are shut out from the possession of heavenly beatitude. 6. That too is the worst evil of lying, that disease of the mind is generally incurable. Moreover, there is this harm too, and one of vast extent, and touching men generally, that by insincerity and lying, faith and truth are lost, which are the firmest bonds of human society; and, when they are lost, supreme confusion follows in life, so that men seem in nothing to differ from devils. Lastly, the parish priest will set those right who excuse their insincerity and allege the example of wise men, who, they say, are used to lie for an occasion. He will tell them what is most true, that the wisdom of the flesh is death. He will exhort his hearers to trust in God when they are in difficulties and straits, not to have recourse to the expedient of a lie. Those who throw the blame of their own lie on those who have already by a lie deceived them, are to be taught that men must not revenge themselves, nor make up one evil by another. There is much more to the Catechism to the same effect, and it is of universal obligation, whereas the decision of a particular author in morals need not be accepted by any one. To one other authority I appeal on this subject, which commands from me attention of a special kind, for it is the teaching of a Father. It will serve to bring my work to a conclusion. St. Philip, says the Roman Oratorian who wrote his life, had a particular dislike of affectation both in himself and others, in speaking, in dressing, or in anything else. He avoided all ceremony which savoured of worldly compliment, always showed himself a great stickler for Christian simplicity in everything, so that, when he had to deal with men of worldly prudence, he did not very readily accommodate himself to them. And he avoided as much as possible having anything to do with two-faced persons, who did not go simply and straightforward to work in their transactions. As for liars, he could not endure them, and he was continually reminding his spiritual children to avoid them as they would a pestilence. These are the principles on which I have acted before I was a Catholic. These are the principles which, I trust, will be my stay and guidance to the end. I have closed this history of myself with St. Philip's name upon St. Philip's feast day, and having done so, to whom can I more suitably offer it as a memorial of affection and gratitude than to St. Philip's son, my dearest brothers of this house, the priests of the Birmingham Oratory, Ambrose St. John, Henry Austin Mills, Henry Biddleston, Edward Caswall, William Payne Neville, and Henry Ignatius Dudley Ryder, who have been so faithful to me, who have been so sensitive of my needs, who have been so indulgent to my failings, who have carried me through so many trials, who have grudged no sacrifice, if I asked for it, who have been so cheerful under discouragement of my causing, who have done so many good works and let me have the credit of them, with whom I have lived so long, with whom I hope to die. And to you especially, dear Ambrose St. John, whom God gave me, when He took every one else away, who are the link between my old life and my new, who have now for 21 years been so devoted to me, so patient, so zealous, so tender, who have let me lean so hard upon you, who have watched me so narrowly, who have never thought of yourself, if I was in question. And in you I gather up and bear in memory those familiar affectionate companions and counsellors, who in Oxford were given to me one after another to be my daily solace and relief, and all those others, of great name and high example, who were my thorough friends, and showed me true attachment in times long past, and also those many younger men, whether I knew them or not, who have never been disloyal to me by word or deed. And, of all these, thus various in relations to me, those morely especially, who have since joined the Catholic Church. And I earnestly pray for this whole company, with a hope against hope, that all of us, who once were so united and so happy in our union, may even now be brought at length, by the power of the divine will, into one fold and under one shepherd. May 26, 1864, in Festo Corpus Christi. End of chapter 5. Note A of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Note A. Liberalism. I have been asked to explain more fully what it is I mean by Liberalism, because merely to call it the anti-dogmatic principle is to tell very little about it. An explanation is the more necessary, because such good Catholics and distinguished writers as Count Montalembert and Father Lacordaire use the word in a favourable sense, and claim to be liberals themselves. The only singularity, says the former of the two in describing his friend, was his liberalism. By a phenomenon at that time unheard of, this convert, this seminarist, this confessor of nuns, was just as stubborn a liberal, as in the days when he was a student and a barrister. I do not believe that it is possible for me to differ in my important matters from two men whom I so highly admire. In their general line of thought and conduct I enthusiastically concur, and consider them to be before their age. And it would be strange indeed, if I did not read with a special interest, in M. de Montalembert's beautiful volume, of the unselfish aims, the thwarted projects, the unrequited toils, the grand and tender resignation of Lacordaire. If I hesitate to adopt their language about Liberalism, I impute the necessity of such hesitation to some differences between us in the use of words or in the circumstances of country, and thus I reconcile myself to remaining faithful to my own conception of it, though I cannot have their voices to give force to mine. Speaking then in my own way, I proceed to explain what I meant as a Protestant by Liberalism, and to do so in connexion with the circumstances under which that system of opinion came before me at Oxford. If I might presume to contrast Lacordaire and myself, I should say that we had been both of us inconsistent; he a Catholic in calling himself a Liberal, I a Protestant in being an Anti‐Liberal; and moreover, that the cause of this inconsistency had been in both cases one and the same, viz. we were both of us such good conservatives as to take up with what we happened to find established in our respective countries, at the time when we came into active life. Toryism was the creed of Oxford; he inherited and made the best of the French Revolution. When in the beginning of the present century, not very long before my own time, after many years of moral and intellectual declension, the University of Oxford woke up to a sense of its duties and began to reform itself, the first instruments of this change, to whose zeal and courage we all owe so much, were naturally thrown together for mutual support, against the numerous obstacles which lay in their path, and soon stood out in relief from the body of residents who, though many of them men of talent themselves, cared little for the object which the other had at heart. These Reformers, as they may be called, were for some years members of scarcely more than 3 or 4 colleges, and their own college, as being under their direct influence, of course had the benefit of those stricter views of discipline and teaching which they themselves were urging on the University. They had, in no long time, enough of real progress in the several spheres of exertion, and enough of reputation out of doors, to warrant them in considering themselves the élite of the place; and it is not wonderful if they were in consequence led to look down upon the majority of colleges, which had not kept pace with the reform, or which had been hostile to it. And when those rivalries of one man with another arose, whether personal or collegiate, which befall literary and scientific societies, such disturbances did but tend to raise in their eyes the value which they had already set upon academical distinction, and increase their zeal in pursuing it. Thus was formed an intellectual circle or class in the University, men who felt they had a career before them as soon as the pupils whom they were forming came into public life, men whom non-residents, whether country parsons or preachers of the Low Church, or coming up from time to time to the old place, would look at, partly with admiration, partly with suspicion, as being an honour indeed to Oxford, but withal exposed to the temptation of ambitious views and to the spiritual evils signified in what is called the pride of reason. Nor was this imputation altogether unjust, for, as they were following out the proper idea of a University, of course they suffered more or less from the moral malady incident to such a pursuit. The very object of such great institutions lies in the cultivation of the mind and the spread of knowledge. If this object, as all human objects, has its dangers at all times, much more would these exist in the case of men who were engaged in a work of reformation, and had the opportunity of measuring themselves, not only with those who were their equals in intellect, but with the many who were below them. In this select circle or class of men, in various colleges, the direct instruments and the choice fruit of real University reform, we see the rudiments of the Liberal party. whenever men are able to act at all, there is the chance of extreme and intemperate action; and therefore, when there is exercise of mind, there is the chance of wayward or mistaken exercise. Liberty of thought is in itself a good, but it gives an opening to false liberty. Now by Liberalism I mean false liberty of thought, or the exercise of thought upon matters, in which, from the constitution of the human mind, thought cannot be brought to any successful issue, and therefore is out of place. Among such matters are first principles of whatever kind, and of these the most sacred and momentous are especially to be reckoned the truth of revelation. Liberalism then is the mistake of subjecting to human judgment those revealed doctrines which are in their nature beyond and independent of it, and of claiming to determine on extrinsic grounds the truth and value of propositions which rest for their reception simply on the external authority of the Divine Word. Now certainly the party of whom I have been speaking, taken as a whole, were of a character of mind out of which Liberalism might easily grow up, as in fact it did. Certainly they breathed around an influence which made men of religious seriousness shrink into themselves. But, while I say as much as this, I have no intention whatever of implying that the talent of the University, in the years before and after 1820, was liberal in its theology, in the sense in which the bulk of the educated class through the country are liberal now. I would not for the world be supposed to detract from the Christian earnestness and the activity in religious works above the average of men of many of the persons in question. They would have protested against their being supposed to place reason before faith, or knowledge before devotion. Yet I do consider that they unconsciously encouraged and successfully introduced into Oxford a license of opinion which went far beyond them. In their day they did little more than take credit to themselves for enlightened views, largeness of mind, liberality of sentiment, without drawing the line between what was just and what was inadmissible in speculation, and without seeing the tendency of their own principle, and engrossing, as they did, the mental energy of the University, they met for a time with no effectual hindrance to the spread of their influence, except, what indeed at the moment was most effectual, but not of an intellectual character, the thoroughgoing Toryism and traditionary Church of Englandism of the great body of the colleges and Convocation. Now and then a man of note appeared in the pulpit or lecture rooms of the University, who was a worthy representative of the more religious and devout Anglicans. These belonged chiefly to the High Church party, for the party called Evangelical never has been able to breathe freely an atmosphere at Oxford, and at no time has been conspicuous as a party for talent or learning. But of the old High Churchmen, several exerted some sort of anti-liberal influence in the place, at least from time to time, and that influence of an intellectual nature. Among these especially may be mentioned Mr. John Miller of Worcester College, who preached the Bampton Lecture in the year 1817. But as far as I know, he who turned the tide, and brought the talent of the University round to the side of the old theology, and against what was familiarly called march of mind, was Mr. Keble. In and from Mr. Keble the mental activity of Oxford took that contrary direction which issued in what was called Tractarianism. Keble was young in years, when he became a University celebrity, and younger in mind. He had a purity and simplicity of a child. He had few sympathies with the intellectual party, who sincerely welcomed him as a brilliant specimen of young Oxford. He instinctively shut up before literary display, and pomp and donnishness of manner, faults which always will beset academical notability. He did not respond to their advances. His collision with them, if it may be so called, was thus described by Hurrell Froude in his own way. "Poor Keble," he used gravely to say, "he was asked to join the aristocracy of talent, but he soon found his level. He went into the country, but his instance serves to prove that men need not, in the event, lose that influence which is rightly theirs, because they happen to be thwarted in the use of the channels natural and proper to its exercise. He did not lose his place in the minds of men because he was out of their sight. Keble was a man who guided himself and formed his judgments, not by process of reason, by inquiry, or by argument, but, to use the word in a broad sense, by authority. Conscience is an authority, the Bible is an authority, such is the Church, such is antiquity, such are the words of the wise, such are hereditary lessons, such are ethical truths, such are historical memories, such are legal saws and state maxims, such are proverbs, such are sentiments, presages, and prepossessions. It seemed to me as if he ever felt happier when he could speak or act under some such primary or external sanction, and could use argument mainly as a means of recommending or explaining what had claims on his reception prior to proof. He even felt a tenderness, I think, in spite of Bacon, for the idols of the tribe and the den, of the market and the theatre. What he hated instinctively was heresy, insubordination, resistance to things established, claims of independence, disloyalty, innovation, a critical censorious spirit. And such was the main principle of the school which in the course of years was formed around him. Nor is it easy to set limits to its influence in its day; for a multitude of men, who did not profess its teaching, or accept its peculiar doctrines, were willing nevertheless, or found it to their purpose, to act in company with it. Indeed, for a time it was practically the champion and advocate of the political doctrines of the great clerical interests through the country, who found in Mr. Keble and his friends an intellectual as well as moral support to their cause, which they looked for in vain elsewhere. His weak point, in their eyes, was his consistency, for he carried his love of authority and old times so far as to be more than gentle towards the Catholic religion, with which the Toryism of Oxford and of the Church of England had no sympathy. Accordingly, if my memory be correct, he never could get himself to throw his heart into the opposition made to Catholic emancipation, strongly as he revolted from the politics and the instruments by means of which that emancipation was won. I fancy he would have had no difficulty in accepting Dr. Johnson's saying about the first Whig, and it grieved and offended him that the Via Prima Salutis should be opened to the Catholic body from the Whig quarter. In spite of his reverence for the old religion, I conceive that, on the whole, he would rather have kept its professors beyond the pale of the Constitution with the Tories, than admit them on the principle of the Whigs. Moreover, if the Revolution of 1688 was too lax in principle for him and his friends, much less, as is very plain, could they endure to subscribe to the revolutionary doctrines of 1776 and 1789, which they felt to be absolutely and entirely out of keeping with theological truth. The old Tory or Conservative party in Oxford had in it no principle or power of development, and that from its very nature and constitution it was otherwise with the Liberals. They represented a new idea, which was but gradually learning to recognize itself, to ascertain its characteristics and external relations, and to exert an influence upon the University. The party grew all the time that I was in Oxford, even in numbers, certainly in breadth and definiteness of doctrine and in power. And what was a far higher consideration, by the accession of Dr. Arnold's pupils, it was invested with an elevation of character, which claimed the respect even of its opponents. On the other hand, in proportion as it became more earnest and less self-applauding, it became more free-spoken, and members of it might be found who, from the mere circumstances of remaining firm to their original professions, would, in the judgment of the world, as to their public acts, seem to have left it for the Conservative camp. Thus, neither in its component parts nor in its policy was it the same in 1832, 1836, and 1841 as it was in 1845. These last remarks will serve to throw light upon a matter personal to myself, which I have introduced into my Narrative, and to which attention has been pointedly called, now that my volume is coming to a second edition. It has been strongly urged upon me to reconsider the following passages which occur in it. The men who had driven me from Oxford were distinctly the Liberals. It was they who had opened the attack upon Tract 90, p. 203, and I found no fault with the Liberals. They had beaten me in a fair field, p. 214. I am very unwilling to seem ungracious, or to cause pain in any quarter; still I am sorry to say I cannot modify these statements. It is surely a matter of historical fact that I left Oxford upon the University proceeding in 1841, and in those proceedings, whether we look to the heads of house or the resident masters, the leaders, if intellect and influence make men such, were members of the Liberal party. Those who did not lead, concurred or acquiesced in them, I may say, felt a satisfaction. I do not recollect any Liberal who was on my side on that occasion. Excepting the Liberal, no other party as a party acted against me. I am not complaining of them; I deserved nothing else at their hands. They could not undo in 1845, even had they wished it, and there is no proof they did, what they had done in 1841. In 1845, when I had already given up the contest for 4 years, and my part of it had passed into the hands of others, then some of those who were prominent against me in 1841, feeling, what they had not felt in 1841, the danger of driving a number of my followers to Rome, and joined by younger friends who had come into University importance since 1841, and felt kindly towards me, adopted a course more consistent with their principles, and proceeded to shield from the zeal of the Hebdomadal Board, not me, but, professedly, all parties through the country, Tractarians, Evangelicals, Liberals in general, who had to subscribe to the Anglican formularies, on the ground that those formularies, rigidly taken, were on some point or other a difficulty to all parties alike. However, besides the historical fact, I can bear witness to my own feelings at the time; and my feeling was this, that those who in 1841 had considered it to be a duty to act against me, had then done their worst. What was it to me what they were doing in opposition to the new test proposed by the Hebdomadal Board? I owed them no work for their trouble. I took no interest at all, in February 1845, in the proceedings of the heads of the houses and of the Convocation. I felt myself dead as regarded my relations to the Anglican Church. My leaving it was all but a matter of time. I believe I did not even thank my real friends, the two Proctors, who in Convocation stopped by their veto the condemnation of Tract 90; nor did I make any acknowledgment to Mr. Rogers, nor to Mr. James Mozley, nor, as I think, to Mr. Hussey, for their pamphlets in my behalf. My frame of mind is best described by the sentiment of the passage in Horace, which at the time I was fond of quoting, as expressing my view of the relations that existed between the Vice Chancellor and myself: "Pentheu rector Thebarum, quid me perferre patique, indignum cogas, adimam bona, nepe pecus rem, lectos argentum tollis licet, in manicis et compedibus servo te sub custode tenebo," viz. the 39 Articles. "Ipse Deus simo atque volam me solvet, opinor hoc sentit moriar mors ultima linea rerum est." I conclude this notice of Liberalism in Oxford, and the party which was antagonistic to it, with some propositions in detail, which, as a member of the latter, and together with the High Church, I earnestly denounce and abjured. 1. No religious tenet is important, unless reason shows it to be so. Therefore, e.g., the doctrine of the Athanasian Creed is not to be insisted on, unless it tends to convert the soul; and the doctrine of the Atonement is to be insisted on, if it does convert the soul. 2. No one can believe what he does not understand. Therefore, e.g., there are no mysteries in true religion. 3. No theological doctrine is anything more than an opinion which happens to be held by bodies of men. Therefore, e.g., no creed as such is necessary for salvation. 4. It is dishonest in a man to make an act of faith in what he has not had brought home to him by actual proof. Therefore, e.g., the mass of men ought not absolutely to believe in the divine authority of the Bible. 5. It is immoral in a man to believe more than he can spontaneously receive as being congenial to his moral and mental nature. Therefore, e.g., a given individual is not bound to believe in eternal punishment. 6. No revealed doctrines or precepts may reasonably stand in the way of scientific conclusions. Therefore, e.g., political economy may reverse our Lord's declarations about poverty and riches, or a system of ethics may teach that the highest condition of body is ordinarily essential to the highest state of mind. 7. Christianity is necessarily modified by the growth of civilization and the exigencies of times. Therefore, e.g., the Catholic priesthood, though necessary in the Middle Ages, may be superseded now. 8. There is a system of religion more simply true than Christianity as it has ever been received. Therefore, e.g., we may advance that Christianity is the corn of wheat which has been dead for 1800 years, but at length will bear fruit, and that Mahometanism is the manly religion, and existing Christianity the womanish. 9. There is a right of private judgment, that is, there is no existing authority on earth competent to interfere with the liberty of individuals in reasoning and judging for themselves about the Bible and its contents, as they severally please. Therefore, e.g., religious establishments requiring subscriptions are anti-Christian. 10. There are rights of conscience such, that every one may lawfully advance a claim to profess and teach what is false and wrong in matters religious, social, and moral, provided that to his private conscience it seems absolutely true and right. Therefore, e.g., individuals have a right to preach and practice fornication and polygamy. 11. There is no such thing as national estate conscience. Therefore, e.g., no judgments can fall upon a sinful or infidel nation. 12. The civil power has no positive duty, in a normal state of things, to maintain religious truth. Therefore, e.g., blasphemy and Sabbath breaking are not rightly punishable by law. 13. Utility and expedience are the measure of political duty. Therefore, e.g., no punishment may be enacted on the ground that God commands it, e.g., on the text, "Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed." 14. The civil power may dispose of Church property without sacrilege. Therefore, e.g., Henry VIII. Committed no sin in his spoliations. 15. The civil power has the right of ecclesiastical jurisdiction and administration. Therefore, e.g., Parliament may impose articles of faith on the Church or suppress dioceses. 16. It is lawful to rise in arms against legitimate princes. Therefore, e.g., the Puritans of the 17th century and the French in the 18th were justifiable in their rebellion and revolution respectively. 17. The people are the legitimate source of power. Therefore, e.g., universal suffrage is among the natural rights of man. 18. Virtue is the child of knowledge, and vice of ignorance. Therefore, e.g., education, periodical literature, railroad travelling, ventilation, drainage, and the arts of life, when fully carried out, serve to make a population moral and happy. All of these propositions, and many others too, were familiar to me 30 years ago, as in the number of the tenets of Liberalism, and while I gave in to none of them except No. 12 and perhaps No. 11, and partly No. 1, before I began to publish, so afterwards I wrote against most of them in some part or other of my Anglican works. If it is necessary to refer to a work, not simply my own, but of the Tractarian school, which contains a similar protest, I should name the Lyra Apostolica. This volume, which by accident has been left unnoticed, except incidentally in my narrative, was collected together from the pages of the British Magazine, in which its contents originally appeared, and published in a separate form immediately after Hurrell Froude's death in 1836. Its signatures. Readers note: the following are Greek letters: A, Ba, Ga, Da, E, Kas, denotes respectively as authors Mr. Bowden, Mr. Hurrell Froude, Mr. Keble, Mr. Newman, Mr. Robert Wilberforce, and Mr. Isaac Williams. There is one poem on Liberalism beginning, "Ye cannot halve the gospel of God's grace," which bears out the account of Liberalism as above given, and another upon "the age to come," defining from its own point of view the position and prospects of Liberalism. I need hardly say that the above note is mainly historical. How far the Liberal party of 1830 1840 really held the above 18 theses which I attribute to them, and how far and in what sense I should oppose those theses now, could scarcely be explained without a separate dissertation. End of Note A. To Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. Note B of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Note B. Ecclesiastical Miracles. The writer who gave occasion for the foregoing narrative was very severe with me, for what I had said about miracles in the preface to the Life of St. Walburga. I observed therefore as follows: Catholics believe that miracles happen in any age of the Church, though not for the same purpose, in the same number, or with the same evidence, as in Apostolic times. The Apostles wrought them in evidence of their divine mission, and with this objective they have been sometimes wrought by Evangelists of countries since, as even Protestants allow. Hence we hear of them in the history of St. Gregory in Pontus, and St. Martin in Gaul; and in their case, as in that of the Apostles, they were both numerous and clear. As they are granted to Evangelists, so are they granted, though in less measure and evidence, to other holy men; and as holy men are not found equally at all times and in all places, therefore miracles are in some places and times more than in others. And since generally they are granted to faith and prayer, therefore in a country in which faith and prayer abound, they will be more likely to occur, than where and when faith and prayer are not, so that their occurrence is irregular. And further, as faith and prayer obtain miracles, so still more commonly do they gain from above the ordinary interventions of Providence. And, as it is often very difficult to distinguish between a providence and a miracle, and there will be more providence than miracles, hence it will happen that many occurrences will be called miraculous, which strictly speaking are not such, that is, not more than providential mercies, or what are sometimes called grazie or favours. Persons who believe all this, in accordance with Catholic teaching, as I did and do, they, on the report of miracles, will of necessity, the necessity of good logic, be led to say, first, it may be, and secondly, but I must have good evidence in order to believe it. 1. It may be, because miracles take place in all ages, it must be clearly proved; because perhaps after all it may be only a providential mercy, or an exaggeration, or a mistake, or an imposture. Well, this is precisely what I had said, which the writer, who has given occasion to this volume, considered so irrational. I had said, as he quoted me, "In this day, and under our present circumstances, we can only reply that there is no reason why they should not be." Surely this is good logic, provided that miracles do occur in all ages; and so again I am logical in saying, there is nothing prima facie in the miraculous accounts in question to repel a properly taught or religiously disposed mind. What is the matter with this statement? My assailant does not pretend to say what the matter is, and he cannot, but he expresses a rude, unmeaning astonishment. Accordingly, in the passage which he quotes, I observe, Miracles are the kind of facts proper to ecclesiastical history, just as instances of sagacity or daring, personal prowess or crime, are the facts proper to secular history. What is the harm of this? 2. But, though a miracle be conceivable, it has to be proved. What has to be proved? 1. That the event occurred as stated, and is not a false report or an exaggeration. 2. That it is clearly miraculous, and not a mere providence or answer to prayer within the order of nature. What is the fault of saying this? The inquiry is parallel to that which is made about some extraordinary fact in secular history. Supposing I hear that King Charles II. died a Catholic, I am led to say, it may be, but what is your proof? In my Essay on Miracles of the year 1826, I proposed 3 questions about a professed miraculous occurrence. 1. Is it antecedently probable? 2. Is it in its nature certainly miraculous? 3. Has it sufficient evidence? To these 3 heads I had regard in my Essay of 1842, and under them I still wish to conduct the inquiry into the miracles of ecclesiastical history. So much for general principles. As to St. Walburga, though I have no intention at all of denying that numerous miracles have been wrought by her intercession, still neither the author of her life, nor I, the editor, felt that we had grounds for binding ourselves to the belief of certain alleged miracles in particular. I made, however, one exception. It was the medicinal oil which flows from her relics. Now as to the verisimilitude, the miraculousness, and the fact of this medicinal oil. 1. The verisimilitude. It is plain there is nothing extravagant in this report of her relics having a supernatural virtue; and for this reason, because there are such instances in Scripture, and Scripture cannot be extravagant. For instance, a man was restored to life by touching the relics of the prophet Elias. The sacred text runs thus: "And Elisha died, and they buried him. And the bands of the Moabites invaded the land at the coming in of the year. And it came to pass, as they were burying a man, that, behold, they spied a band of men, and they cast the man into the sepulchre of Elisha. And when the man was let down, and touched the bones of Elisha, he revived, and stood upon his feet." Again, in the case of an inanimate substance which had touched a living saint, and God wrought special miracles by the hands of Paul, so that from his body were brought unto the sick handkerchiefs or aprons, and the disease departed from them. And again, in the case of a pool, an angel went down at a certain season into the pool, and troubled the water. Whosoever then first, after the troubling of the water, stepped in, was made whole of whatsoever disease he had. 2 Kings, (4 Kings), Roman numeral 13, section 20, 21. Acts, Roman numeral 19, section 11, and section 12. John, verse 4. Therefore there is nothing extravagant in the character of a miracle. 2. Next, the matter of fact. Is there an oil flowing from St. Walburga's tomb, which is medicinal? To this question I confine myself in my preface. Of the accounts of medieval miracles, I said that there was no extravagance in their general character, but I could not affirm that there was always evidence for them. I could not simply accept them as facts, but I could not reject them in their nature. They might be true, for they were not impossible, but they were not proved to be true, because there was not trustworthy testimony. However, as to St. Walburga, I repeat, I made one exception, the fact of the medicinal oil, since for that miracle there was distinct and successive testimony. And then I went on to give a chain of witnesses. It was my duty to state what those witnesses said in their very words, so I gave the testimonies in full, tracing them from the Saint's death. I said, "She is one of the principal Saints of her age and country." Then I quoted Besnage, a Protestant, who says, "6 writers are extant, who have employed themselves in relating the deeds or miracles of Walburga." Then I said that her renown was not the mere natural growth of ages, but begins with the very century of the Saint's death. Then I observed that only 2 miracles seem to have been distinctly reported of her as occurring in her lifetime, and they were handed down apparently by tradition; also that such miracles are said to have commenced about A.D. 777. Then I spoke of the medicinal oil as having testimony to it in 893, in 1306, after 1450, in 1615, and in 1620. Also I said that Mabillon seems not to have believed some of her miracles, and that the earliest witness had got into trouble with his bishop; and so I left the matter, as a question to be decided by evidence, not deciding anything myself. What was the harm of all this? But my critic muddled it together in most extraordinary manner, and I am far from sure that he knew himself the definite categorical charge which he intended it to convey against me. One of his remarks is, "What has become of the holy oil for the last 240 years? Dr. Newman does not say," p. 25. Of course I did not, because I did not know. I gave the evidence as I found it. He assumes that I had a point to prove, and then asked why I did not make the evidence larger than it was. I can tell him more about it now. The oil still flows. I have had some of it in my possession. It is medicinal still. This leads to the third head. 3. Its miraculousness. On this point, since I have been in the Catholic Church, I have found there is a difference of opinion. Some persons consider that the oil is the natural produce of the rock, and has ever flowed from it; others, that by a divine gift it flows from the relics; and others, allowing that it now comes naturally from the rock, are disposed to hold that it was in its origin miraculous, as was the virtue of the pool of Bethsaida. This point must be settled of course before the virtue of the oil can be ascribed to the sanctity of St. Walburga. For myself, I neither have, nor ever have had, the means of going into the question; but I will take the opportunity of its having come before me, to make 1 or 2 remarks, supplemental of what I have said on other occasions. 1. I frankly confess that the present advance of science tends to make it probable that various facts take place, and have taken place, in the order of nature, which hitherto have been considered by Catholics as simply supernatural. 2. Though I readily make this admission, it must not be supposed in consequence that I am disposed to grant at once that every event was natural in point of fact, which might have taken place by the laws of nature; for it is obvious, no Catholic can bind the Almighty to act only in one and the same way, or to the observance always of His own laws. An event which is possible in the way of nature is certainly possible too to divine power, without the sequence of natural cause and effect at all. A conflagration, to take a parallel, may be the work of an incendiary, or the result of a flash of lightning; nor would a jury think it safe to find a man guilty of arson, if a dangerous thunderstorm was raging at the very time when the fire broke out. In like manner, upon the hypothesis that a miraculous dispensation is in operation, a recovery from diseases to which medical science is equal may nevertheless in matter of fact have taken place, not by natural means, but by supernatural interposition. That the lawgiver always acts through his own laws is an assumption, of which I never saw proof. In a given case, then, the possibility of assigning a human cause for an event does not ipso facto prove that it is not miraculous. 3. So far, however, is plain, that till some experimentum crucis can be found, such as to be decisive against the natural cause or the supernatural, an occurrence of this kind will as little convince an unbeliever that there has been a divine interference in the case, as it will drive the Catholic to admit that there has been no interference at all. 4. Still there is this gain accruing to the Catholic cause from the larger view we now possess of the operation of natural causes, namely, that our opponents will not in future be so ready as hitherto to impute fraud and falsehood to our priests and their witnesses, on the ground that they are pretending or reporting things that are incredible. Our opponents have again and again accused us of false witness on account of statements which they now allow as either true, or may have been true. They account indeed for the strange facts very differently from us, but still they allow that facts they were. It is a great thing to have our characters cleared, and we have reasonable hope that, the next time our word is vouched for occurrences which appear to be miraculous, our facts will be investigated, not our testimony impugned. 5. Even granting that certain occurrences, which we have hitherto accounted miraculous, have not absolutely a claim to be so considered, nevertheless they constitute an argument still in behalf of revelation and the Church. Providence, or what are called grazie, though they do not rise to the order of miracles, yet, if they occur again and again in connexion with the same persons, institutions, or doctrines, may supply a cumulative evidence of the fact of a supernatural presence in the quarter in which they are found. I have already alluded to this point in my Essay on Ecclesiastical Miracles, and I have a particular reason, as will presently be seen, for referring here to what I said in the course of it. In that Essay, after bringing its main argument to an end, I append to it a review of the evidence for particular alleged miracles. It does not strictly fall within the scope of the Essay, I observe, to pronounce upon the truth or falsehood of this or that miraculous narrative, as it occurs in ecclesiastical history, but only to furnish such general considerations as may be useful in forming a decision in particular cases. Page cv. However, I thought it right to go farther, and to set down the evidence for and against certain miracles as we meet with them. Ibid. In discussing these miracles separately, I make the following remarks, to which I have just been referring. After discussing the alleged miracle of the thundering legion, I observe, nor does it concern us much to answer the objection, that there is nothing strictly miraculous in such an occurrence, because sudden thunderclouds after drought are not unfrequent. For I would answer, grant me such miracles ordinarily in the early Church, and I will ask no other. Grant that upon prayer benefits are vouchsafed, deliverance are effected, unhoped for results obtained, sickness cured, tempests laid, pestilence put to flight, families remediated, judgments inflicted, and there will be no need of analyzing the causes, whether supernatural or natural, to which they are to be referred. They may or they may not, in this case or that case, follow or surpass the laws of nature, and they may do so plainly or doubtfully. But the common sense of mankind will call them miraculous, for by a miracle is popularly meant, whatever be its formal definition, an event which impresses upon the mind the immediate presence of the moral governor of the world. He may sometimes act through nature, sometimes beyond or against it, but those who admit the fact of such interference will have little difficulty in admitting also their strictly miraculous character, if the circumstances of the case require it, and those who deny miracles to the early Church will be equally strenuous against allowing her the grace of such intimate influence, if we may so speak, upon the course of divine providence, as is here in question, even though it be not miraculous. Page cxxi. And again, speaking of the death of Arius, but after all, was it a miracle? For if not, we are labouring at a proof of which nothing comes. The most immediate answer to this question has already been suggested several times. When a bishop with his flock prays night and day against a heretic, and at length begs of God to take him away, and when he is suddenly taken away, almost at the moment of his triumph, and that by a death awfully significant, from its likeness to one recorded in Scripture, is it not trifling to ask whether such an occurrence comes up to the definition of a miracle? The question is not whether it is formally a miracle, but whether it is an event, the like of which persons, who deny that miracles continue, will consent that the Church should be considered still able to perform. If they are willing to allow the Church such extraordinary protection, it is for them to draw the line to the satisfaction of people in general, between these strictly miraculous events. If on the one hand they deny their occurrence in the times of the Church, then there is sufficient reason for our appealing here to the history of Arius in proof of the affirmative. Pages clxxii. These remarks, thus made upon the thundering legion and the death of Arius, must be applied in consequence of investigation made since the date of my Essay, to the apparent miracle wrought in favour of the African confessors in the Vandal persecution. Their tongues were cut out by the Arian tyrant, and yet they spoke as before. In my Essay I insisted on this fact as being strictly miraculous. Among other remarks, referring to the instances adduced by Middleton and others in disparagement of the miracles, namely, of "a girl born without a tongue, who yet talked as distinctly and easily as if she had enjoyed the full benefit of that organ; and of a boy who lost his tongue at the age of 8 or 9, yet retained his speech, whether perfectly or not," I said, "Does Middleton mean to say, that, if certain of men lost their tongues at the command of a tyrant for the sake of their religion, and then spoke as plainly as before, nay, if only one person was so mutilated and so gifted, it would not be a miracle?" p. cc. And I enlarged upon the minute detail of the fact, as reported to us by eye witnesses and contemporaries. Out of the 7 writers adduced, 6 are contemporaries; 3, if not 4, are eye witnesses of the miracle. 1 reports from an eye witness, and 1 testifies to a fervent record at the burial place of the subject of it. All 7 were living, or had been staying at one or other of the 2 places, which are mentioned as their abode. 1 is a Pope, a 2nd a Catholic Bishop, a 3rd a Bishop of a schismatical party, a 4th an Emperor, a 5th a soldier, a politician, and a suspected infidel, a 6th a statesman and courtier, a 7th a rhetorician and philosopher. "He cut out the tongue by the roots," says Victor, Bishop of Vita. "I perceive the tongue entirely gone by the roots," says Aeneas. "As low down as the throat," says Procopius, "at the roots," say Justinian and St. Gregory. "He spoke like an educated man, without impediment," says Victor of Vito. "With articulateness," says Aeneas, "better than before." "They talked without any impediment," says Procopius. "Speaking with perfect voice," says Marcellinus. "They spoke perfectly, even to the end," says the second Victor. "The words were formed, full, and perfect," says St. Gregory, pp. ccv. III. However, a few years ago, an article appeared in Notes and Queries, number for May 22, 1858, in which various evidence was adduced to show that the tongue is not necessary for articulate speech. 1. Colonel Churchill, in his Lebanon, speaking of the cruelness of Djezzar Pacha in extracting to the root of the tongue of some Emirs, adds, "It is a curious fact, however, that the tongue grows again sufficiently for the purpose of speech." 2. Sir John Malcolm, in his Sketches of Persia, speaks of Zab, Khan of Krisht, who was condemned to lose his tongue. This mandate, he says, was imperfectly executed, and the loss of half of this member deprived him of speech. Being afterwards persuaded that its being cut close to the root would enable him to speak so as to be understood, he submitted to the operation, and the effect has been that his voice, though indistinct and thick, is yet intelligible to persons accustomed to converse with him. I am not an anatomist, and I cannot therefore give a reason, why a man, who could not articulate with half a tongue, should speak when he has none at all; but the facts are as stated. 3. And Sir John McNeill says, "In answer to your inquiries about the powers of speech retained by persons who have had their tongues cut out, I can state from personal observation, that several persons, whom I knew in Persia, who had been subjected to that punishment, spoke so intelligibly as to be able to transact important business. The conviction in Persia is universal, that the power of speech is destroyed by merely cutting off the tip of the tongue, and is to a useful extent restored by cutting off another portion, as far back as a perpendicular section can be made of the portion that is free from attachment at the lower surface. I never had to meet with a person who had suffered this punishment, who could not speak so as to be quite intelligible to his familiar associates. I should not be honest, if I professed to be simply converted by these testimonies to the belief that there was nothing miraculous in the case of the African confessors. it is quite as fair to be sceptical on one side of the question as on the other; and if Gibbon is considered worthy of praise for his stubborn incredulity in receiving the evidence for this miracle, I do not see why I am to be blamed if I wish to be quite sure of the full appositeness of the recent evidence which is brought to its disadvantage. Questions of fact cannot be disproved by analogies or presumptions; the inquiry must be made into the particular case in all parts, as it comes before us. Meanwhile, I fully allow that the points of evidence brought into disparagement of the miracle are prima facie of such cogency, that, till they are proved to be irrelevant, Catholics are prevented from appealing to it for controversial purposes. End of Note B to Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. Note C and Note D of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note C. Sermon on Wisdom and Innocence. The professed basis of the charge of lying and equivocation made against me, and in my person against the Catholic clergy, was, as I have already noticed in the preface, a certain sermon of mine on Wisdom and Innocence, being the 20th in a series of sermons on subjects of the day, written, preached, and published while I was an Anglican. Of this sermon my accuser spoke thus in his pamphlet: "It is occupied entirely with the attitude of the world to Christians and the Church." By the world appears to be signified especially the Protestant public of these realms. What Mr. Newman means by Christian and the Church, he has not left in doubt, for in the preceding sermon he says: "But if the truth must be spoken, what are the humble monk and the holy nun, and other regulars, as they are called, but Christians after the very pattern given us in Scripture," etc. This is his definition of Christians; and in the sermon itself he sufficiently defines what he means by the Church, in 2 notes of her character, which he shall give in his own words. What, for instance, though we granted that sacramental confession and the celibacy of the clergy do tend to consolidate the body politic in the relation of rulers and subjects, or, in other words, to aggrandize the priesthood? For how can the Church be one body without such relation? Pages 8 and 9. He then proceeded to analyze and comment on it at great length, and to criticize severely the method and tone of my sermon generally. Among other things he said: "What then did the sermon mean? Why was it preached? To insinuate that a Church which had sacramental confession and a celibate clergy was the only true Church? Or to insinuate that the admiring young gentlemen who listened to him stood to their fellow countrymen in the relation of the early Christians to the heathen Romans? Or that Queen Victoria's government was to the Church of England what Nero's or Diocletian's was to the Church of Rome? It may have been so. I know that men used to suspect Dr. Newman, I have been inclined to do so myself, of writing a whole sermon, not for the sake of the text or of the matter, but for the sake of one single passing hint, one phrase, one epithet, one little barbed arrow, which, as he swept magnificently past on the stream of his calm eloquence, seemingly unconscious of all presence save those unseen, he delivered unheeded, as with his finger tip, to the very heart of an initiated hearer, never to be withdrawn again. I do not blame him for that. It is one of the highest triumphs of oratoric power, and may be employed honestly and fairly by any person who has the skill to do it honestly and fairly. But then, why did he entitle his sermon Wisdom and Innocence? What then could I think that Dr. Newman meant? I found a preacher bidding Christians imitate, to some undefined point, the arts of the basest of animals, and of men, and of the devil himself. I found him, by a strange perversion of Scripture, insinuating that St. Paul's conduct and manner were such as naturally to bring down on him the reputation of being a crafty deceiver. I found him, horrible to say it, even hinting the same of one greater than St. Paul. I found him denying or explaining away the existence of that priestcraft, which is a notorious fact to every honest student of history, and justifying, as far as I can understand him, the double dealing by which prelates in the Middle Age too often played off alternately the sovereign against the people, and the people against the sovereign, careless which was the right, so long as their own power gained by the move. I found him actually using of such, and, as I thought, of himself and his party likewise, the words, "They yield outwardly; to assent inwardly were to betray the faith." Yet they are called deceitful and double dealing, because they do as much as they can, and not more than they may. I found him telling Christians that they will always seem artificial, and wanting in openness and manliness; that they will always be a mystery to the world, and that the world will always think them rogues; and bidding them glory in what the world, that is, the rest of their countrymen, disown, and say with Mawworm, "I like to be despised." Now, how was I to know that the preacher, who had the reputation of being the most acute man of his generation, and of having a special intimate acquaintance with the weakness of the human heart, was utterly blind to the broad meaning and the plain practical result of a sermon like this, delivered before frantic and hot headed young men, who hung upon his every word; that he did not foresee that they would think that they obeyed him by becoming affected, artificial, sly, shifty, ready for concealment and equivocations, etc., etc. Pp. 14-16. My accuser asked in this passage, what did the sermon mean, and why was it preached? I will here answer this question, and with this view will speak, first of the matter of the sermon, and then of its subject, then of its circumstances. 1. It was one of the last 6 sermons which I wrote when I was an Anglican. It was one of the 5 sermons I preached in St. Mary's between Christmas and Easter, 1843, the year when I gave up my living. The MS. of the sermon is destroyed; but I believe, and my memory too bears me out, as far as it goes, that the sentence in question about celibacy and confession, of which this writer would make so much, was not preached at all. The volume in which the sermon is found was published after that I had given up St. Mary's, when I had no call on me to restrain the expression of anything which I might hold, and I stated an important fact about it in the advertisement, in these words: "In preparing these sermons for publication, a few words and sentences have in several places been added, which will be found to express more of private or personal opinion, than it was expedient to introduce into the instruction delivered in church to a parochial congregation. Such introduction, however, seems unobjectionable in the case of compositions which are detached from the sacred place and service to which they once belonged, and submitted to the reason and judgment of the general reader." This volume of sermons then cannot be criticized at all as preachments. They are essays, essays of a man who, at the time of publishing them, was not a preacher. Such passages as that in question are just the very ones which I added upon my publishing them; and, as I always was on my guard in the pulpit against saying anything which looked towards Rome, I shall believe that I did not preach the obnoxious sentence till some one is found to testify that he heard it. At the same time I cannot conceive why the mention of sacramental confession, or of clerical celibacy, had I made it, was inconsistent with the position of an Anglican clergyman. For sacramental confession and absolution actually form a portion of the Anglican visitation of the sick; and though the 32nd Article says that bishops, priests, and deacons are not commanded by God's law either to vow the state of single life or to abstain from marriage, and therefore it is lawful for them to marry, this proposition I did not dream of denying; nor is it inconsistent with St. Paul's doctrine, which I held, that it is good to abide even as he, that is, in celibacy. But I have more to say on this point. This writer says, "I know that men used to suspect Dr. Newman, I have been inclined to do so myself, of writing a whole sermon, not for the sake of the text or of the matter, but for the sake of one simple passing hint, one phrase, one epithet. Now observe, can there be a plainer testimony borne to the practical character of my Sermons at St. Mary's than this gratuitous insinuation? Many a preacher of Tractarian doctrine has been accused of not letting his parishioners alone, and of teasing them with his private theological notions. The same report was spread about me 20 years ago as this writer spreads now, and the world believed that my Sermons at St. Mary's were full of red-hot Tractarianism. Then strangers came to hear me preach, and were astonished at their own disappointment. I recollect the wife of a great prelate from a distance coming to hear me, and then expressing her surprise to find that I preached nothing but a plain humdrum sermon. I recollect how, when on the Sunday before Commemoration one year, a number of strangers came to hear me, and I preached in my usual way, residents in Oxford, of high position, were loud in their satisfaction that on a great occasion I had made a simple failure, for after all there was nothing in the sermon to hear. Well, but they were not going to let me off, for all my common sense view of duty. Accordingly they got up their charitable theory, which this writer revives. They said that there was a double purpose in those plain addresses of mine, and that my sermons were never so artful as when they seemed commonplace; that there were sentences which redeemed their apparent simplicity and quietness. So they watched during the delivery of a sermon, which to them was too practical to be useful, for the concealed point of it, which they could at least imagine, if they could not discover. Men used to suspect Dr. Newman, he says, of writing a whole sermon, not for the sake of the text of the matter, but for the sake of one single passing hint, one phrase, one epithet, one little barbed arrow, which, as he swept magnificently past on the stream of his calm eloquence, seemingly unconscious of all presence, save those unseen, he delivered unheeded, etc. To all appearance, he says, I was unconscious of all presence. He is not able to deny that the whole sermon had the appearance of being for the sake of the text and matter, therefore he suggests that perhaps it wasn't. 2. And now as to the subject of the sermon. The sermons of which the volume consists are such as are, more or less, exceptions to the rule which I ordinarily observe, as to the subjects which I introduced into the pulpit of St. Mary's. They are not purely ethical or doctrinal. They were for the most part caused by circumstances of the day or of the moment, and they belong to various years. One was written in 1832, 2 in 1836, 2 in 1838, 5 in 1840, 5 in 1841, 4 in 1842, 7 in 1843. Many of them were engaged on one subject, namely, in viewing the Church in its relation to the world. By the world was meant not simply those multitudes which were not in the Church, but the existing body of human society, whether in the Church or not, whether Catholic, Protestant, Greek, or Mohammedans, theists or idolaters, as being ruled by principles, maxims, and instincts of their own, that is, of an unregenerated nature, whatever their supernatural privileges might be, greater or less, according to their form of religion. This view of the relation of the Church to the world, as taken apart from questions of ecclesiastical politics, as they may be called, is often brought out in my sermon. Two occur to me at once. Number 3 of my plain sermons, which was written in 1829, and number 15 of my third volume of Parochial, written in 1835. On the other hand, by the Church I meant, in common with all writers connected with the Tract movement, whatever their shades of opinion, and with the whole body of English divines, except those of the Puritan or Evangelical school, the whole of Christendom, from the Apostles' time till now, whatever their later divisions into Latin, Greek, and Anglican. I have explained this view of the subject above at pp. 69 and 71 of this volume. When then I speak, in the particular sermon before us, of the members or the rulers, or the action of the Church, I meant neither the Latin, nor the Greek, nor the English, taken by itself, but of the whole Church as one body, of Italy as one with England, of the Saxon or Norman as one with the Caroline Church. This was specially the one Church, and the points in which one branch or one period differed from another were not and could not be notes of the Church, because notes necessarily belong to the whole of the Church, everywhere and always. This being my doctrine as to the relation of the Church to the world, I laid down in a sermon 3 principles concerning it, and there left the matter. The first is, that divine wisdom had framed from its action laws, which man, if left to himself, would have antecedently pronounced to be the worst possible for its success, and which in all ages have been called by the world, as they were in the Apostles' days, foolishness; that man ever relies on physical or material force, and on carnal inducements, as Mahomet with his sword and his houris, or indeed almost as that theory of religion called, since the sermon was written, muscular Christianity; but that our Lord, on the contrary, has substituted meekness for haughtiness, passiveness for violence, and innocence for craft; and that the event has shown the high wisdom of such an economy, for it has brought to light a set of natural laws, unknown before, by which the seeming paradox that weakness should be stronger than might, and simplicity than worldly policy, is readily explained. Secondly, I said that men of the world, judging by the event and not recognizing the secret cause of the success, namely a higher order of natural laws, natural, though their source and action were supernatural, for "the meek inherit the earth," by means of a meekness which comes from above. These men, I say, conclude that the success which they witness must arise from some evil secret which the world has not yet mastered, by means of magic, as they said in the first stages, by cunning, as they say now; and accordingly they thought that the humility and inoffensiveness of Christians, or of Churchmen, was a mere pretence and blind to cover the real cause of that success, which Christians could explain and would not, and that they were simply hypocrites. Thirdly, I suggested that shrewd ecclesiastics, who knew very well that there was neither magic nor craft in the matter, and, from their intimate acquaintance with what actually went on within the Church, discerned what were the real causes of its success, were of course under the temptation of substituting reason for conscience, and instead of simply obeying the command, were led to do good that good might come, that is, to act in order to secure success, and not from a motive of faith. Some, I said, did yield to the temptation more or less, and their motives became mixed, and in this way the world in a more subtle shape had got into the Church, and hence it had come to pass that, looking at its history from first to last, we could not possibly draw the lines between good and evil there, and say either that everything was to be defended, or certain things to be condemned. I expressed the difficulty, which I suppose to be inherent in the Church, in the following words. I said, "Priestcraft has ever been considered the badge, and its imputation is a kind of note of the Church, and in part indeed truly, because the presence of powerful enemies, and the sense of their own weakness, has sometimes tempted Christians to the abuse, instead of the use of Christian wisdom, to be wise without being harmless; but partly, nay, for the most part not truly, but slanderously, and merely because the world called their wisdom craft, when it was found to be a match for its own numbers and power." Such is the substance of the sermon; and as to the main drift of it, it was this, that I was there and elsewhere scrutinizing the course of the Church as a whole, as if philosophically, as an historical phenomenon, and observing the laws on which it was conducted. Hence the sermon, or essay, as it more truly is written in a dry and unimpassioned way. It shows as little of human warmth of feeling as a sermon of Bishop Butler's. Yet under that calm exterior there was a deep and keen sensitiveness, as I shall now proceed to show. 3. If I mistake not, it was written with a secret thought about myself. Every one preaches according to his frame of mind at the time of preaching. One heaviness especially oppressed me at that season, which this writer, 20 years afterwards, has set himself with a good will to renew. It arose from the sense of the base calumnies which were heaped upon me on all sides. It is worth observing that this Sermon is exactly contemporaneous with the report spread by a Bishop, vid. Supra, p. 181, that I had advised a clergyman converted to Catholicism to retain his living. This report was in circulation in February 1843, and my Sermon was preached on the 19th. In the trouble of mind into which I was thrown by such calumnies as this, I gained, while I reviewed the history of the Church, at once an argument and a consolation. My argument was this: if I, who knew my own innocence, was so blackened by party prejudice, perhaps those high rulers and those servants of the Church, in the many ages which intervened between the early Nicene times and the present, who were laden with such grievous accusations, were innocent also. And this reflection served to make me tender towards those great names of the past, to whom weakness or crimes were imputed, and reconcile me to difficulties in ecclesiastical proceedings, which there were no means now of properly explaining. And the sympathy thus excited for them reacted on myself, and I found comfort in being able to put myself under the shadow of those who had suffered as I was suffering, and who seemed to promise me their recompense, since I had a fellowship in their trial. In a letter to my Bishop, at the time of Tract 90, part of which I have quoted, I said that I had ever tried to keep innocence, and now 2 years had passed since then, and men were louder and louder in heaping on me the very charges which this writer repeats out of my Sermon, of fraud and cunning, craftiness and deceitfulness, double dealing, priestcraft, of being mysterious, dark, subtle, designing, when I was all the time conscious to myself, in my degree and after my measure, of sobriety, self-reliance, and control of word and feeling. I had had experience how my past success had been imputed to secret management, and how, when I had shown surprise at the success, that surprise again was imputed to deceit, and how my honest heartfelt submission to authority had been called, as it was called in a Bishop's charge abroad, mystic humility, and how my silence was called in hypocrisy, and my faithfulness to my clerical engagements a secret correspondence with the enemy. And I found a way of destroying my sensitiveness about these things, which jarred upon my sense of justice, and otherwise would have been too much for me, by the contemplation of a large law of the divine dispensation, and felt myself more and more able to bear in my own person a present trial, of which in my past writings I had expressed an anticipation. For this feeling, and thus speaking, this writer compares me to Mawworm. I found him telling Christians, he says, that they will always seem artificial and wanting in openness and manliness, that they will always be a mystery to the world, and that the world will always think them rogues, and bidding them glory in what the world, that is, the rest of their fellow countrymen, disown, and say with Mawworm, "I like to be despised." Now, how was I to know that the preacher was utterly blind to the broad meaning and the plain practical result of a sermon like this delivered before fanatic and hot-headed young men, who hung upon his every word? Fanatic and hot-headed young men, who hung on my every word? If he had undertaken to write a history and not a romance, he would have easily found out, as I have said above, that from 1841 I had severed myself from the younger generation of Oxford, that Dr. Pusey and I had then closed our theological meetings at his house, that I had brought my own weekly evening parties to an end, that I preached only by fits and starts at St. Mary's, so that the attendance of young men was broken up, that in those very weeks from Christmas till over Easter, during which the Sermon was preached, I was but 5 times in the pulpit there. He would have found that it was written at a time when I was shunned rather than sought, when I had great sacrifices in anticipation, when I was thinking much of myself, that I was ruthlessly tearing myself away from my own followers, and that in the musings of that Sermon I was at the very utmost only delivering a testimony in my behalf for time to come, not sowing my rhetoric broadcast for the chance of present sympathy. Again he says, I found him actually using of such prelates, and, as I thought, of himself and his party likewise, the words, "they yield outwardly; to assent inwardly were to betray the faith; yet they are called deceitful and double‐dealing, because they do as much as they can, not more than they may." This too is a proof of my duplicity. Let this writer, in his dealing with some one else, go just a little further than he has gone with me, and let him go into a court of law for libel, and let him be convicted, and let him still fancy that his libel, though a libel, was true, and let us then see whether he will not in such a case yield outwardly, without assenting internally; and then again whether we should please him, if we called him deceitful and double‐dealing, because he did as much as he could, not more than he ought to do. But Tract 90 will supply a real illustration of what I meant. I yielded to the Bishops in outward act, namely, in not defending the Tract, and in closing the Series. But not only did I not assent inwardly to any condemnation of it, but I opposed myself to the proposition of a condemnation on the part of authority. Yet I was then by the public called deceitful and double‐dealing, as this writer calls me now, because I did as much as I felt I could do, and not more than I felt I could honestly do. Many were the publications of the day and the private letters which accused me of shuffling, because I closed the Series of Tracts, yet kept the Tracts on sale, as if I ought to comply not only with what my Bishop asked, but with what he did not ask, and perhaps did not wish. However, such teaching, according to this writer, was likely to make young men suspect that truth was not a virtue for its own sake, but only for the sake of the spread of Catholic opinions and the salvation of their own souls, and that cunning was the weapon which Heaven had allowed them to defend themselves against the persecuting Protestant public. P. 16. And now I draw attention to a further point. He says, "How was I to know that the preacher did not foresee that fanatic and hot‐headed young men would think that they obeyed him, by becoming affected, artificial, sly, shifty, ready for concealments and equivocations? How should he know? What? I suppose that we are to think every man a knave till he is proved not to be such. No. Had he no friend to tell him whether I was affected or artificial myself? Could he not have done better than impute equivocations to me, at a time when I was in no sense answerable for such an Apologia of the Roman casuists? Had he a single fact which belongs to me personally or by profession to couple my name with the equivocation of 1843? How should he know that I was not sly, smooth, artificial, non‐natural? He should know by that common manly frankness, by which we put confidence in others, till they are proved to have forfeited it. He should know it by my own words in that very sermon, in which I say it is best to be natural, and that reserve is at best but an unpleasant necessity. For I say there expressly, I do not deny that there is something very engaging in a frank and unpretending manner. Some persons have it more than others. In some persons it is a great grace. But it must be recollected that I am speaking of times of persecution and oppression to Christians, such as the text foretells, and then surely frankness will become nothing else than indignation at the oppressor and the vehement speech, if it is permitted. Accordingly, as persons have deep feelings, so they will find the necessity of self‐control, lest they should say what they ought not. He sums up thus: if Dr. Newman would persist, as in this sermon, in dealing with matters dark, offensive, doubtful, sometimes actually forbidden, at least according to the notions of the great majority of English Churchmen; if he would always do so in a tentative, paltering way, seldom or never letting the world know how much he believed, how far he intended to go; if, in a word, his method of teaching was a suspicious one, what wonder if the mind of men were filled with suspicions of him? p. 17. Now, in the course of my narrative, I have frankly admitted that I was tentative in such of my works as fairly allowed of the introduction into them of religious inquiry. But he is speaking of my Sermons. Where then is his proof that in my Sermons I dealt in matters dark, offensive, doubtful, actually forbidden? He must show that I was tentative in my Sermons, and he has the range of 8 volumes to gather evidence in. As to the 9th, my University Sermons, of course I was tentative in them, but not because I would seldom or never let the world know how much I believed, or how far I intended to go, but because University Sermons are commonly and allowably of the nature of disquisition, as preached before a learned body, and because in deep subjects, which had not been fully investigated, I said as much as I believe, and about as far as I saw I could go, and a man cannot do more, and I account no man to be a philosopher who attempts to do more. End of Note C. To Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. Note D of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. Note D. Series of Saints' Lives of 1843-1844. I have here an opportunity of preserving, what otherwise would be lost, the Catalogue of English Saints which I formed as preparatory to the series of their lives which was begun in the above years. It is but my first essay, and has many obvious imperfections, but it may be useful to others as a step towards a complete hagiography for England. For instance, St. Osberga is omitted, I suppose because it was not easy to learn anything about her. Boniface of Canterbury is inserted, though passed over by the Bollanders on the ground of the absence of proof of a cultus having been paid to him. The Saints of Cornwall were too numerous to be attempted. Among the men of note, not saints, King Edward II. is included from piety toward the founder of Oriel College. With these admissions, I present my paper to the reader. Preparing for publication in periodical numbers, in small 8 vo, The Lives of English Saints, edited by John Henry Newman, B.D., Fellow of Oriel College. It is the compensation of the disorders and perplexities of these latter times of the Church that we have the history of the foregoing. We indeed of this day have been reserved to witness the disorganization of the City of God, which it never entered into the minds of the early believers to imagine. But we are witness also of its triumphs and of its luminaries through those many ages, which have brought about the misfortunes which at present overshadow it. If they were blessed who lived in primitive times, and saw the fresh traces of their Lord, and hear the echoes of apostolic voices, blessed too are we whose special portion it is to see that same Lord revealed in His Saints. The wonder of His grace in the soul of man, its creative power, its inexhaustible resource, its manifold operation, all this we know, as they knew it not. They never heard the names of St. Gregory, St. Bernard, St. Francis, and St. Louis. In fixing our thoughts then, as in the undertaking like the present, on the history of the Saints, we are but availing ourselves of the solace and recompense of our peculiar trials, which has been provided for our needs by our gracious Master. And there are special reasons at this time for recurring to the Saints of our own dear and glorious, most favoured, yet most erring and most unfortunate England. Such a recurrence may serve to make us love our country better, and on truer grounds, than heretofore; to teach us to invest her territory, her cities and villages, her hills and springs, with sacred associations; to give us an insight into her present historical position in the course of the divine dispensation; to instruct us in the capabilities of the English character; and to open upon us the duties and the hopes to which the Church is heir, which was in former times the mother of St. Boniface and St. Ethelreda. Even a selection of the specimens of the hagiology of our country may suffice for some of these high purposes; and in so wide and rich a field of research, It is almost presumptuous in one undertaking to aim at more than such a partial exhibition. The list that follows, though by no means so large as might have been drawn up, exceeds the limits which the Editor proposes to his hopes, if not his wishes; but, whether it is allowed him to accomplish a larger or smaller portion of it, it will be his aim to complete such subjects or periods as he begins before bringing it to a close. It is hardly necessary to observe that any list that is producible in this stage of the undertaking can but approximate to correctness and completeness in matters of detail, and even in the names which are selected to compose it. He had considered himself at liberty to include in the Series such Saints as have been born in England, though they have lived and laboured out of it; and such again as have been in any sufficient way connected with our country, though born out of it; for instance, missionaries or preachers in it, or spiritual or temporal rulers, or founders of religious institutions or houses. He has also included in the Series a few eminent or holy persons, who, though not in the sacred catalogue, are recommended to our religious memory by their fame, learning, or the benefits they have conferred on posterity. These have been distinguished from the Saints by printing their names in italics. It is proposed to page all the longer lives separately; the shorter will be thrown together in one. They will be published in monthly issues of not more than 128 pages each, and no regularity, whether of date or of subject, will be observed in the order of publication; but they will be so numbered as to admit ultimately of a general chronological arrangement. The separate writers are distinguished by letters subjoined to each Life; and it should be added, to prevent misapprehension, that since, under the present circumstances of our Church, they are necessarily of various, though not divergent, doctrinal opinions, no one is answerable for any composition but his own. At the same time, the work professing an historical and ethical character, questions of theology will be, as far as possible, thrown into the background. John Henry Newman, Littlemore, September 9th, 1843. End of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. Recorded by Bill McGilvray of Hingham, Massachusetts, December 2010.